People are in Dragon Ball. Choose the All-King magical power at the beginning. Chapter 1 All-King Avatar. Age 737. Universe 7, Frisia's 88th planet. Frisia, can you sing Two Tigers? Fang Yun looked at Frisia silently. Frisia's mouth twitched, his face was dark, his body trembled slightly, and his fists were clenched tightly. After a short silence, "No." Frisia uttered two words from his teeth. "Kurd, can you do it?" Fang Yun turned his head to look at Kurd on the other side. Kurd was Frisia's father. Seeing Fang Yun looking at him, Kurd's forehead was bulging with veins and his teeth were bared. But soon, Kurd stopped. Kurd shook his head, not daring to speak. "What about you? Do you know how to do it?" Fang Yun glanced at Frisia and Kurd's many younger brothers. The younger brothers trembled, and were silent, not daring to speak loudly. "It doesn't matter if you don't know how to do it, I'll teach you." Fang Yun cleared his throat and began to sing. Two tigers, two tigers. Run fast, run fast. One has no ears. One has no tail. How strange! How strange! The song was loud and beautiful, spreading faintly on Frisia's planet 88. Frisia's face became uglier and uglier, his fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palms. Kurd was so angry that his face turned pale, his teeth clenched, and his half-tail swung left and right. This song made the two cosmic emperors feel 10,000 points of critical damage. We zoomed in a little bit. We can clearly see of discovery. Frisia's two ears disappeared inexplicably. A person without ears looks so funny. Especially Frisia, after losing his ears, his whole head looks round, like a football, which is very funny. Looking at Kurd, his tail also disappeared without a trace. Fortunately, Kurd's experience is somewhat better than Frisia's. After all, there are not many humans with long tails in this universe. No wonder Fang Yun's singing of Two Tigers made them so excited. No one knows how Frisia and Kurd's ears and tails disappeared. Just as no one knows how this person named Fang Yun appeared. It's so terrible. Since such a terrible person appeared on Frisia's planet 88, Frisia and his brothers have felt the purgatory on Earth. After hearing about Frisia's experience, Frisia's father Kurd immediately rushed over with his army, and ended up suffering as well. "Run fast, run fast." Fang Yun's singing voice sounded again, and he looked at Frisia and Kurd with deep meaning. Frisia and Kurd shuddered respectively. The next moment, the two of them fled quickly without any hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared from Fang Yun's sight. Fang Yun silently looked at Frisia and Kurd's brothers. The brothers were so scared that they trembled all over, and even a few of them were scared to pee. "Run fast, run fast." Fang Yun's singing voice sounded. How could the brothers not know what it meant? They hurriedly ran away. Looking at the disappearing people, Fang Yun's face was full of a faint smile. Yes, Fang Yun traveled through time. Fang Yun traveled to the Dragon Ball world for 3 months. As soon as he came to the Dragon Ball world, Fang Yun opened a system called God Level. The system gave Fang Yun 4 options, allowing Fang Yun to choose a God level ability. Choice 1, God of Destruction. Choice 2, Angel Power. Choice 3, Great Priest Power. Choice 4, Omni King Power. Fang Yun could choose with his toes. So the Omni King was naturally the most powerful. In this Dragon Ball world, is there a god more powerful than the Omni King? So, Fang Yun chose the Omni King power. Then, Fang Yun naturally possessed the magical power of the Omni King. This system is an upgrade type, and it can't be done in one step. The Omni King doesn't have any great ability, the only ability is erasure. And this simple erasure ability is divided into 7 levels: Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Star Glory, and King. Only when you advance to the King can you wipe out all the universes with a wave of your hand. If you advance to the Star Glory, you can be comparable to the current Omni King's strength and wipe out a universe with a wave of your hand. At present, Fang Yun is only at the bronze level. He can only erase part of a person's body, or a corner of a building, or erase other people's energy or something. According to the system's prompt, Fang Yun needs to erase part of 1,000 people's bodies, or a corner of 10,000 buildings, before he can advance to silver. After advancing to silver, Fang Yun can easily erase a human. No matter how powerful this human is, he will disappear with a light wave of his hand. Erasure, it's so magical. Chapter 2 Erasure, it's so magical. Fang Yun has the All-King supernatural power. Fang Yun can't fight. However, Fang Yun's physique is very special. Fang Yun's physical strength and speed in the Bronze period are 100 times that of Frisia. Moreover, Fang Yun can survive in outer space and has eternal youth. The reason why Fang Yun can't fight is because Fang Yun can't send waves. What Kamehameha Qigong Wave, Qi Yuan / Te Yang Fist, anything that has a little to do with cultivation, Fang Yun finds it difficult to comprehend. Fang Yun also tried to condense his breath, but it was useless. Fang Yun could not condense Qigong waves no matter what. But Fang Yun thought about it and felt relieved. What Qigong wave? What Qi bomb? Isn't it better to wipe it out? Wave your hand and wipe it out. No matter what, I just wave my hand lightly. When the time comes, wipe against the King of All and see who can wipe out who. Of course, the premise is that the King of All provokes himself. After Fang Yun traveled to the Dragon Ball world, he was originally practicing the power of erasure on a strange planet. Fang Yun did not kill innocent people, but just wiped out a corner of the major buildings on this planet, and he had a lot of fun. Not long after, Frisia's army attacked and killed many people on the planet, and took the rest as prisoners. Fang Yun followed the Frisia army and came to the planet called Frisia's Planet 88. From that day on, the nightmare of Frisia's army began. Every day, Frisia's brothers would be horrified to find that someone inexplicably lost an arm, or a leg, or an ear, nose, eye, etc. In short, an organ of the body would always disappear unconsciously. The problem is that no one knows how these organs disappear. For example, if you lose an arm, how did the arm disappear? Was it chopped off by someone or blown up by an energy bomb? Or was it amputated by surgery? But, none of them. It just disappeared so magically. It didn't hurt at all. It didn't hurt or itch, but the mysterious disappearance of body organs caused Frisia's army to panic on this planet. It was so scary. What exactly is going on? The most terrifying thing is that no one knows what important organs they will lose. The disappearance of facial features and limbs is not fatal, but what if important organs such as the heart suddenly disappear? Wouldn't they die on the spot? The people on Frisia's Planet 88 were walking on thin ice and fled the planet one by one in fear. According to the people who escaped, this planet was cursed by the devil. After hearing this, Frisia was furious and beat this nonsense brother to death with his tail. As the emperor of the universe, what demon can I be afraid of? I am Frisia. Frisia and his brothers landed on Planet 88 with great momentum. Frisia personally led his brothers to investigate the planet. Finally, Frisia found that Fang Yun was a special person and looked very suspicious. However, something happened that frightened Frisia. From that day on, Frisia lived on the edge of collapse. Because the moment Frisia pulled Fang Yun out, Fang Yun directly wiped off Frisia's ears with a wave of his hand. From that day on, Frisia no longer had ears. Fortunately, Frisia could still hear. Fang Yun was very kind to leave Frisia's ear canal. If you can't hear, how can I talk to you? The problem is that without ears, Frisia's image as an emperor is completely gone. Frisia will naturally resist. However, no matter how hard Frisia tried, no matter how powerful his moves were, they were all wiped out by Fang Yun with a wave of his hand. Frisia's generals Dodoria and Sabo also took the opportunity to punch and kick, physically attacking Fang Yun. Then, one of them broke his fist and the other had a comminuted fracture of the leg bone. Frisia transformed into the fourth form and hit Fang Yun's chest with his head. Fang Yun was fine, and Frisia was dead on the spot. A few days later, Kurd, who heard the news, came with his younger brothers. As a result, something happened that made Kurd feel desperate. Fang Yun was simply a monster, and it was impossible to defeat him. From that day on, Frisia and Kurd were controlled by Fang Yun. The two thought of various escape plans. However, Frisia and Kurd were also afraid. What if Fang Yun caught up with them and wiped out their important organs while they were escaping? Who would they go to for justice? This is a life-threatening rhythm. For the first time, Frisia and Kurd, father and son, showed their ability to work together and planned a perfect escape plan. And Fang Yun kept practicing the erasure magic with Frisia and his brothers. Finally, when Fang Yun saw the prompt given by the system, he almost laughed excitedly. Chapter 3 The Devil is finally leaving. 9999. Finally, only the limbs of the last person or a corner of the last building are left. Fang Yun's eyes were filled with tears. He took out a whistle from his pocket and blew it. After the whistle sounded, in less than 10 seconds, Frisia's hundreds of people on Planet 88 had gathered and lined up neatly. Frisia, Kurd, Dodoria, Sabo, and others were all in the team. Report to Mr. Fang Yun, the 88th Frisia Corps has assembled. The number of people who should be there is 365, and the number of people who are there is 365. Frisia bared his teeth and squeezed out these few words from his teeth. This sentence was also said by Fang Yun after they had undergone special training. Anyway, he was free, so when he had nothing to do, he pulled the Frisia Corps over for training. At ease. Fang Yun ordered. The younger brothers of the Frisia Corps stretched their feet mechanically. Today, I have a good news for you. Fang Yun said with a smile, I am tired of playing on this planet, and I plan to leave. Frisia and others immediately pricked up their ears and burst into tears. Is it going to leave? Is this demon finally going to leave? Great! It's really great! Report! Frisia said excitedly. Go! Fang Yun nodded slightly. I wonder which planet Mr. Fang Yun is going to go to? Frisia asked cautiously. The universe is so big, as the Emperor of the universe, you should know more than me, right? Fang Yun smiled. Frisia was terrified. Frisia was most afraid of Fang Yun's smile. Every time this smile appeared, Fang Yun was about to wipe out someone's body. I have a suggestion. Planet Vegeta seems to be more suitable for Mr. Fang Yun. Frisia's triangular eyes turned and suggested to Fang Yun. Oh? Planet Vegeta? What's it for? Fang Yun asked knowingly. That's the Scion planet, there are fighting race Scions on it, and all Scions have tails. Frisia said an important message. Don't you like to wipe off other people's tails? All the brothers of Frisia's 88th Legion, as long as they have tails, have been wiped out by Fang Yun. All Scions have tails. Is this enough for you to play with? If I leave, will you miss me? Fang Yun asked. Frisia. Kurd. Who the hell will miss you? Go to hell. But no one dared to say they didn't want to. Everyone replied loudly in unison with one word: want. If you miss me, I won't leave. Fang Yun sighed, in fact, I can't bear to leave you. Frisia was about to cry. Kurd was even more tearful. Sir Fang Yun, we can go with you. Frisia's eyes turned, and he immediately came up with a plan. Together. Fang Yun looked at Frisia. We will personally send Mr. Fang Yun to Planet Vegeta. If Mr. Fang Yun finds it fun, he can stay there for a few more days. If not, we will come back immediately. Frisia suggested. It seems interesting. Fang Yun nodded thoughtfully. Frisia was excited. Is he finally leaving? When does Mr. Fang Yun plan to leave? Frisia asked. Pack up and get ready to go. Fang Yun smiled. Yes, Mr. Fang Yun. Frisia bowed. Who's here today? Fang Yun looked up at the sky and asked. Everyone present shuddered. Every night when it falls is the nightmare of these Frisia brothers. Because at this time every day, Fang Yun has to wipe out a part of a person's body. Now this Frisia's 88th legion is missing arms and legs, and there are few complete ones. Frisia secretly kicked Dodoria. Sir Fang Yun, everyone has been wiped once. Dodoria replied tremblingly. Fang Yun glanced at Dodoria. Forget it, let's wipe out this palace today. Fang Yun said, and waved his hand lightly. Swish! Suddenly, the palace on planet 88, which was a corner of Frisia's palace here, disappeared magically. No one saw how the corner of this palace disappeared. Moreover, the fracture at the disappearance location was extremely flat, as if it had been cut with a knife. After Fang Yun wiped out a corner of the palace, he suddenly found that his erasure ability had magically evolved from bronze to silver. Silver magic power can erase a human or animal, or an entire building. If a total of 1,000 humans and animals, or 10,000 buildings are erased, it can be advanced to gold magic power. In addition, Fang Yun's physical strength and speed have reached 1,000 times that of Frisia. It has increased 10 times compared to the Bronze period. Fang Yun was very happy. Chapter 4 Two Tigers, Get Ready, Sing. Since we are in the Dragon Ball world, we must go to planet Vegeta, right? Fortunately, planet Vegeta has not been destroyed yet. I'll give you 10 minutes. Fang Yun ordered. Yes. Frisia's many brothers did not dare to neglect and hurried to clean up. In fact, there was nothing to clean up. 10 minutes later, Frisia's spaceship carried Fang Yun into the sky and entered the vast starry sky. Fang Yun sat on the throne, silently admiring the beauty of the universe. Frisia's brothers stood beside Fang Yun with smiles on their faces, waiting for Fang Yun's orders. Sing a song. Fang Yun called. The brothers nodded tragically. Have you learned the song Two Tigers that I taught you before? Fang Yun asked. The younger brothers, even Frisia and Kurd, responded hurriedly, saying that they knew how to sing. Very good, I'll start. Fang Yun smiled and cleared his throat. Two tigers, two tigers. Ready, sing. Two tigers, run fast, one has no ears, one has no tail. Frisia's 88th Corps, led by Frisia and Kurd, a total of 365 people, sang together. As they sang, Frisia and Kurd's tears almost fell. Dodoria and Sabo both cried directly. There were even many younger brothers who were deeply moved and cried loudly. The scene brought back memories. About an hour passed. Frisia and Kurd took advantage of Fang Yun's nap and sneaked into a room. They looked at each other and trembled all over. Father, we must avenge this. Frisia, will never let this guy go. Frisia bared his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. Then we will implement the original plan. After we go to planet Vegeta, we will first make this guy happy, then take the opportunity to leave and completely destroy the planet. Don't you just dislike science? It can be said that kill two birds with one stone. Kurd said in a deep voice. Let me pretend to be a grandson for another 3 days. I can't swallow this breath. Frisia was furious, and his fists were clenched. Why not destroy this spaceship now and expose him to space? Maybe he will die directly. No, Frisia, don't be careless. Kurd shook his head slightly. What if he can survive in the universe? No way. Can he survive in the universe? He looks a bit like a scion. This race can't survive in the universe. Frisia didn't believe it. He knows that kind of magical sorcery. I believe it shouldn't be difficult for him to survive in the universe. Kurd didn't think much of Frisia's method. You have to understand, Frisia, if he can't die, and he is angered, it will be us father and son who will die. Frisia trembled all over, veins popped out on his forehead. The only way now is to place him on planet Vegeta, and then take the opportunity to destroy planet Vegeta, and we will leave immediately on the spaceship. Kurd said coldly, in this way, even if he can survive in the universe, it will be difficult for him to find us without the spaceship. Moreover, when the time comes, all of us will release energy bombs together. I don't believe that we can't kill this guy in this starry sky. Frisia nodded and agreed to his father Kurd's proposal. 3 days later, under the leadership of Fang Yun, Frisia's 88th Legion landed on planet Vegeta, singing the beautiful ballad Two Tigers. Vegeta III, that is, King Vegeta, personally led several scions to greet them. At the moment when the hatch of the spacecraft opened, King Vegeta suddenly heard the beautiful singing on the spacecraft. King Vegeta was confused. What does this mean? Why are you still singing? But King Vegeta was furious. Frisia, you are too much. How much do you look down on people? You actually sang a song here. Our planet Vegeta? Are you here for tourism? Just wait, when we scions give birth to a super scion, I will destroy you. Although he was angry, King Bei still stood respectfully under the spaceship to welcome the arrival of Frisia and Kurd. However, what surprised King Bei was that the first person to come out was not Frisia or Kurd, but a young man. This young man had a handsome appearance, looked somewhat similar to a scion, and looked less than 20 years old. Behind this young man were Frisia and Kurd. King Bei was stunned for a moment, a little confused about the situation. Chapter 5 King Bei, where is your son? Who is he? King Bei feels that Frisia and Kurd have become this man's followers. That cowardly look is simply unmatched. Hey? Something is wrong. What's going on? King Bei was shocked to find that Frisia's ears were gone. Looking at King Kurd again, his tail was gone too. King Bei looked at the little brothers brought by Frisia and Kurd. Each of them was missing arms and legs or noses and eyes, a complete group of defeated soldiers. What's going on? What happened? King Bei was almost laughing out loud while he was in doubt. It's so funny. Frisia, I didn't expect you to have this day. Ahem, King Bei, let me introduce you. Frisia smiled awkwardly. King Bei, just smile. You will cry later. Anyway. Soon, I, Frisia, will destroy this planet myself. At that time, all those who laugh at me, including this group of wild monkeys, will be buried with me. It would be best if Fang Yun also died. All of this was caused by Fang Yun, the bastard. I, Frisia, will make you taste the torture of hell. King Bei, this is His Excellency Fang Yun, the Supreme Commander of our Frisia's army. Frisia introduced. Hello, respected His Excellency Fang Yun. King Bei bowed. King Bei is very smart, how could he provoke Fang Yun at this time? First figure out the situation. King Bei, where is your son? Fang Yun greeted. What's so good about King Bei? Fang Yun was more interested in Vegeta. After arriving at planet Vegeta, Fang Yun tried his own gravity. It seems that he didn't feel particularly heavy. Isn't the gravity of planet Vegeta 10 times that of the Earth? No feeling, no feeling. Maybe, I'm too strong? Sir Fang Yun, Vegeta has gone out for training. King Bei was stunned and replied respectfully. He has gone out for training? How old is he? Fang Yun asked. Just 5 years old. King Bei replied. 5 years old. Fang Yun smiled slightly, time flies so fast. Frisia and his son were both confused. What was going on? Could it be that Fang Yun knew Vegeta? Otherwise, what did he mean by asking Vegeta's son alone? The two of them couldn't understand Fang Yun's thoughts at all. Vegeta is not on this planet. This is a bit boring. Fang Yun sighed and waved his hand gently. Shua. A surprising scene happened. Only seeing that the magnificent Sion Palace behind King Bei just disappeared out of thin air. Nothing was left. Only the flat ground, the foundation on the ground, and the guards left in the palace seemed to explain the history of the palace. King Bei was stunned. Frisia widened his eyes. King Kurd was trembling with fear. The next moment, Frisia and Kurd quickly exchanged glances. Both of them had the same idea. Frisia and Kurd had seen it before. This Lord Fang Yun seemed to be able to only erase a small part of a building. No matter how big the building was, it was only a part of the complete building. Now, the two saw with their own eyes that the Sion Palace just disappeared. In other words, has Fang Yun's strength increased again? This is too terrible. This. King Bei's face changed again and again. What kind of trick is this? With a light wave of his hand, a palace disappeared? What a joke! Am I dreaming? I can ask Vegeta to come back and meet Mr. Fang Yun right away. King Bei made a prompt decision and saluted Fang Yun. No need, I suddenly have no interest in him. Fang Yun smiled lightly, turned his head and called to the people of Frisia's 88th Corps behind him, don't stand there stupidly, sing a song to cheer yourself up. Two tigers. Dodoria, Sabo and others began to sing. King Bei finally figured out why Frisia's corps was singing this song. Frisia, Kurd, you two. Fang Yun waved at the two. The two hurried forward. I'll go around this planet first. By the way, let me show you something. Fang Yun smiled strangely at the two, pointed to a satellite floating in the sky. Do you see that thing? Frisia was stunned. Kurd was also confused. What are you looking at? It's just a satellite. What's so good about it? Swish. Fang Yun waved at the satellite. Then, the satellite just disappeared. Frisia was so scared that his whole body trembled. Kurd's face changed color. Can this guy erase things from such a long distance? This is too scary. Don't destroy this planet first. My erasing ability is very strong. According to preliminary calculations, although I can't reach Frisia's planet 88 here, I can still reach it if you let your fastest spaceship fly for a day. Fang Yun smiled and looked at Frisia and Kurd. P.S. As usual, reward one person plus one update, no upper limit. By the way, will this book be linked with Angel's book? Chapter 6 Don't Act Rashly. What? Frisia's face turned extremely ugly. Destroy planet Vegeta. After hearing this, King Bei was even more stunned. Ahem. Lord Fang Yun, how could we destroy planet Vegeta? Ha ha ha, no, this is impossible. Kurd hurriedly denied. As for whether Fang Yun could reach such a far distance, Kurd and Frisia didn't dare to try. In fact, Fang Yun couldn't reach that far at the moment. Fang Yun could only reach the satellite at best. If it was farther, Fang Yun would have to upgrade to gold to erase it. The buildings on planet 88 that Fang Yun mentioned need to be upgraded to diamond at least to erase them from such a far distance. It's still a little short of the right time. Even so, Fang Yun's words scared Frisia and Kurd pale. How could the two risk their lives to try? You should live in peace. It's so boring to fight and kill all day long. Fang Yun said with a smile. Yes. King Kurd nodded in agreement. Everyone, leave. Fang Yun called out, Kurd, Frisia, you two will accompany me around. The rest of you, listen to my orders and stand at attention. Yes. Many Frisia's brothers formed a square team and stood at attention. Fang Yun flew up slowly. Kurd and Frisia followed behind Fang Yun. Seeing such a scene, King Bei was completely stunned. What is going on? This rhythm. Why is it getting weirder and weirder? But then, King Bei turned his head and looked at his palace. Damn it! Give me back my palace! Pass the order down, no one is allowed to act rashly. King Bei ordered his men. Kyud and Frisia remained silent, occasionally looking at Fang Yun with fear. Sometimes, the two communicated with their eyes. Frisia bared his teeth. Kyud shook his head gently. Frisia clenched his fists, his whole body trembling. You two, don't be idle, sing a song to liven up the atmosphere. Fang Yun turned his head and called out to Frisia and Kurd. Frisia's body trembled again. Kyud's face was also livid, and he wanted to step forward. Fight desperately. What? Do you have any objections? Fang Yun smiled at the two of them, and then wiped off a piece of white cloud in the sky. Kurd's pupils shrank sharply. Frisia was also frightened and sweated coldly on his face. Although the father and son could also blow away the clouds in the sky with powerful energy. But they could not do it anyway, like Fang Yun, who made a large piece of white cloud disappear with a light wave of his hand. 2 tigers, 2 tigers. Kurd sniffed, cleared his throat, and began to sing. Frisia was in tears, and he had to hum along with hatred. 3 minutes later. There is a town below, let's go and have a look. Fang Yun called out, and then he fell from the sky. Pa! Fang Yun landed in the town. This town is a small city of Scions. Scions are a minority with a small population. At present, all Scions add up to only a few thousand people. Because they are a fighting nation, it is still difficult for Scions to increase their population. The Scions in the town were confused when they saw Fang Yun, Frisia, and Kurd appear. Are those two? Lord Kurd and Lord Frisia. Is that Lord Kurd? Where did his tail go? What's strange is that Lord Frisia's head is so round. No ears. Who is the person in front of them? Everyone was talking about it, and they all looked at Fang Yun and the other two silently. Among the crowd, there was a couple. Bardock, is he Frisia? Jine asked curiously. Yes, he is, but he looks a little funny, as if he has no ears. Bardock replied. They are singing, something about 2 tigers, one without ears and one without a tail, what a strange ballad. Jine lowered her voice. Bardock. Who is the man in front of them? Do you know him? Bardock. Jine asked. Bardock shook his head gently. It seems that Frisia and his father are very afraid of him. Jine pondered. According to the news from the palace, his name is Fang Yun. King Bei told us not to provoke this person. Bardock said in a deep voice, Jine, let's go back first. Bardock, they seem to be coming towards us. Jine was about to leave with Bardock, but suddenly saw Fang Yun leading Frisia and Kurd, walking towards her step by step. Bardock's face changed again and again, and he immediately stepped forward and blocked Jine in front of him. P.S. Please reward, flowers and comments. Chapter 7 Bardock, where is your son? Jine, go back first. Bardock whispered. I won't leave. Maybe they don't have any ill intentions. Jine shook her head. Jine, don't be naive. Bardock gritted his teeth. While he was talking, Fang Yun had already appeared in front of Bardock with Frisia and Kurd. Fang Yun gently raised his hand. The singing of Frisia and Kurd stopped abruptly. Bardock. Fang Yun greeted with a smile. You know me. Bardock was stunned and looked at Fang Yun in surprise. Where is your son? Fang Yun asked. Bardock was a little confused. Kurd was also slightly startled. Frisia looked confused. Why does this guy always like to ask about other people's sons after coming to planet Vegeta? The first one to ask was King Vegeta, asking where his son was as soon as they met. The second one to ask was this Scion, asking the same question. What does he want to do? I can't guess it. Frisia and Kurd looked at each other and couldn't figure out Fang Yun's thoughts. My son? You mean Raditz? Bardock replied, he went to another planet with Lord Vegeta to train. I'm talking about Kakarot. Fang Yun smiled. What? Kakarot? Bardock's face changed color. Jine's face was even paler for a moment. What? Has he been sent away? Fang Yun asked. What did you say? Bardock's face changed again and again. You sent Kakarot to the Earth in the Milky Way, am I right? Fang Yun smiled slightly, lowered his voice, and said in Bardock's ear. Bardock's pupils shrank sharply. How did he know such a secret thing? Except for himself and Jine, no one should know. Kakarot's future is limitless. You have a good son. Fang Yun patted Bardock's shoulder and smiled. What do you mean? Bardock looked at Fang Yun with some fear. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. Fang Yun smiled, I'm just bored and came here to chat. Chat? Bardock couldn't keep up with Fang Yun's pace. What can I talk about with you? But it seems that you are not good at talking. Fang Yun smiled slightly. Bardock. By the way, do you want to find your son? Fang Yun asked, I can take you there. We won't go, he has his own stage. Bardock shook his head. Okay, whatever you want. Fang Yun said, waving his hand and erasing a small house behind Jinia. Everyone was stunned. The small house just blinked and then disappeared. It was terrible. Fang Yun smiled and took Frisia and Kurd to the sky again. To upgrade the All-King avatar to gold, you need to wipe out 1,000 people or 10,000 buildings. Obviously, if you just wipe out buildings, the number will be 10 times more. It is still the most convenient option to wipe out people. But who should be wiped out? Not to mention, Fang Yun thinks the 365 people of Frisia's 88th Legion are quite cute. It's a pity to wipe them out like this. Frisia, this planet is a bit boring. Fang Yun turned his head and greeted Frisia. Sir Fang Yun, in fact, planet Vegeta is still very interesting. Don't those scions have tails? How interesting it would be to wipe out their tails. Kurd suggested. Do you think I'm idle? Why would I wipe off their tails? Fang Yun asked back. Kurd. Frisia. Didn't you wipe off our ears and tails for no reason? What do you mean by saying this now? So, we return to Planet 88. Kurd asked cautiously. No need, you prepare a spaceship for me, I want to act alone. Fang Yun thought about it and said in silence. Kurd pricked up his ears at that time. Frisia also wanted to prick up his ears, but unfortunately his ears were gone. The two exchanged glances quickly. He wants to act alone? Really? Prepare me a space navigation map with the planets with many people marked on it. Fang Yun said. Okay, I'll contact Dodoria right now and ask him to prepare. Frisia suggested. Fang Yun nodded gently. Frisia immediately contacted Dodoria through the detector and asked him to get ready. 5 minutes later, Fang Yun landed near the Scion Palace with Frisia and Kurd. Mr. Fang Yun, this is the spaceship prepared for you. This is a space navigation map, with a total of 108 planets with life marked on it. Dodoria handed over a map respectfully with one hand. Chapter 8 Is the Devil Missing? Fang Yun took the map and flipped it open to take a look. Sure enough, there were 108 planets marked on the map, and the positions and coordinates of the planets were clearly written. Fang Yun seemed quite satisfied with this map. As for the spaceship, it's a bit big. The spaceship is too big, change to a smaller one, 1/3 the size of this one. Fang Yun called out. As he said that, Fang Yun waved his hand lightly and directly wiped out the large spaceship. Everyone present was trembling with fear, looking at Fang Yun with fear. Not long after, a new spaceship was ready. Fang Yun took a look and found that the size of this spaceship was just right. Are there any people going on a trip with me? Fang Yun asked with a smile while looking at Frisia's team. Everyone shook their heads together. Who the hell wants to go on a trip with you? No. I won't go even if I kill you. You devil! Will you miss me? Fang Yun asked. Yes. Frisia and others quickly replied. I can't bear to leave you either. How about you accompany me? Fang Yun said with a smile. No. Everyone hurriedly changed their words. It's worse than death to accompany this devil. Very good, you finally said what you want. Fang Yun waved his hand and wiped out the person who just shouted no with the loudest voice. Frisia and others looked at the disappeared guy in horror. Nothing was left. It's terrible. Make people disappear out of thin air. I will miss you. Goodbye. Fang Yun waved goodbye. However, his wave of his hand frightened the Frisia army so much that they fled in panic, fearing that they would be wiped out by Fang Yun. Swoosh! The next moment, the spaceship rushed into the sky and soon disappeared. It was not until the spaceship had flown away for 10 seconds that Frisia and others reacted. Is he really gone? Frisia asked his younger brother in disbelief. Sir Frisia, he is really gone. He should be heading towards the planet Latukut. There are about 30,000 people on that planet. If it weren't for him, we would have occupied that planet long ago. Dodoria responded quickly. Prepare the spaceship and leave this planet. Frisia made a prompt decision. A minute later. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Frisia's spaceship rushed into the sky and soon disappeared. Gould also took another spaceship to leave the Vegeta planet. The rest of Dodoria and others boarded a slightly larger spaceship and were about to return to Planet 88 to wait for Fang Yun's orders. Dodoria and Sabo wanted to die after receiving this order from Frisia. Why let us wait for orders? We don't want to go. Doria and Sabo did not dare to disobey, and returned to Frisia's Planet 88, waiting for Fang Yun's call. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, a month had passed. Fang Yun did not return to Planet 88. Even the communication was interrupted out of thin air. 2 more months passed. Fang Yun still had no news. Frisia also became active. Fang Yun disappeared? Lost contact? Haha, could he be dead? Frisia was secretly happy in his heart, and people secretly searched for the planet where Fang Yun appeared last time. The results of the investigation came out soon. The planet where Fang Yun appeared last time was called Blue Planet, which had primitive creatures on it. And not many creatures on it disappeared. However, Fang Yun was nowhere to be found. At the same time, Fang Yun's spaceship disappeared on the planet. Sir Frisia, there is a great possibility that Fang Yun wiped out the spaceship's communication equipment and monitoring system. A younger brother guessed. So, he doesn't want us to know where he went. Frisia pondered. The younger brother nodded quickly. Pass the order, if anyone finds Fang Yun's whereabouts, tell me immediately. Frisia gave the order, by the way, summon all scions to return to planet Vegeta. Just as Frisia was issuing orders in this universe, Fang Yun's spaceship slowly landed on a planet. Crack! The hatch of the spaceship opened, and Fang Yun walked out of the spaceship. This is Yadrit. The main reason why Fang Yun came to Yadrit was to see if he could master Qi through the Yadrit people. That is what the Yadrit people called Spirito. Although Fang Yun has the ability to erase, wouldn't it be better to have one more skill? Besides, Fang Yun wants to learn teleportation. Without teleportation, it is a waste of time to simply sail in the universe. Although Fang Yun will master teleportation by himself after being promoted to Diamond. But diamonds are still too far away. While I am bored, it is a good idea to learn teleportation. During these 3 months, Fang Yun calculated that the time wasted in space travel was as long as 40 days. Fang Yun only wiped out more than 600 vicious people in total. There is no way, the population of the 7th universe is a bit small, it seems that I have to go to the Earth. There are many people on the Earth, tens of billions. Chapter 9 Send me to the Kaishan realm, for Jingtianshi 0401's reward. After explaining his purpose, the Yadrid people showed a friendly attitude. 3 months passed again. Mr. Fang Yun, I am really sorry, your physique is very special, I am afraid you can't condense spirito. The elder of the Yadrid people shook his head and felt sorry for Fang Yun. While feeling sorry for Fang Yun, the elder looked at the disappeared building and almost cried. You have been here for 3 months, and the infrastructure of our planet has regressed at least 10 years. I expected it a long time ago. It's okay. Fang Yun nodded. We have taught you everything we can, but Mr. Fang Yun's physique is very special. I guess our tricks are not suitable for Mr. Fang Yun to learn. The elder said with a wry smile. Are you sending me away? Fang Yun smiled. Of course not. We still welcome Mr. Fang Yun to stay for a while. The elder was embarrassed to drive him away directly. Then I will stay for a while. Fang Yun thought about it and pondered. The elder. I am just being polite. Don't take it seriously. Forget it. Since I can't learn spirito, I'd better leave as soon as possible and not waste time here. Fang Yun stretched lazily. The elder was very excited. The tribesmen around him also showed waves of joy. Finally, I have to leave. If you stay any longer, our Yadrid will degenerate to its original form. Grand Elder, how far can you sense from here? Fang Yun asked. How far can you sense? The Grand Elder was slightly startled, a little confused about what Fang Yun meant. I heard that you can perform teleportation. I'm too lazy to take a spaceship. You can send me there, so that we don't waste time on the road. Fang Yun suggested. Grand Elder. It seems that you are thinking about my teleportation. Mr. Fang Yun, I'm really sorry. We Yadrid people are restricted from using teleportation. The Grand Elder said with some embarrassment. Who restricted it? Fang Yun asked. I'll go and wipe him out now. Grand Elder. After a short silence. Ahem, this person, I'm afraid it's not easy to mess with. The Grand Elder smiled bitterly. Tell me about it. Fang Yun immediately became interested. Yes, it's Grand Kaishan. The Elder replied, speaking a fair word for the Kaishan. Grand Kaishan is also worried that our excessive use of teleportation will affect the ecological balance of the universe. Grand Kai? The guy who was swallowed by Bu? Fang Yun asked with a smile. Yes. The elder looked at Fang Yun silently. You are well informed. The Grand Kai is gone, what else do you have to worry about? Fang Yun asked back. This is the principle of our Yadrid people. I am really sorry, Mr. Fang Yun, we cannot disobey the order of the Grand Kai. The elder looked embarrassed. Okay, then I have to take the spaceship. Fang Yun nodded. When does Mr. Fang Yun plan to leave? The elder suppressed his excitement. Grand Elder, what is the name of that mountain? Fang Yun looked around and pointed to a long mountain in the distance. That is the sacred mountain of Aryadrit, the faith of Aryadrit people. The elder was stunned for a moment and replied. Because the elder had briefly introduced this mountain to Fang Yun. How long is this mountain? Fang Yun asked again. It is at least 100,000 kilometers long from north to south and 10,000 kilometers long from east to west. The sacred mountain is the totem that protects us Yadrid people. The elder said with a smile. Elder, I think my erasing ability is getting stronger and stronger. Do you think I can erase such a big mountain in one go? Fang Yun pondered. The elder's smile froze, and his face changed color wildly. The Yadrid people around the elder were also scared one by one. If you erase the sacred mountain, we Yadrid people should move as soon as possible. I suddenly remembered that it seems that there is no big problem to secretly use instant teleportation occasionally. The elder immediately changed his words. Really? Kai King God will not blame you if he knows, right? Fang Yun asked with some surprise. I don't know. The elder was about to cry. Actually, I really don't want to embarrass you. I'd better take the spaceship. Fang Yun pondered. It doesn't matter. I'll take you there. Mr. Fang Yun, please don't be polite with me. The elder responded hurriedly. Okay, then you take me to the King of the Worlds. Fang Yun suggested. The elder. P.S. 3 updates guaranteed. 1 reward plus 1 update, no upper limit. Chapter 10 Robbing the King of the Worlds. The elder was really about to cry. The great King of the Worlds ordered that the Idrit people were not allowed to use teleportation. You are so good, you actually asked me to take you to the King of the Worlds. Although the great King of the Worlds is no longer here, how can the current King of the Worlds not know the great King of the Worlds' orders? I don't know. I don't know if Mr. Fang Yun is going to the King of the Worlds for something? The elder wiped his sweat and asked. I heard that the Kai King has a time and space ring that can travel through time and space at will. I want to take it and study it. Fang Yun pondered. The elder burst into tears. What kind of person did I offend? You actually want to steal the time and space ring of the Kai King? Mr. Fang Yun, I heard that only the Kai King can use the time and space ring. The elder replied. I know, I'm just studying it. If it can be used, it's best. If it can't be used, just erase the ring. Fang Yun said. The elder. Just tell me whether you want to send me there or not. Fang Yun was a little impatient. P. Bala, send Fang Yun there. The great elder ordered. P. Bala. Why me? However, P. Bala couldn't disobey, so he had to bite the bullet and accepted it. The breath of Lord Kaishan is not easy to sense. P. Bala said in a deep voice. Take your time, don't rush. Fang Yun smiled. I'll try. P. Bala nodded gently. 10 minutes later. I sensed it, it is indeed the breath of Lord Kaishan. P. Bala said in surprise. Is there anyone around him? Fang Yun asked. No one around. What does Mr. Fang Yun mean? P. Bala looked at Fang Yun strangely. I teleported behind him, knocked him out with a punch, and then snatched the time and space ring and left immediately. Fang Yun suggested. The great elder. P. Bala. You are trying to kill someone. You are actually going to attack King Kai? You are not going to steal the ring, you are robbing openly. No, stealing secretly. Okay, get ready. Fang Yun urged. The great elder was really about to cry. P. Bala was also trembling with fear. Don't be kidding. King Kai, that is the greatest god in the universe. You are actually going to attack? Are you tired of living? This. Mr. Fang Yun, let's take a long-term view on this matter, take a long-term view. The great elder hurriedly stopped him. If King Kai knew that it was the Idrit people who launched the attack, would we still be alive in Idrit? Fang Yun, don't hurt us. Don't worry, I won't let him find out, no one will know it was you who did it. Fang Yun smiled, and with a wave of his hand, he wiped out a 1,000-year-old tree in the distance. The elder's pupils shrank slightly, and he made a prompt decision. P. Bala, take Mr. Fang Yun to the Kaio God realm immediately. The elder ordered, remember, be careful not to let his followers find out. Yes. P. Bala agreed with tears in his eyes. What a sin I have committed. About 10 seconds later. Shua. P. Bala brought Fang Yun and appeared behind King Kai Shin in an instant. King Kai seemed to sense some movement behind him and turned his head to look back. Bang! Fang Yun slapped King Kai on the back. King Kai Shin fell to the ground softly before he could react. King Kai-shen's strength was barely at the second stage of Super Saiyan, far inferior to Super Saiyan 2 Sun Gohan during Cell's time. Fang Yun's current strength was equivalent to 1,000 times that of Frieza. It was easy to slap King Kai to make him faint. After knocking King Kai unconscious, Fang Yun immediately looked at the ring on King Kai's hand. Space-time ring. Quick, P-Bala, take his ring off. Fang Yun called out. P-Bala. You do it yourself. You want to steal the ring of Lord Kai-shen, and you let me do it. You are so shameless. P-Bala was afraid that something would go wrong, and time was the most precious thing now. Immediately, P-Bala hurried forward to take off the ring on Lord Kai-shen's finger and handed it to Fang Yun. The ring is already in hand, let's go quickly, Mr. Fang Yun. P-Bala urged in a low voice. Hey? He is wearing Potara earrings? The kind that can be combined. Fang Yun looked at Shin's earrings again. This. P-Bala's face changed color. Quick, take off his earrings too. Fang Yun called out. This. P-Bala was about to cry. But at this critical moment, P-Bala took off Shin's 2 earrings from her ears as quickly as possible and handed them to Fang Yun. Mr. Fang Yun, can we go now? P-Bala asked. Chapter 11 Take the sword with you, Makes rewards and more. By the way, I heard that there is a myth in the God realm. In this world King God realm, there is a sword inserted on a mountain. As long as you pull out the sword, you can have powerful strength. I don't know if it's true or not. Fang Yun pondered. Mr. Fang Yun, that's just a legendary story. Don't take it seriously. P-Bala's tears fell. What? You still want to spend the night in the Kai-shen realm? Why don't you run away quickly? Why are you still thinking about the sword? What sin has Aryadrid committed? How can we find out whether it is true or false if we don't go to find it? Fang Yun pondered. I think, let's go in that direction and have a look, maybe there will be an adventure. P-Bala. It's okay if you don't want to go, I'll go find it myself. Fang Yun smiled. Mr. Fang Yun and I will go together. P-Bala's face turned black. If you wander around in the Kai-shen realm by yourself, you will be discovered sooner or later. I'll go with you, so I can take care of you. The two of them flew into the sky immediately. Mr. Fang Yun, the followers of the Kai-shen are in that direction. If we want to find the sword, it's better to act as soon as possible. P-Bala said hurriedly. By the way, P-Bala, there is no breath fluctuation on my body. He can't find me through breath sensing, he can only search through his eyes. But you must hide your breath well. It will be difficult to explain if he finds it. Fang Yun said with a smile. P-Bala. 10 minutes later. Under Fang Yun's perception, the two landed on the top of a high mountain in the Kai King God realm. On the top of this high mountain, there was indeed a sword. There really is a magic sword. Fang Yun said with a smile. P-Bala immediately had a bad feeling. Take the magic sword with you. Fang Yun suggested. P-Bala cried. You have already robbed the ring and earrings of the Kai King God. Are you going to take away the magic sword of the God realm now? People are greedy. The Kai King God seems to have awakened. What are you hesitating about? P-Bala. Fang Yun said. This. If you want to take it away, you have to pull it out first, right? You can't take it away directly. P-Bala gritted his teeth and made a prompt decision. At this point, it doesn't matter if one is taken or two. Why not take the God realm as well? No problem. Fang Yun stepped forward and grabbed the magic sword. Kaka. The magic sword was easily pulled out by Fang Yun. The power hasn't increased either. The legend is not credible. Fang Yun shook his head. P-Bala. You can go back now. Fang Yun called. Shua. Bala cried and performed instant teleportation, taking Fang Yun back to Yadrit. It went well. The elder asked hurriedly. Not bad. Fang Yun nodded and waved the magic sword. What's the matter with this sword? The elder was stunned and asked puzzled. This is the magic sword circulated in the Kai King God realm. Elder. Bala explained with tears in his eyes. What? The magic sword? The elder's pupil shrank. Not only that, Mr. Fang Yun also brought back the earrings of Lord Kaishan. Bala said in a deep voice. The elder of Yadrit's eyes blurred and he almost fainted. I have offended Lord Kaishan. A thorough one. The great elder is sure that if Lord Kaishan knows that we are accomplices, our Yadrit clan may be exterminated. The great elder and Bala looked at each other in tears, speechless. Swish, swish, swish. Fang Yun, however, was waving the divine sword and having a lot of fun on the side. The realm of the King of Gods. Lord Kaishan, what happened to you just now? Jebet looked at the King of Gods Sheen in confusion. It seems that someone broke into the realm of the King of Gods and knocked me out. The King of Gods Sheen scratched his back, which still hurts now. What? Someone broke into the realm of the King of Gods? Who is it? Jebet immediately became alert. I didn't see it clearly, and I fainted. Sheen scratched his head. Who could it be? Could it be the West King of Gods? Maybe he is still alive. Jebet guessed. Impossible, wasn't she killed by Bu? Sheen shook his head. Besides, even if the West King God is still alive, she has no reason to knock me out. Lord Kai, something is wrong. Where are your earrings? Jebet looked at Sheen's ears. Earrings. Sheen was stunned and touched his earrings. Sure enough, the earrings disappeared. That person knocked me out and took the earrings away? What a strange guy. Sheen frowned, a little confused about the other party's routine. Lord Kai, see if there is anything missing. Jebet asked. A minute later. My ring. My ring is gone too. Sheen screamed. I suddenly have a bad feeling. Jebet's face darkened, and he turned his head to look at the mountain where the sword was. Could it be? Chapter 12. The sword is for you. 1827-041-0927 rewards for extra updates. What did you say? Sheen's face also changed color. The two quickly appeared on the top of the mountain where the sword was stored. When Sheen saw the missing sword, he knelt down immediately. Damn it! Who is it? Who stole the sword? Sheen clenched his fists. That's the treasure of our Kaishan realm, and it's gone just like that. Jebet wanted to cry but had no tears. Jebet, find a way to find out. Sheen bared his teeth. Lord Kaishan, this person's strength should not be simple, right? Jebet frowned and said in a deep voice, that's the sword, Lord Kaishan, and I can't pull it out. How did that person pull it out? Sheen's pupil shrank. Yeah, that's the sword. Who else could pull out the sword that we couldn't even pull out? And if he pulled out the sword, wouldn't his power increase again? Anyway, the sword is also a treasure passed down from ancient times in our Kaishan realm. If it is lost inexplicably, how can I explain it to my ancestors in the future? Sheen said in a deep voice, Jebet, no matter what, you must find the sword for me. Adrid Planet. Fang Yun put the space-time ring on his index finger and turned it. The space-time ring didn't react at all. Can you use this thing? Fang Yun asked. The Great Elder and Bala shook their heads vigorously. Even if he could, he couldn't tell him. What a pity, it can't be used. Fang Yun shook his head with a look of regret. This, maybe only the Kaishan can use it. The Great Elder guessed. How about? Go ask Lord Kaishan. Fang Yun suggested. The Great Elder. Bala. The two of them were sweating. If you go ask Lord Kaishan, you'll be walking into a trap. You beat Lord Kaishan and robbed him of his ring, earrings, and sword. Just a joke, just a joke. Fang Yun smiled. Is that a joke? The great elder shouted. How shameless! You should leave Yudrit immediately. If you stay, we will be tortured to death by you. Okay, as you wish, I plan to leave this planet. Fang Yun smiled, I plan to go to Earth in the Milky Way. I don't want to take a spaceship. If it's a spaceship, it will take at least 7 days to fly from here. Milky Way? Earth. The great elder was slightly startled, not understanding why Fang Yun wanted to go to that planet. The technological level and human strength on Earth seemed to be very average. Is there a problem? Fang Yun asked. No problem, of course no problem, I will find a way to send Mr. Fang Yun over through teleportation. The elder laughed. Finally leaving. This guy is finally leaving. Aryadrit will also return to normal order. After about 10 minutes, the elder of Yudrit finally sensed the breath of someone on earth. Sensing, shall we set off now? The elder suggested. Will you miss me? Fang Yun looked at the people on Yudrit who came to see him off. Yes, yes. P. Bala quickly took the lead and responded. I've troubled you for so long. If someone bullies you in the future, such as the Frisia Legion, you can report my name. Fang Yun smiled. Thank you. The elder nodded, let's go. Swish. The elder teleported and took Fang Yun away from Yudrit in a flash. Earth, the island of Master Kame. Master Kame was lying on a recliner, admiring a new women's comic. His eyes had turned into a heart shape, and his old face was even more ruddy and glowing. Teacher Wu Tian? You are so old, why are you still reading such unhealthy books? The old turtle beside him shook his head, feeling ashamed for Master Kame. You are a turtle, what do you know? Master Kame stared and turned a new page. After seeing the beauty in the book, Master Kame's saliva was almost flowing down. Shua! Just then, the elder appeared beside Master Kame with Fang Yun. Then, Mr. Fang Yun, let's say goodbye here. The elder waved his hand. Go, go. Fang Yun nodded. Shua! The elder was afraid that Fang Yun would change his mind, so he quickly used instant teleportation and disappeared without a trace. The turtle hermit and the old turtle on the side looked at Fang Yun and the elder who suddenly appeared on the scene without blinking. Then, they looked at the elder who disappeared in a moment strangely. The female comic in the turtle hermit's hand slowly slid to the ground. Old man, ask for directions, how to get to a large city? Fang Yun asked. The turtle hermit. Old turtle. Ask for directions? You ran to an isolated island to ask for directions? And how did you appear? Who is that disappeared guy? The turtle hermit mechanically pointed to the west. Thank you. Fang Yun said, and took out the magic sword. This magic sword is for you. Speaking, Fang Yun threw the magic sword to the turtle hermit. P.S. Reward 1 person plus 1 update, no upper limit, come quickly. There is a linked vote, click it when it is convenient. Chapter 13 There is no way to be King Vegeta now. Master Kame was stunned for a moment, and quickly reached out to take it. However, the moment he touched the sword, Master Kame's face changed color. An incomparable sense of heaviness suddenly rushed to Master Kame's arms. Boom! The sword smashed directly to the ground, and Master Kame was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. What's going on? This sword seems very heavy? Goodbye. Fang Yun took off and flew towards the direction of Zidu. Master Kame was stunned, watching Fang Yun flying away without blinking. The old turtle also broke out in cold sweat on his face, looking stunned. Are they aliens? Teacher Wu Tian. The old turtle was silent for a moment, and asked quickly. I don't know. I can't sense the breath on him. Who is he? Master Kame's face changed again and again. Teacher Wu Tian? Take a look at the sword. The old turtle suggested. Master Kame walked to the side of the sword. The sword was lying on the ground of the island, deeply embedded in the grass. What a strange sword! Master Kame went forward to take the sword, but was surprised to find that no matter how hard he tried, he could not move the sword at all. Can't you lift it? The old turtle asked in surprise. You said it was light, but it was very heavy. Master Kame shook his head. Even Master Wu Tian couldn't lift it. But that young man was holding it very easily. The old turtle was shocked. What is the origin of that young man? Master Kame looked into the distance, trying to find Fang Yun's trace. However, Fang Yun had already flown away. A certain planet. Vegeta, Raditz, Nappa and other young scions gathered here. Just received news that the planet Vegeta was hit by a meteorite, and was destroyed. A scion said in shock. What? Meteorite impact? Planet Vegeta is destroyed. Raditz was stunned. There is no way to be King Vegeta now. Vegeta said nonchalantly while chewing a chicken leg. Raditz. Nappa. You have a big heart. Vegeta-sama, what are we going to do next? Nappa asked. We scions enjoy fighting, let's keep fighting. Vegeta stood up and smiled. By the way, Vegeta-sama, I heard that many people in Frieza and his army have lost their tails or ears. I don't know what happened. Nappa said again. Oh? Is there such a thing? Vegeta responded, and pondered, nothing to be surprised about. Maybe they met someone stronger than them. Who could it be? Raditz asked puzzledly. Frieza and his men are very powerful. Fool, the most powerful in the universe are super scions. Vegeta looked far-sighted. I, Vegeta, will become a super scion one day and become the master of this universe. Frieza's Planet 88. Report to Mr. Frieza, there is still no trace of Fang Yun. Dodoria reported through the video equipment. It's best if there is no trace. He is probably dead. Frieza was on the other side of the screen, laughing so happily. Planet Vegeta was destroyed. The scions were almost dead. There was no news about Fang Yun. Yet, Fang Yun should have fallen into some cosmic crack and died unfortunately. From now on, I, Frieza, will regain control of this universe. The Milky Way, Earth. An hour later. The sky gradually darkened. Fang Yun successfully saw a large city, brightly lit, and the night view was very beautiful. This city is really not small, several times larger than the cities Fang Yun had seen on alien planets before. What surprised Fang Yun the most was that the population of this city. So many. After a preliminary calculation, the city has at least 100,000 people. The earth is so good. Fang Yun's hands were shaking slightly with excitement. How about taking the time to erase this city? Can I upgrade to gold directly? Maybe I can skip gold and advance to platinum. Fang Yun was excited. Help, help, who will save me? Suddenly, Fang Yun heard a girl shouting for help in the distance, and the voice sounded pretty good. Swoosh! Fang Yun flew towards the sound out of curiosity. Soon, Fang Yun saw a pretty girl below him. The girl had short golden hair and looked about 16 years old. Hey? Why do I feel like I've seen this girl somewhere before? Behind the girl, there are two fierce-looking men who seem to be roughing up the girl. This is a typical hero saving a beauty. But it doesn't matter, Fang Yun is just about to practice the power of erasure. These two guys just meet Fang Yun's requirements. Chapter 14 Bulma's sister? Pa! Fang Yun fell from the sky and landed beside the girl, blocking the two fierce men. Boy! Who are you? You have nothing to do here. Get out of here! The tall man shouted at Fang Yun. How did he appear? It seems he flew here. The short man frowned. Are you blind? Kill the nosy guy. The tall man smiled lightly, took out his pistol, and without any hesitation, shot Fang Yun directly. Fang Yun waved his hand. Suddenly, the gun in the tall man's hand and the bullet shot out of the muzzle disappeared out of thin air. The tall man was confused and looked at his empty right hand in confusion. Where is my gun? What happened? What happened to me? Even the Emperor of the Universe dare not shoot at me. You, a small human, are really tired of living. Fang Yun was almost amused. What should I make of you? Emperor of the Universe. The tall man couldn't react. I got it, make you into a human stick. Fang Yun waved his hand lightly. Swish! Suddenly, the tall man's limbs disappeared out of thin air. The short man's eyes almost jumped out of his sockets, watching this amazing scene without blinking. Shua! Fang Yun waved his hand again and wiped out the short man. The girl looked at the amazing scene in surprise. Although the tall man had turned into a human stick. But because it was night and there was no blood on the tall man, he didn't look very scary. Thank you for saving me. The girl thanked him quickly. My name is Tai Yisai, please take care of me. Tai Yisai. Fang Yun was stunned for a moment, but suddenly remembered the identity of this girl. Tai Yisai, isn't she Bulma's sister? Bulma at this time seemed to be only 5 years old. Your magic is so good. Tai Yisai looked at the tall man who had turned into a human stick not far away, and naively thought that this was Fang Yun turning into a magician. Fang Yun. Okay, if you say magic, then it's magic. What's your name? Tai Sai asked Fang Yun. Fang Yun. Fang Yun, to repay your life-saving grace, I will treat you to a meal. Tai Sai said hurriedly. No need for a meal, do you know where the prison in this city is? Fang Yun asked. Fang Yun thought about it seriously and decided not to erase the city. If the city is erased, who will make the food in the city? Besides, now Fang Yun only needs to erase more than 300 people to advance to gold. Fang Yun decided to see what conditions are needed to advance from gold to platinum. Prison. Tai Sai couldn't keep up with Fang Yun's train of thought. Going to prison? Yes, prison. Fang Yun nodded. Are you going to work in prison? Tai Sai asked innocently. You are so smart. Fang Yun nodded again. Aren't I going to work in prison? Erasure is my job. I'll check the navigation. Tai Sai said, taking out her phone, opening the map navigation, and pointing to a location on it. Here, this is the Zidab prison, not far away, about 20 minutes by car. If you fly there, it will only take 1 or 2 minutes. Fang Yun pondered. Fly over? Hee, stop kidding. Tai Sai was stunned for a moment, then replied, I'm fine, I'll take you over. As she said that, Tai Sai took out a universal capsule and threw it out. Bang! The universal capsule turned into a jet car. Let's go, don't be polite to me, hee, I'm the eldest daughter of a rich family. Tai Sai pulled Fang Yun to greet her and patted her chest. Fang Yun originally wanted to fly to the prison and wipe it out directly. However, Fang Yun couldn't refuse Tai Sai's kindness, so he had to follow her into the car. Swoosh! The car took off and flew quickly towards the direction of the prison. Just as the car left, 2 people came out of a corner trembling with fear. One of the 2 people wore a mask and his clothes were very strange. The other was an old man. It was Jack and the Doctor of Engineering in the Galaxy Patrol. Jack, is that guy a magician? The doctor asked, pulling Jack's arm. This is called a magician. This is magic, do you understand? Jack's eyes widened and he walked to the tall stick. The doctor scratched his head. Is there a difference? When the 2 saw the miserable appearance of the tall man, their faces changed color at that time. Chapter 15 Fang Yun, the bath water is ready. Kill me! Kill me quickly! The tall man shouted loudly. Jack, How did he do it? The doctor asked. I don't know, maybe he is really a magician. Jack held his chin and thought, no, I have to go and see, doctor, you go home first. Swoosh! Jack said, his feet spewing fire, flew into the sky, and chased in the direction of Fang Yun's car. The doctor. Wait for me. Take me with you too. 20 minutes later, Fang Yun saw a large building, which was the prison in the suburbs of Zidu. There is a brief introduction of the prison here. Taisai took her mobile phone and called up the prison information. There are more than 2,000 prisoners in the Zidu prison, including 128 death row prisoners, 287 robbers, and 298 forced female prisoners. Hey, I haven't finished talking yet, what are you doing? While Taisai was talking, Fang Yun had already gotten off the car. Fang Yun, it's time to get off work now. If you go to work, you have to go tomorrow. Taisai lowered the car window and hurriedly said to Fang Yun. Go back, don't worry about me. Fang Yun waved his hand. After saying this, Fang Yun disappeared into the night. Then, Fang Yun appeared in the prison without anyone noticing. Fang Yun waved his two little hands. Shua. 1. 2. 3. This is a very complicated project. Although for Fang Yun, erasing a person only requires waving his hand. But Fang Yun now does not know how to erase a group. It can only be erased one by one. After erasing about 100 people, Fang Yun was a little bored. Forget it, let's talk about it tomorrow. Anyway, there is no rush. Fang Yun thought about it and left the prison. After walking out of the prison, Fang Yun looked carefully and found that Taisai's car was still parked outside. You haven't left yet? Fang Yun asked as he walked forward. Waiting for you. Taisai smiled friendly and asked, how is it? Is the matter done? I'll come again tomorrow. Fang Yun smiled slightly. I'll accompany you tomorrow. Taisai greeted. Okay. Fang Yun did not object, let's find a place to rest first. I have a universal capsule house. Taisai said, let's find a safe place. The car started and stopped in the suburbs. Taisai took out a universal capsule and threw it out. Bang! The capsule turned into a house. Come in. Taisai invited. Fang Yun and Taisai entered the house together. The door closed. About a quarter of an hour later. Fang Yun, the bath water is ready. Taisai's voice came out. Outside the house, behind a big tree, Jack silently looked at the house in the distance. Women on earth are so casual. They are in the same room with that man so soon. Jack pondered. After a short silence. There are magicians on earth? Never mind. The most important thing for me now is to find materials to repair the spacecraft. Let the magician be whatever he wants. Jack muttered, turned around and disappeared into the darkness. Just when Jack disappeared, the door opened. Fang Yun, what's the matter? Taisai asked. It feels like someone is watching me in secret. Fang Yun scratched his head. Who would monitor you? Taisai looked into the distance, but saw nothing. Forget it, never mind. Fang Yun shook his head, ignored it, and returned to the room with Taisai. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Tai sent Fang Yun to the prison gate. Fang Yun had plenty of time today. Fang Yun waved his little hands. Half an hour later, 267 prisoners magically disappeared in the prison. After erasing these prisoners, Fang Yun was surprised, finally advanced from silver to gold. Golden magical power, the physical strength is 10,000 times that of Frisia, and can wipe out a group of people or a large city with a wave of the hand. Erasing 1,000 large cities can advance to platinum. After seeing the option to advance to platinum, Fang Yun was speechless at the time. Erase 1,000 large cities? Are you kidding? It seems that there are not many large cities on Earth today, okay? This Earth is not the Earth of Fang Yun's previous life. There is only one country on Earth now. The cities on Earth are only divided into 4 large cities in the southeast, northwest, and some medium-sized cities. According to the meaning of the system, it seems that it is necessary to erase 1,000 large cities, that is, cities as large as Zidu. Advanced Option 2, erase the designated characters, Tao Pai Pai, Napa, Frisia, Android 19, Cell, and you can also advance to Platinum. P.S. Please give me a reward, even a reward of 100 book coins is a great encouragement to me. Chapter 16 Taisai, I want to repay you. Just when Fang Yun was a little speechless, the system gave a new prompt. Erase the designated characters. You can also advance. Fang Yun knows all these characters. However, when Fang Yun saw the time span of these characters, he felt a little annoyed. It takes 20 years from Tao Pai Pai to Android Cell, right? That is to say, I have to wait at least 20 years before I can advance to Platinum. It would be faster to erase a large city. If not, try to erase a medium-sized city tomorrow to see if the number of advancement can be increased. Fang Yun appeared in front of Taisai's car with a sad face. Is your work not going well? Taisai saw Fang Yun's sad face and asked with concern. Forget it. Fang Yun shook his head. It doesn't matter. Just quit if it doesn't work. Taisai suggested. Is there a city smaller than the western city nearby? Fang Yun asked. A smaller city? Taisai didn't understand what Fang Yun meant. Forget it, they also have wives, children, friends and relatives. I'd better wait a little longer. Anyway, I have eternal youth. I'm anxious to upgrade to the king. Do you want to wipe out the entire universe? Fang Yun shook his head gently and decided to wait a little longer. Erasing a city casually, although for Fang Yun, it's just a wave of his hand. Although Fang Yun is not a saint bitch, he doesn't want to kill innocent people at will. At least, Fang Yun is now invincible in the human world. Even if he encounters a god like the king of the worlds, he can be slapped to death with one slap. As for whether he can defeat Beerus, the god of destruction, Fang Yun is not sure. If he can't defeat him, he can just wave his hand and wipe him out. It's so magical. However, for Beerus to wake up, it will take at least 30 years, right? Fang Yun, what are you talking about? Taisai looked at Fang Yun in confusion. Taisai, can you help me find a place to settle down? Fang Yun asked. Sure, you saved me, so live in our house. Taisai suggested. Actually, I think so too, I'm just embarrassed to say it. Fang Yun smiled. Taisai. You are so honest. I don't know how to respond. 2 hours later. Taisai took Fang Yun to the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Company. Look, this is my home. My home is big, right? Taisai looked at Fang Yun with some pride, as if to say, praise me quickly. Look, I am the eldest daughter of a rich family. You saved me, and you will be very successful in the future. Yes, it's much bigger than my home on Frisia's planet 88. Fang Yun nodded slightly. Frisia? Planet 88? What does that mean? Taisai was confused. Nothing, a planet about the same size as the Earth. Fang Yun smiled. Haha, you are really good at joking. Taisai naively thought that Fang Yun was joking with her. Under Taisai's guidance, Fang Yun met her parents, Dr. Briefs, and Taisai's sister Bulma. Are you my brother-in-law? Bulma looked less than 5 years old, staring at Fang Yun with curious eyes. Bulma, don't talk nonsense. Taisai's face flushed. Tais, you are not interested in Fang Yun, are you? Bulma's mother asked her daughter directly in front of Fang Yun. Hehe, the boy looks very energetic. Taisai has grown up, and she has never brought a boy home. Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses. So, I have a brother-in-law. Bulma looked at Fang Yun thoughtfully. Dad, Mom, Sister, it's not what you think. Taisai said with a red face. While saying this, Taisai glanced and saw Fang Yun drinking tea there as if nothing had happened. Hey, say something! Taisai shouted at Fang Yun. Since you are so, think, what's the point of explanation? Fang Yun smiled, and immediately smiled, the more you explain, the less they believe it. Taisai. What you said makes sense, I don't know how to refute it. By the way, Fang Yun, what do you do? Dr. Briefs asked. Fang Yun is an excellent magician. Taisai said quickly. Magician? Dr. Briefs was stunned. Brother-in-law, show us a show. Bulma's eyes lit up. Swish! Fang Yun waved his hand lightly, and the cup on the coffee table disappeared mysteriously. Bulma's family widened their eyes. How magical! Is it really a magic trick? Just like that, Fang Yun stayed at Taisai's house for a while. Unknowingly, 12 years had passed in a flash. Fang Yun lived comfortably at Taisai's house. Thais was engaged in her favorite profession, writing novels. With Fang Yun's help, Taisai's novel career was flourishing. Thais didn't even need to travel in the universe to write a wonderful novel. The method was very simple. Fang Yun just told Taisai some costume TV dramas he had watched in his previous life and asked her to adapt them into the form of novels, which became very popular. Chapter 17 Brother-in-law, look what I found. You know, those well-known TV series are all adapted from best-selling novels. Nowadays, Taisai is already a well-known writer on Earth. Today, Taisai is still writing novels in the study as usual. Fang Yun was bored and basking in the sun in the yard. Fang Yun held the time and space ring he got from Kai King Godzine in his hand and played with it casually. 12 years have passed, and Fang Yun has not figured out how to use this ring. If he could travel through time and space, Fang Yun would definitely travel to the future immediately and wipe out the 5 designated people. So that his erasure ability can be upgraded to platinum as soon as possible. However, after accumulating these 12 years, Fang Yun actually likes this plain and peaceful life. What's the point of platinum erasure? Anyway, he is invincible now. Sometimes, Fang Yun can only comfort himself in this way. Of course, Fang Yun did not give up practicing. However, no matter how hard Fang Yun tried, he could not practice out of qi. But Fang Yun's physical strength is not weak at all. Forget it, whatever. With the erasure, what's the point of practicing? Success! I finally finished it. I'm such a genius. Fang Yun was closing his eyes to rest and bask in the sun, and heard a girl's surprised cry from the next room. Then, a blue-haired girl ran out of the room, holding a round instrument in her hand, and appeared next to Fang Yun. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, look at what this is. The girl took the round instrument and patted her chest. The girl was Bulma. Bulma is now 16 years old, a young girl in her prime, ready to bloom. Chest. Fang Yun looked at the place where Bulma patted gently. Bulma. What's so good about it? Your sister has it too. Fang Yun was not surprised. But Fang Yun still saw the Dragon Ball radar in Bulma's hand at a glance. Is Bulma finally going to find the Dragon Ball? Brother-in-law. This is what I'm talking about. This is it. Where are you looking? Bulma shouted angrily, waving the Dragon Ball radar in her hand. I thought you asked me to look. Ahem, don't mention it, I watched you grow up. Fang Yun smiled. Brother-in-law. You said you watched me grow up. Why do I feel that you have a deeper meaning in what you said? Bulma's face turned red. What are you holding in your hand? Fang Yun changed the subject, asking knowingly but pretending to be curious. Hehe, after 3 months of research and reading a lot of ancient documents, I finally found a big secret. Bulma grinned and took out a golden bead from behind. Dang dang dang, brother-in-law, look, what is this? What a beautiful bead! Fang Yun nodded. Brother-in-law, this is not an ordinary bead, this little thing is magical. Bulma said mysteriously. While talking, Taisai stretched and walked out of the room. Sister, come and see what I found. Bulma called to Taisai. What is it? Bulma. Taisai stepped forward step by step. Look, what is this? Bulma presented the Dragon Ball to Taisai. This is... Taisai widened her beautiful eyes and looked at the Dragon Ball in Bulma's hand with some surprise. Hehe, do you know what this is? Bulma was so proud. Ask me quickly. Ask me quickly. Isn't this a Dragon Ball? Are there such small Dragon Balls? Taisai picked up the Dragon Ball and looked at it curiously in front of her. She said with a strange look on her face, it doesn't look like a replica. Is it a real Dragon Ball? Bulma was stunned and looked at her sister with a confused look. It's real. Fang Yun smiled and nodded. Is it really a Dragon Ball? Are there Dragon Balls on Earth? Taisai was surprised. Because, there are Namekians on Earth. Fang Yun smiled slightly. Ah? There are Namekians on Earth. Taisai was stunned. You, how did you know about the Dragon Ball? Bulma asked loudly. I finally figured out that this golden ball is a Dragon Ball. How good are you, you already knew it. You knew it, but you still let me study it for so long? Sister. Brother-in-law. You are so shameless. Bulma, your brother-in-law and I went on an alien trip last time and visited a planet called Namek. There are Dragon Balls on that planet that can fulfill any 3 wishes. Taisai explained to Bulma, but the Dragon Balls on Namek are so big, at least 10 times the size of this one. Ah? Namek? Why have you never told me about it? Bulma didn't know what to say. Chapter 18 Taisai's 3 Wishes. You were still young at that time, and you wouldn't remember it even if I told you. Taisai smiled. So, have you fulfilled your wishes? Bulma asked in surprise. Yes, it has. Taisai nodded gently. There are 3 wishes in total. The first wish is for me to have eternal youth, the second wish is for my mother to be immortal, the third wish is for my father to be immortal. Bulma. What about me? Why didn't you make me immortal? Bulma pointed to her nose. Bulma was only 5 years old at that time, so it was not easy to make a wish. Taisai scratched her head, and there were only 3 wishes, so we can only talk about it later. Brother-in-law doesn't want eternal youth. Bulma asked curiously. Your brother-in-law said that he would make a wish for our parents first, and he would have plenty of time to go to Namek in the future. Taisai replied. It's a pity that after you came back, the spaceship was completely broken and couldn't be repaired, right? And we lost contact with Gok. Bulma shook her head. I'm afraid we can't leave the Earth in a short time. Back then, Galactic Patrolman Gok finally came to Fang Yun's house 20 days after he moved into Taiza's house. Gok didn't have any hostility, and didn't see Fang Yun, so he explained his purpose. Gok just wanted to repair his spaceship. When the spaceship landed on the Earth, the engine was damaged and a special material was missing. Bulma's family had this material, and she generously gave it to Gok. In order to repay Bulma's family, Gok asked them what their wishes were. Taisai asked Gok for a spaceship and planned to travel outside, so Fang Yun took Tais to Namek and fulfilled her wish. However, the workmanship of the Galactic Patrolman's spaceship was not very good. After Fang Yun and Taisai returned to Earth, the spaceship was completely broken. Even Bulma and Dr. Briefs could not repair it. In addition, without the spaceship, there was no way to contact the Galactic Patrol. Originally, Fang Yun wanted to make a wish to the dragon Porunga to let him travel through time and space to the future world. But after thinking about it, Fang Yun gave up the idea. Fang Yun still cherishes this peaceful and tranquil life. Especially the days with Taisai are still very fun. It took me 3 months to study the secret of Dragon Ball. I didn't expect that my sister and brother-in-law had seen it on other planets and realized their wishes. Bulma suddenly felt that she had worked in vain for 3 months. While saying this, Bulma was about to throw the Dragon Ball radar in her hand. Bulma, what is that in your hand? Fang Yun asked. Dragon Ball radar, what's wrong? Bulma asked back. Can you find the exact location of Dragon Ball? Fang Yun asked again. Yes. Bulma nodded. You haven't worked in vain. You made the Dragon Ball radar. You are a genius. Fang Yun smiled. Didn't you use the Dragon Ball radar when you were looking for the Dragon Ball? Bulma asked curiously. Namek is different from Earth. The Dragon Balls on Namek are kept by several elders. Your brother-in-law and I get along very well with the Namekians, and the Namekians are also very kind. They gave us the Dragon Balls to fulfill our wishes. Taisai explained with a smile. Ah? Is it that simple? Bulma widened her eyes, then flipped through the books and scratched her head. No. I saw from the books I found that the Dragon Ball can summon the dragon, and only one wish should be fulfilled. Why did you fulfill 3 wishes? Only one wish can be fulfilled? I don't know. We did fulfill 3 wishes on Namek. Taisai shook her head, also a little confused. No matter. I want to fulfill my wish too. Bulma pouted and was unhappy. What wish does Bulma want to fulfill? I'll write it in the book for you, and you can have whatever you want. Taisai said with a smile. Sister. Bulma glared. I don't want to be written into your book. It's really distressing. I'm already the eldest daughter of a wealthy family, and I just want to stay young forever. Bulma pondered. Isn't it too early for Bulma to stay young forever now? Taisai asked with a smile. You haven't good growth. Eternal youth means keeping the current appearance. Bulma looked up at her sister Tais. Bulma found that her sister had grown much better than her. No, if I make a wish to stay young now, will this one not grow? By comparison, my sister is still better looking. How about I grow a little bit longer and then make a wish? P.S. Please give me a reward. Give 1 reward plus 1 update. No upper limit. Chapter 19 Brother-in-law, accompany me to find Dragon Ball. Fang Yun looked at Tais, then at Bulma. Do you think I don't exist? Humph, I don't want to grow anymore. Bulma pouted and said, I have it, I want to find a boyfriend, and let the dragon give me a boyfriend as good as my brother-in-law. Tais. It's a happy decision. Bulma said, summer vacation starts tomorrow, and I'll set out to find Dragon Ball early in the morning. Do you want to go by yourself? Taisi asked. Well, I'll go by myself. Bulma nodded, I'm grown up now, I want to go out for a walk. Let your brother-in-law go with you. Taisai was still worried about her sister. The Dragon Balls on Earth shouldn't be so easy to find, right? There might be some monsters on the road. Sister. Where are the monsters? Have you written too many fantasy novels? Bulma couldn't help but smile bitterly, then held her chin and pondered, but it's okay, let my brother-in-law accompany me, I can feel more at ease. I'm a girl sleeping in the open, if I meet a pervert or something, it will be troublesome. Taisi. You really dare to think. Fang Yun, you accompany Bulma to find the Dragon Balls, okay? Taisai asked, originally, I wanted to go together, but I'm planning to finish this novel recently, so I don't have time to go out. Speaking of which, I also want to go out to relax. I don't really want to move. Fang Yun shook his head. Brother-in-law, you don't want to move when you have a beautiful woman like me by your side. Bulma winked at Fang Yun. Go ahead, Fang Yun. You're just sitting there doing nothing. Why don't you go out for a walk? Tais advised again, I can rest assured that you're with Bulma. If you run into any bad guys, use magic to destroy them. Fang Yun was speechless. Do you really want me to accompany your sister? Aren't you worried at all? Tais also told Fang Yun to protect his sister Bulma and never let anyone bully her. Fang Yun suddenly remembered that Bulma was bullied by men on her first journey to find the Dragon Ball. 3 people bullied Bulma. One was Goku. One was Master Roshi. Another was Leaping. Oh, and there was a pig. Forget it, she is my sister-in-law. I'd better accompany her to find the Dragon Ball. Early the next morning. Before Fang Yun got up, the door was pushed open by Bulma. Bulma pulled off Fang Yun's quilt. Fang Yun! Aren't you afraid that I'm not wearing any clothes? Brother-in-law, get up quickly, we're leaving. Bulma urged. So early? The sky is getting light. Fang Yun looked up at the sun outside the window. The first Dragon Ball is very far away from us, about 2,000 kilometers away from here. Even if we set out now, it might be dark when we get there. Bulma said, Brother-in-law, look, the first Dragon Ball is in a place called Baizai Mountain. Okay, let's go. Fang Yun got up and put on his clothes. Bang! Bulma threw out a universal capsule, drove away with Fang Yun quickly, and did not say hello to Taisai and her parents. Bulma had already told her parents about finding the Dragon Ball last night. Bulma's parents heard that Fang Yun would accompany Bulma, so they did not ask more questions. With Fang Yun accompanying her, there should be no danger. After all, Fang Yun had accompanied Taisai to travel to outer space in the past. How could it be dangerous to travel on Earth now? Bulma drove very fast. Even so, when it was close to dusk, the car finally drove to the vicinity of Baizai Mountain. Hey! I'm so tired. Bulma stopped the car, exhaled, and stretched. Fang Yun also got off to stretch his muscles. Brother-in-law, you and my sister have been together for so long, don't you want a child? Bulma asked. Children don't ask such questions. Fang Yun stared. I'm not a child anymore, I'm 16 years old. Bulma corrected, and replied confidently, when my brother-in-law met my sister, wasn't my sister also 16 years old? Fang Yun smiled. You are really good at talking. I don't know how to answer. Forget it, let me see where the Dragon Ball is first. Bulma took out the Dragon Ball radar and pressed the button on the radar. Ding, ding. The Dragon Ball radar responded quickly. It's nearby, about 3 kilometers away from us. Bulma said to Fang Yun. As he was talking, he saw a child holding a big fish came from a distance at high speed. What a strange child! Bulma looked at the child in surprise. The child was none other than little Goku. Chapter 20 Leaping, Ah! No more! Little Goku had just caught a big fish from the river and was about to go back to eat it. When he saw Fang Yun and Bulma, he stopped immediately. Hi, hello! Little Goku waved his hand. Little friend, you are quite strong. Bulma greeted. Who are you? Little Goku asked innocently. My name is Bulma, and he is my brother-in-law Fang Yun. Bulma introduced. What is a brother-in-law? Little Goku scratched his head in confusion. Brother-in-law is. Bulma had a headache. Why should I explain? Do you live on Baizai Mountain? Bulma changed the subject. Yeah, my home is on the mountain. Little Goku pointed to the location of his home, and then pointed to the big fish behind him. Come with me, I haven't seen anyone here for a long time, I'll treat you to fish. Brother-in-law, what do you mean? Bulma asked Fang Yun. Let's go and have a look. Fang Yun knew that the first Dragon Ball was in little Goku's home. After going to little Goku's home, he successfully found the first Dragon Ball. The following plot is almost the same as the story of the original Dragon Ball. However, because of Fang Yun's participation, the kind of things that little Goku did to Bulma naturally no longer exist. With Fang Yun around, can he still let his sister-in-law be bullied? One day later, Fang Yun took little Goku, Bulma, and an old turtle and met Master Kame on the beach. 12 years have passed, and the old turtle has completely forgotten Fang Yun. He only remembers that Fang Yun was wearing armor back then, but his appearance was a little blurry. Even Master Kame and Fang Yun only met once. Fang Yun was suspended in the air at that time, so the man and the turtle did not look very real. After seeing Fang Yun at the beach, Master Kame was silent for a moment, thinking that he looked familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen him. Master Kame gave little Goku a somersault cloud, gave the Dragon Ball to Bulma, and left with the old turtle. Master Kame sat on the old turtle's shell, thinking about his own thoughts. "Teacher Mutant, what are you thinking about?" asked the old turtle. "I think that young man Fang Yun looks familiar." Master Kame pondered. Teacher Mutant has seen countless people, and there are many people he is familiar with, right? Why don't you just say it directly, Miss Bulma looks familiar? The old turtle smiled. "You really know me?" Master Kame laughed. After successfully obtaining the Dragon Ball from Master Kame, Fang Yun continued to move forward with Bulma and little Goku. Then, the three of them came to the place where Wulong was and rescued the girls from Wulong's hands. When they were walking to a large desert, just like in the original book, Bulma accidentally lost the box of universal capsules, fell to the ground tired, and fell asleep. Swoosh! Someone rode a motorcycle and appeared at the scene at high speed. It was Le Ping, who called himself the Desert Hyena. "Hand over the valuables on you," Le Ping said, pulling out a machete. Swoosh! Fang Yun waved his little hand gently. Le Ping was stunned for a moment, feeling that something was missing from his body. "What's going on?" "Pool, you look at them first, why do I feel something is wrong?" Le Ping frowned. "Lord Le Ping, what happened?" Pool asked curiously. "I'll go over there and take a look," Le Ping said, and hurried to a dark corner to check his body. "You'd better not move. If you dare to resist, Lord Le Ping will kill you," Pool threatened. "Hurry up and give them the valuables," Wulong said to Fang Yun. "Pig, do you want it?" Fang Yun smiled. "It's time, and you're still making such a boring joke," Wulong shouted loudly. "Pool! Be serious, we're robbing." Pool stared. "Hey? You're Pool? You're my classmate in the transformation zoo." Wulong suddenly remembered something. "I recognized you a long time ago, shut up!" Pool shouted. "Ah! It's gone." Just then, Le Ping shouted loudly in the distance. "Lord Le Ping, what's wrong? What's gone?" Pool hurried over and asked curiously. My, suddenly disappeared." Le Ping fell softly to the ground, his face becoming more and more ugly. "What?" Pool was puzzled. "What's gone? Tell me." "Here." Le Ping pointed at his pants. "Ah? Gone? How is that possible?" Pool was stunned. "There are monsters here." Le Ping turned pale with fear, and he didn't care about robbing anymore, and left the scene quickly. Chapter 21 Master Rashi, the sword waits for the predestined one. Fang Yun smiled at Le Ping who was leaving. The guys who had improper thoughts about Bulma on the way to find the Dragon Ball have all been dealt with. It can be regarded as completing the task assigned by Tais. After a month-long journey, Bulma and her group finally gathered 7 Dragon Balls. However, Fang Yun had quietly left at this time. In the end, Bulma did not realize her dream. Her wish came true, and she returned to her home with regret. "Bulma, you're back." Taisai waved. "Ah? Sister, that... I..." Bulma stuttered, her eyes dodged, not knowing what to say. "What's wrong?" "Bulma." Taisai looked puzzled. "Sister. I lost my brother-in-law, Wivuwu." Bulma burst into tears. "Lost your brother-in-law? What does that mean?" Taisai looked at Bulma puzzledly. "My brother-in-law suddenly disappeared while looking for the Dragon Ball, and then he never appeared again." Bulma wiped her tears and said. "Your brother-in-law went home 10 days ago." Taisai scratched her head and asked, "Didn't he tell you?" "Ah? Going home?" Bulma widened her eyes and rushed to Fang Yun's room at a high speed. The four looked at each other. "Brother-in-law!" Bulma shouted loudly. "Bulma is back? Did your wish come true?" Fang Yun asked. "What do you think?" Bulma glared at Fang Yun. "It doesn't matter. The Dragon Balls on Earth can't fulfill wishes, but there are still the Dragon Balls on Namek. After the spaceship is repaired, I'll go to Namek again and give you 3 wishes." Fang Yun smiled. "Brother-in-law, you're too much. You didn't even tell me you were back. I've been worried about you for a long time. I thought you were eaten by a monster." Bulma took a deep breath, stared with big eyes, and wanted to go up and scratch him. At the same time, Gaku moved his family to Master Kame's island. "Grandpa, as agreed, I'm here to practice with you." Gaku greeted Master Kame, who was watching a TV show of beautiful women dancing. Okay. Okay." Master Kame nodded, but his eyes didn't move away from the TV. "Grandpa, I'm hungry." Gaku said. "There's food in the refrigerator, you can eat whatever you want." Master Kame pointed to the refrigerator. Little Gaku took out all the food in the refrigerator and ate it upside down. Then, little Gaku strolled around the island and saw the magic sword lying on the ground. "What is this?" Little Gaku looked confused and reached out to take the magic sword. However, little Gaku couldn't move the magic sword at all. "What is this?" Little Gaku scratched his head. What a strange thing. While talking, Master Kame came out of the room. "That's the magic sword given to me by a master." Master Kame said with a smile. "Grandpa, but I can't lift it." Little Gaku said. "It's right that I can't lift it. Only those who have the spirit of martial arts and a heart of justice can use this magic sword." Master Kame said with a smile. "Grandpa, I don't understand what you said." How could little Gaku understand these great principles? He immediately looked at Master Kame with some excitement. "So, Grandpa can definitely use this sword?" "Of course." Master Kame smiled. "Grandpa, can you show me a demonstration?" Little Gaku asked excitedly. "Master Kame, I was just talking casually, but you took it seriously?" Master Kame looked at the sword lying on the ground silently, feeling a little overwhelmed for a moment. "If I could move this sword, would I let it lie here? By the way, what are you doing here?" Master Kame quickly changed the subject. "I'm here to practice with Grandpa." Little Gaku replied. "If you want to practice with me, it's very hard." Master Kame smiled. Children are easy to deceive. Time passed quickly. Fang Yun was also at Bulma's house, and experienced the world's #1 martial arts tournament with Bulma. After the world's #1 martial arts tournament ended, little Gaku also started a new journey to find Dragon Ball. Fang Yun knew that Tao Pai Pai appeared during this period. However, Fang Yun was not in a hurry to erase Tao Pai Pai. Tao Pai Pai did not die in the battle with Gaku. He will reappear at the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. At that time, it will not be too late to wipe out Tao Pai Pai. After all, it will take several years for Nappa to come to Earth after Tao Pai Pai is wiped out. A few more years have passed. Goku and Krillin have grown up. Over the years, Goku's biggest goal is to pick up the magic sword on Master Kame's island. However, after so many years, the magic sword just lies there, never moved. Chapter 22 Goku, you have a son? I will add more chapters with his people's rewards. Master Kame also found various reasons not to touch the sword. In addition, Fang Yun also successfully found Tao Pai Pai and wiped it out with tears. Finally found you. Almost lost you. If Fang Yun had known it would be so troublesome, he should have followed Xiao Wukong to Galanta and wiped out Tao Pai Pai directly. After wiping out Tao Pai Pai, Fang Yun patiently waited for the next prey. The next person to be wiped out is Nappa. It will take a while. After Fang Yun's patient waiting, he finally waited for the day when Raditz came to Earth. On this day, Fang Yun accompanied Taisai and Bulma to the island of Master Roshi. Goku also brought his son Gohan to the island to play because he was 5 years old. Ah! Goku, you have a son. Bulma sighed, time flies so fast. Haha, yes. Master Roshi nodded. Today, I must pick up this magic sword. Goku walked to the side of the magic sword silently, and his aura also rose a little bit. The next moment, Goku grabbed the magic sword with both hands and tried to lift it up. However, no matter how hard Goku tried, he still couldn't move the magic sword. It still doesn't work. Goku shook his head in disappointment. Goku, don't waste your energy. I think Mr. Wu Tian is fooling us. This thing must be under a spell, otherwise why can't it move? Krillin said with a smile, maybe Mr. Wu Tian can't move either. Bang! Master Kame punched Krillin's bald head. What truth are you telling, kid? It hurts so much. Krillin covered his head. I think this sword might recognize its master. Master Kame sighed, just like the novel written by Tais, this thing is a kind of spiritual treasure. Only its owner can use it, and others can't move it. That's a novel, you actually took it seriously. Tais didn't know what to say. Brother-in-law, why don't you try it? Bulma called. Bulma, how embarrassed would they be if I picked it up? Fang Yun smiled and lowered his voice to Bulma's ear. Bulma glanced at Fang Yun. Brother-in-law, you are such a boaster. You are just a magician. You are just a magician who can only erase things. My sister told me everything. Hey? Someone is coming. Sun Wukong suddenly looked into the distance and said. Someone? Is it Tian Xinyan and the others? Bulma asked curiously. No, it seems to be a stranger. Sun Wukong shook his head. I have a bad feeling. Master Kame frowned. Swish. The next moment, Raditz appeared in the sky, looking down at the people present, and then cast his eyes on Sun Wukong. Pa! Raditz fell from the sky and landed right in front of Sun Wukong. Kakarot, I finally found you. You look exactly like your father. Raditz said to Sun Wukong with a smile. Who are you? Sun Wukong looked confused. Kakarot, have you forgotten? You are a scion from the fighting race, and we are the greatest warriors in the universe. Raditz said proudly, also, how come there are still humans on this planet? What about the mission assigned to you? Why haven't you completed it yet? What are you talking about? It's not good to be drunk in broad daylight. Krillin waved his finger and walked over. Krillin, don't get close to him. Sun Wukong shouted loudly. Bang! Raditz's tail swept lightly and directly whipped Krillin away. Krillin hit the wall behind him heavily, screaming in pain. Krillin! Sun Wukong was shocked. It's okay. I'm still alive. Krillin climbed up from the ground with difficulty. You bastard! Sun Wukong was furious. Just as he was about to take action, he was surprised to see the tail behind Raditz. Finally remembered. Raditz smiled. You! Why do you have a tail? Sun Wukong looked at Raditz in confusion. Cockroach. Did you lose your memory after getting hit on the head? Raditz was so angry that his nose was crooked, and he shouted at Sun Wukong. It seems so. I remember hitting my head. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Sun Wukong asked back. That's right. I said you forgot everything. Raditz smiled lightly and looked at Sun Wukong and said, Cockroach, you are a scion from the fighting nation, and I am your biological brother Raditz. Everyone was stunned. This person turned out to be Sun Wukong's brother? I finally found my relatives, but it turned out to be such an evil guy. Bulma also felt sad for Sun Wukong. Chapter 23 Raditz, just a broken sword, brother, T gives me more rewards. The mission assigned to you is very simple, which is to destroy all humans on this planet, and then we will sell this planet to aliens at a high price. Raditz smiled and said to Sun Wukong, it's a pity that you disappoint me so much, Cockroach, you actually forgot your glorious mission. If that's the case, it's terrible. Bulma's face changed color. This material is good. I didn't expect that there would be such a story about Wukong. I have to write it down. Taisai thought for a while and picked up a pen to start recording. Bulma. Master came. Sister, it's already this time, and you still have the mind to find material for the novel. Bulma shouted loudly. You are already a very famous novelist. Master Kame also scratched his head. Just because I'm a famous novelist, I can't relax myself. I have to keep working hard. Taisai said, shaking her head gently, also, I don't seem to have made much progress in these years. I seem to be living off my past achievements. That woman. Shut up. Raditz was so angry that his nose was crooked. How are you interrupting me? Let's get back to the point. Raditz continued, originally, the Scions were a minority, and several years ago, the Scion planet was hit by a meteorite and unfortunately destroyed. Cockroach, our parents died in the explosion of the planet. I was on a mission on an alien planet with 2 other companions, so I survived. Sun Wukong. Recently, my companions and I discovered a more valuable planet. It was a bit difficult for the 3 of us to take it down, so I thought of Cockroach. Although Cockroach's current combat power is still average, I think you can grow up quickly after our training. Raditz continued. Go back, I won't kill innocent people. Sun Wukong shook his head and refused decisively. Hehe, I noticed a long time ago, the child next to you is your son, right? Raditz looked at Sun Gohan. No. Of course not. Sun Wukong denied hurriedly. No need to hide, isn't the tail behind him the best proof? Raditz smiled and was about to go forward to catch Sun Gohan. Son Goku immediately prepared for the battle. Bang! Raditz punched Son Goku's abdomen lightly. Son Goku fell to the ground with a bang. Except for Fang Yun, everyone was stunned. Son Goku was knocked down by his brother with one punch. The gap was too big. Pa! Raditz went forward and grabbed Son Gohan. Son Gohan cried loudly and trembled with fear. Tomorrow at this time, if you kill 100 Earthlings, I will return your son to you and admit that you can become a member of our team. It's that simple. Raditz smiled and was about to leave with Son Gohan. Wait a minute. Master Roshi suddenly called. What's the matter? Earthling. Raditz looked at Master Roshi with a smile. See that sword? If you can pick it up, I will let Goku follow you to fight on the alien planet, said Master Kame. Who do you think you are? Raditz chuckled, your fighting power is not as good as Cockroach's. I know that my current strength is not as good as Goku's, but I am Goku's enlightenment teacher, and he will listen to what I say. Master Kame looked at Raditz and said, you said you asked him to kill 100 people, Goku would not do it. I can convince him to follow you to fight on the alien planet. Of course, the premise is that you can pick up that sword. Rades glanced in the direction of the sword. Humph, it's just a broken sword. Raditz smiled contemptuously, walked over, and bent down to take the sword. It's so heavy. What the hell is this? It's impossible. I can even move a mountain, and it's a mountain on planet Vegeta. I'm on Earth, a planet with only 1/10 the gravity of planet Vegeta. Can't I lift a long sword? Raditz raised his energy to the extreme. As a result, the sword remained motionless. Radice blushed and his face changed again and again. Teacher, why did you let him pick up the sword? Krillin was a little puzzled. I want to see, is he stronger, or is the person who left the sword stronger? Master Kame whispered. He can't lift it. He is so strong, can't he lift it? Krillin was shocked. Master Kame's face changed again and again. How powerful must the person he met that year be? Chapter 24 Vegeta, that sword seems very interesting, Kangyu's reward plus more. Master Kame only remembers that the man was wearing armor and holding the sword like playing. It's a pity that after so many years, Master Kame doesn't remember what the man looked like very clearly. Perhaps, if he appears in front of me again, I can recognize him at a glance. This is what Master Roshi thought. However, Master Roshi didn't know that Fang Yun had appeared in front of him many times. Master Roshi never recognized him. Old man, you dare to tease me. Raditz was furious when he saw that he couldn't move the sword, and walked towards Master Roshi step by step. No. Absolutely not, this is the legendary sword, which has been waiting for its owner. Whoever gets this sword will have his strength greatly improved, this is a legend on our earth. Master Roshi is very good at making up stories. Bang! Rades slapped Master Roshi to the ground, but didn't kill him. Kakarot, remember to kill 100 people in one day. Raditz snorted and flew away with Son Gohan. Not long after, Piccolo fell from the sky and said that he wanted to fight Raditz together with Son Goku. Son Goku was overjoyed. In this battle, Son Goku and his brother Raditz died together. Piccolo took away Son Goku's son Son Gohan. Fang Yun did not make a move. What if he made a move and Nappa didn't come to Earth? You can't chase him to the alien planet to wipe out Nappa, right? Just like the original, Son Goku was sent to the snake path by the gods. The rest of the warriors worked hard to train in order to welcome 2 more powerful scions a year later. A planet. Vegeta was gnawing on an octopus leg. Nappa looked up at the distant sky. Raditz is dead. Nappa suddenly said. Humph, useless trash, was killed by a guy with a combat power of more than 1,000. Vegeta looked disdainful. Are we going to Earth? Nappa asked. Yes, of course. Vegeta stood up and said with a smile, I don't know if you noticed that we received 2 important messages. What? Nappa scratched his head. You idiot, didn't you hear it? Vegeta shouted unhappily. Nappa smiled bitterly. First of all, the first important information is the thing they call the Holy Sword. It is said that as long as you can pick up the sword, you can stimulate the potential energy in your body. Vegeta smiled, with a proud look on his face. You say, with my strength, can't I pick up a broken sword? Nappa. So you are thinking about the Holy Sword. The question is that thing real? It's a lie, right? What about the second one? Nappa asked. The second important information is that there is a magical thing called Dragon Ball on the Earth. It is said that it can realize any wish. Let's collect the Dragon Balls, and then let us live forever and fight forever. Isn't it great? Vegeta smiled. Nappa. Is this thing reliable? Why do I feel that Dragon Ball is more nonsense than the Holy Sword? You must think they are talking nonsense. Vegeta smiled. No. No. Nappa hurriedly denied. I also think they are talking nonsense. The story is so magical. Vegeta smiled lightly, but what if it is true? Anyway, we have to go to Earth no matter what, to witness it in person, right? Yes. Your Highness Vegeta. Nappa bowed. Besides, didn't the once arrogant Frieza mysteriously lose his ears? Don't you think this kind of thing is not magical enough? Vegeta added. It seems, that's the reason. No one knows how Frieza's ears and Kurt's tail were lost. So many years have passed, and even with the most advanced treatment equipment, they still haven't grown back. Nappa nodded in response. So, for some things, it's better to believe it than not to believe it. Vegeta smiled. Frieza is the best example. Yes, Your Highness Vegeta. Nappa felt that Vegeta was right. As expected of a prince. His knowledge is indeed extraordinary. Frieza's spaceship. Frieza eavesdropped on the conversation between Vegeta and Nappa through monitoring technology. After hearing that the two of them actually used him as a negative example, Frieza was so angry that his whole body trembled and veins on his forehead popped out. P.S. Reward 1 person plus 1 update, no upper limit. Also recommend Dragon Ball, The Strongest Teacher and Dragon Ball, Apprentice Angel. Chapter 25 Fang Yun, I can wipe one out. These two bastards. Frieza, can't spare them. Frieza's pupils were full of bloodshot. Vegeta, you two wait for me. See how I will destroy you in the future. How dare you laugh at me, Frieza, for not having ears. The younger brothers were all scared, and they lowered their heads one by one, not daring to breathe. After a short silence. Sir Frieza, are we going to Earth? Sabo asked respectfully. There is no need for that. If the Earth is really so magical, why would it allow Raditz, whose combat power is only a little over 1000, to sweep it? This shows that the two pieces of information Vegeta said are pure nonsense. Frieza analyzed with a dark face. By the way, Mr. Frieza, that guy named Fang Yun looks very similar to an Earthling. Could he be an Earthling? Dodoria guessed. Frieza glanced at Dodoria. Dodoria was very afraid of Frieza's eyes and trembled with fear. I have to say, Dodoria, you are the stupidest idiot among us. Frieza smiled coldly. Dodoria. I'm just guessing. But you treat me like an idiot. I really think that Fang Yun has the characteristics of an Earthling. Maybe he is really on Earth. Earth, came house. Goku, just died like this. I don't know how to explain to Chi-Chi. Krillin had a headache. Gohan was also taken away by Piccolo. If Chi-Chi knew about this, do you think she would collapse on the spot? Bulma said with a wry smile. In a year, 2 more powerful scions will come to Earth. Master Roshi sighed, feeling the tragic fate of the Earth. Damn it, I don't have a girlfriend yet, I don't want to die yet. Krillin held his head, grinning, then turned his head to look at Fang Yun. By the way, Fang Yun, aren't you a magician? Can you erase them both? Bulma had told Sun Wukong and others about Fang Yun's magic a long time ago. Bulma said that her brother-in-law's most powerful magic is to erase something. Back then, it was because her brother-in-law erased a person, and then he saved his sister and naturally became his brother-in-law. I can only wipe out one, and the remaining one will depend on you. Fang Yun nodded. Ah! Krillin stared at Fang Yun with wide eyes, with an incredible look on his face. Really? I was just joking just now. You actually said you can really wipe out one? Fang Yun, can you really wipe out a scion? Bulma also looked at Fang Yun in surprise. No problem, leave it to me. Fang Yun nodded slightly, but you can only wipe out one. Why can you only wipe out one? Krillin asked puzzled. Stupid, my brother-in-law needs to consume magic points to cast this kind of magic. If he wipes out one person at a time, his magic points will be depleted. It will take time to replenish them. Bulma shouted at Krillin, it's already very good to be able to get rid of one person, you should be content. Then, where will the people who Fang Yun wiped out go? Krillin asked curiously. No world exists. Fang Yun smiled. Ah? Didn't he die? Don't you have to report to the underworld after death? Krillin asked again. The underworld? It doesn't exist. Fang Yun smiled slightly. The people who were wiped out by me, the underworld will not exist either. Krillin. Master Turtle. Is it true? Why do I feel that this kid is unreliable? Then can you wipe out Sun Wukong's brother? Krillin asked again. Yes. Fang Yun nodded. Why didn't you wipe him out just now? Krillin asked curiously. Why should we erase him? Besides, what good will it do me to erase him? Fang Yun asked back. Krillin. Erase him, and Goku won't have to die. Krillin replied. Goku died, and he went to a new world to practice. This is his homework. Fang Yun smiled. What kind of logic is this? Krillin didn't know what to say. It's getting late. I guess Chi-Chi will be here soon. Bulma pondered. Sister, brother-in-law, let's go quickly. You're right, let's leave this place of trouble quickly. Tais nodded. Bang! Bulma threw out a universal capsule and turned it into a plane. Swoosh! The plane rushed into the sky, and the three of them quickly left Master Kame's island. Master Kame. Krillin. You're going too far. Are you asking us to take the blame for Goku's death? Sure enough, not long after Fang Yun and the other two left, Chi-Chi appeared on the island with the Bull Demon King. Where's Goku? Chi-Chi asked. Dead. Kame-sensei scratched his head. Where's Gohan? Chi-Chi asked again. He was taken away by Piccolo. Kame-sensei laughed. Bang! Chi-Chi rolled her eyes and fainted on the spot. Chapter 26 Leaping, why are you becoming more and more effeminate? On the jet helicopter. Brother-in-law, can you really wipe out one of them? Bulma asked curiously. In fact, let alone one person, no matter how many people, you can wipe them out. Fang Yun smiled. Bulma. I was just asking casually, why are you bragging? Bulma thought Fang Yun must be joking. If it's really easy to wipe out a person, then why do we need to be so nervous? Back then, when Piccolo appeared, your brother-in-law didn't wipe him out. Bulma simply stopped talking. Anyway, there is still a year left, maybe Goku will practice to a higher level and defeat the two Scions. A day later. Bulma repaired Raditz detector and gave it to Krillin. Krillin successfully found Tien Shinyan, Jiaozi, and Leaping, who were scattered all over the world, and explained the situation. That day, the four people, led by Yajirobe, appeared on the temple and began new practice under the guidance of the gods. After several hours of practice, several warriors took a break. 1 year later, 2 more powerful Scions. I really don't know how powerful they will be. Tien Shinyan said in a deep voice. By the way, Fang Yun said that he can help us wipe out one of them. Krillin said with a smile. Fang Yun? Who is it? Leaping asked curiously. Fang Yun is Bulma's brother-in-law, what's your memory? Krillin glanced at Leaping. It's him. Leaping remembered. Krillin, you said Fang Yun can wipe out one of them? What do you mean? Tien Shinyan asked. Fang Yun is a magician, don't you know? Krillin asked. Li Ping, Tien Shinyan, and Jiaozi shook their heads together. I haven't heard of it either. Yajirobe, who was sitting aside, said. Magician? Are you kidding? Tien Shinyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ha ha ha, magician? Krillin, your joke is not funny at all. Li Ping laughed. Krillin. If it's not funny, why are you laughing so loudly? Fang Yun is a magician? How come I never knew about it? Li Ping laughed for a while and asked. A long time ago. It's a big deal. Krillin smiled, I also heard Miss Bulma mention it by chance. It is said that Fang Yun and Taisai met because he used magic to wipe out a bad guy who bullied Taisai. Did he really wipe out that person? Li Ping asked in surprise. I don't know about that. Taisai said that the person disappeared inexplicably. Krillin smiled and said, but you all know that Taisai is a novelist. It's normal for her to imagine something that doesn't actually exist. Okay, let's continue practicing. I don't want to die. Tian Xinyan suggested. Krillin nodded and stood up. Li Ping also cheered up. By the way, I also heard that Fang Yun wiped out another person's arms. Krillin added nonchalantly. Wipe out the arms? Is it true? Tian Xinyan was surprised. Did the arms suddenly disappear? I don't know the specific situation. Just listen to it as a story. It's just for fun. Krillin laughed, but didn't take it to heart. Li Ping. Li Ping looked down silently. About 20 years ago, his penis disappeared inexplicably. Could it be that this matter has something to do with Fang Yun? Did he erase his penis? Li Ping then shook his head vigorously. What am I thinking about? If Fang Yun has this magical ability, why didn't he go to destroy Piccolo? Didn't Goku defeat Piccolo and save mankind from the hands of the devil? Li Ping, what are you thinking about? Krillin asked. Nothing, nothing. Li Ping immediately came back to his senses and stretched out a orchid finger. Krillin. Tian Xinyan. But then again, Li Ping, you are becoming more and more sissy now. Krillin sighed. Who cares? Krillin, if you keep talking nonsense, I will kill you. Li Ping was furious and shouted. A year passed quickly. To be precise, it was not a year. About 8 months passed. Vegeta and Nappa's spaceship fell from the sky and crashed into a small city. Boom! A big hole was smashed in the city at that time. Vegeta and Nappa flew out of the spaceship. Nappa put his index finger and middle finger together and poked upwards. Suddenly, a huge energy emerged. Boom! The whole city turned into ruins on the spot and was easily destroyed by Nappa. Chapter 27 Vegeta arrives on Earth, Brother TS reward plus more. Hehe, this way of greeting is very special, right? Nappa said with a smile. Idiot, if there are Dragon Balls around here, and you call over and destroy them, I will make you die miserably. Vegeta said with a dark face. This. I'm really sorry. Your Highness Vegeta, I overlooked the matter of Dragon Balls. Nappa apologized quickly. Okay, let's not talk about these useless things for now. Vegeta snorted. Nappa quickly pressed the detector to detect the combat power values of the warriors on Earth. Strange, Your Highness Vegeta, how come there are so many guys with combat power exceeding 1000 on Earth? Nappa was surprised. Normal, they knew we were coming, so they practiced in advance. Vegeta smiled disdainfully, let's go and see the sword first. Yes, Your Highness Vegeta. Nappa quickly responded and pressed the detector again, over there. Your Highness Vegeta, there are 2 beings with the strongest combat power over there. If we find them, we can know the location of the sacred sword and the whereabouts of the Dragon Ball. Let's go. Vegeta smiled slightly. Swoosh! The 2 turned into 2 white rays of light and flew quickly towards the direction where Piccolo and Son Gohan were. Desolate land. This is where Piccolo and Son Gohan practiced. Gohan, they are coming towards us. Piccolo said to Son Gohan. Ah, yes. Son Gohan's lips trembled with fear. Be prepared for battle, don't be afraid, we have become stronger, and they are nothing special. Piccolo comforted. Yet. Son Gohan clenched his fists and nodded vigorously, but his body couldn't help shaking. Pop! Just then, Krillin fell from the sky and landed beside Sun Gohan. Scion. Sun Gohan was startled and immediately became alert. Gohan, you've grown up. Krillin greeted. Who are you? Sun Gohan couldn't remember Krillin clearly. After all, he had seen him a year ago, and there was no impression of him after such a long time. I'm Krillin. Krillin scratched his head. Ah! I remember it. Sun Gohan was excited. Dad often told me about Uncle Krillin, saying that although Uncle Krillin was not tall, he was very strong. Goku, this guy, made it sound like he was very tall. Krillin muttered with a dark face and squinted eyes. Stop chatting, let me ask you a question. Piccolo glanced at Krillin and asked, when will Son Goku come? Goku seems to have miscalculated the time. It may take a long time for him to come. We can only fight here first. Krillin scratched his head and replied. They are coming. Piccolo shouted. After the words fell, Vegeta appeared in the sky. And the figure of Nappa. It seems that they have been prepared for a long time and know that we will come. Vegeta looked down from above and smiled at the three people below. The fighting power is not very good. Nappa smiled lightly. Pop! Vegeta fell from the sky. Nappa followed closely. Piccolo and the other two were alert and ready for battle. It seems that you already knew the time when we arrived on Earth, and you also knew that we were coming to find you. Vegeta smiled and said lightly, I ask you a question, I hope you can answer us truthfully. You say. Piccolo replied. Where is the location of the Holy Sword? Take me to see it. Vegeta stated his purpose. Holy Sword. Piccolo was a little confused. What Holy Sword? Why don't I know? Oh, I remember it. Sun Wukong's brother once moved the magic sword on the island of Master Kame. You mean the magic sword? Sure, I will take you there if you defeat me. Piccolo smiled. Vegeta, it's this voice. He is the guy who killed Raditz. Nappa turned his head and said to Vegeta. Yes, it should be correct. Vegeta nodded. Voice? What does it mean? Piccolo was stunned. Don't you know? This detector can detect combat power and can also be used as a communication tool. Vegeta smiled. Vegeta, this guy seems to be a Namekian. Nappa pondered. I've heard that Namekians have some magical abilities. So, the Dragon Ball thing should be pretty much the same. Vegeta looked at Piccolo with a smile. Very good, next question, when will Kakarot come? Kakarot? That's Son Goku, right? He's working hard to practice to defeat you, and he's on his way. Piccolo said loudly. P.S. Please give me a reward. Give one person a reward plus one update, no upper limit. Come on. Chapter 28 Brother-in-law, we won't be affected, right? Can use reward plus update. Oh? Interesting. Vegeta smiled. Pa. As he was talking, Tien Shinyan and dumplings fell from the sky and landed next to Piccolo and the others. Son Gohan was startled, and when he saw that it was his own people, he breathed a sigh of relief. Vegeta glanced at Piccolo and the others. Naba, are there any more vegetable people? Vegeta asked. Yes, Lord Vegeta, are we going to use the vegetable people? Nappa asked. Of course. Vegeta smiled. Nappa took out a small bottle, poked a few holes in the ground, and put the vegetable people seeds in one by one. Bang! 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 6 vegetable people broke out of the ground. Just when the vegetable people were just born, Li Ping also fell from the sky and landed next to Tien Shinyan. Sorry, I'm late. Li Ping said, aren't there 2 scions? Those don't count. Krillin scratched his head. You came at the right time. How do you think the 6 of you will fight against our 6 vegetable people in a one-on-one battle? Vegeta asked with interest. Damn, this guy is playing tricks on us. Piccolo was furious. Piccolo, calm down, we can just take this opportunity to wait for Goku to come. Krillin quickly stopped Piccolo. Piccolo thought about it and it made sense. Then let's play with them. On the top of a mountain near the battlefield of both sides, Fang Yun took Taisai and Bulma to build a viewing platform on this mountain. Bulma was also quickly adjusting several instruments. These instruments can monitor the battle scene and transmit messages through the screen. Even what Piccolo and Vegeta said can be received through these instruments. Brother-in-law, get ready, Bulma said, pressing the start button. Suddenly, the scene was displayed on the display screen. You are so great, Bulma, this material is really good. Taisai said excitedly, I haven't written a good novel for a long time. Brother-in-law, sister, we are not far away from them, be careful not to be affected. Bulma was a little worried. Don't worry, Bulma, with your brother-in-law here, we will be fine. Taisai laughed. Bulma. Sister, you are really generous. Why are you more curious than me? Hey? They said Piccolo is from Namek. Bulma seemed to have thought of something and asked hurriedly. I was thinking that Piccolo looked familiar. He is really from Namek. Taisai scratched her head. What? Sister. Didn't you go to Namek? And did you fulfill 3 wishes? Bulma asked with a wry smile. I'm just expressing my feelings. Taisai nodded. Bulma. A short silence. Brother-in-law, when are you going to wipe one of them out? Bulma asked with a smile. Wait a minute, let them pretend for a while, and then wipe them out at the critical moment. Isn't it more storytelling? Fang Yun smiled, with an excited look on his face. Looking at Nappa in the distance. At this location, Bulma and Tais need to use a high-power telescope to see the battle scene. But Fang Yun can clearly see the situation on the scene with just his naked eyes. Fang Yun, who has the power of the Omni King, also has excellent vision and hearing. Bulma. Forget it, let's see first. By the way, how long will it take for Goku to come back? Bulma asked again. At least 3 to 5 hours. Fang Yun replied. Ah? Will it take so long? Bulma widened her eyes. When Goku comes back, the daylily will be cold, right? The Snake Road is too long. He has to go back from King Kai's planet to the starting point of the Snake Road before he can be picked up by the gods. Fang Yun said. Brother-in-law, how do you know everything? It seems like you have been to the Snake Road. Bulma looked at Fang Yun and said. Although I haven't seen it with my own eyes, I can guess what it looks like. Fang Yun smiled. Brother-in-law, you are such a boaster. I can't even keep up with your bragging rhythm. Bulma rolled her eyes. How can I guess what it looks like without seeing it with my own eyes? Why don't I believe it? The battle scene. The first round of battle, Tian Xinyan vs Vegetable Man. Tian Xinyan knocked Vegetable Man to the ground with an absolute advantage. Vegetable Man climbed up from the ground with bruises all over his body. Bang! Vegeta pointed with his hand. With an explosion, Vegetable Man turned into blood mist on the spot and died on the spot. I said, we must go all out from the beginning. Vegeta said to the remaining 5 vegetable men. The 5 vegetable men were so scared that they trembled all over. Next. Vegeta said. I'll do it. Krillin stepped forward. Chapter 29 Le Ping, Take Back Your Little Finger, Bitter Rotten Apple rewards extra chapters. Krillin, let me do it. Le Ping pulled Krillin. Le Ping. Krillin looked at Le Ping. Le Ping, you've died once, let me deal with him. Le Ping grabbed Krillin's arm and said. Le Ping, I understand your good intentions. Krillin nodded. The question is, can you take back your little finger, and can you not hold me so intimately? It's easy to be misunderstood. Li Ping's face was flushed red at that time. Li Ping! You're going too far. Li Ping put his hands on his waist and shouted angrily. Tian Xinyan! Gyoza! Uncle Krillin, is he a man or a woman? Sun Gohan asked in a low voice. Krillin! Li Ping! Sun Gohan! What are you talking about? What man and woman? It's really a headache. Krillin scratched his head. You! Go and kill that sissy for me. Vegeta had a dark face and couldn't stand it anymore, pointing at a vegetable man and ordered. Yes. The vegetable man flew towards Leaping at a high speed. On the top of the mountain. This guy named Leaping has really become more and more effeminate in recent years. Bulma pondered, I remember that he was not like this when I first met him. People will change. Tais replied. Fang Yun did not respond. Will I tell you that Leaping became like this because I erased a part of him? To be honest, seeing Leaping so effeminate, this time, why did I stand on the side of the vegetable man? Sin, sin. Bulma prayed, God, I really didn't mean it. Tais. What truth are you telling? I am also on the side of the vegetable man, okay? Swish. At this time, the vegetable man who was knocked to the ground by Leaping suddenly rushed towards Leaping and hugged Leaping tightly. You, what are you doing? Leaping was shocked. Hee hee. The vegetable man grinned. Boom. The vegetable man exploded. Yeping was close at hand and was killed on the spot. This sissy is finally dead. Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief. Yeping. Krillin was shocked and shouted loudly. Terrible guy, he actually exploded. Piccolo said in a deep voice. I won't forgive you. Krillin was furious, and energy surged in his hands. Swish! Krillin condensed an energy bomb and threw it into the air. The next moment, the energy bomb turned into 6 flames and bombarded Vegeta, Nappa and the remaining 4 vegetable men. Boom! A huge explosion occurred at the scene. 3 of the 4 vegetable men were killed on the spot, and 1 of them escaped. Oh no, one ran away! Krillin exclaimed. Swish! As he was talking, the vegetable man bombarded in the direction of Son Gohan. Son Gohan turned pale with fear and dared not fight. Pa! Pico stretched out his palm and blocked the vegetable man's attack. Humph! You dare to come and die! Piccolo snorted coldly. Boom! Then, Piccolo opened his mouth and flames spurted out of his mouth. The vegetable man turned into a skeleton on the spot, deader than dead. As expected. It's Piccolo. He's really strong at the critical moment. Krillin was stunned. Tien Shinyan was also quite surprised and looked at Piccolo in horror. Hee hee, warm-up exercises stop here. Piccolo smiled lightly. What do you mean? Krillin asked puzzledly. What? Do you think your attack will kill those 2 Scions? You are so naive. Piccolo shook his head. Take a good look over there. Krillin looked up. I saw 2 Scions with tails floating in the air in the distance. Is this a Scion? That's my strongest move. Krillin trembled with fear. Gradually, the figures of Vegeta and Nappa became more and more obvious. Not bad, that little bald head, your energy intensity just now is really not small, and your combat power has also increased significantly. Vegeta looked at Krillin with interest. Next, let me meet you properly. Nappa smiled. Boom! Nappa's breath burst out crazily. The earth trembled slightly. What a scary guy! The shaking earth is shaking. Piccolo's face changed color. N. Son Gohan was so scared that his whole body trembled. Damn it! Krillin's face was pale. Tien Shinyan bared his teeth, and cold sweat slid down his face. Brother Tien? My special ability is useless. Jiaozi used his special ability on Nappa with both hands, but it didn't work at all. Who should start first? Nappa laughed, and then flew towards Tian Xinyan at a high speed, and his fists even bombarded him. Tian Xinyan quickly stretched out his arms to block. Chapter 30 Nappa is gone, T-brother reward plus more. Stupid, get out of the way! Piccolo shouted loudly. Bang! Nappa punched and knocked off Tian Xinyan's arm. Ah! Tian Xinyan screamed. Too fragile. Nappa smiled lightly with a look of disdain. Bang! Then, Nappa kicked and knocked Tian Xinyan to the ground. Who's next? Nappa looked at Piccolo, Krillin, and others with a smile. Brother Tian! Jiaozi shouted loudly. Damn it! I won't let you go! Tian Xinyan was furious and stood up and pointed his finger at Nappa. Pa! Just when Tian Xinyan was about to use the Qigong cannon, Jiaozi suddenly flew to Nappa's back and stuck tightly to his body. Jiaozi! What are you doing? Tian Xinyan was shocked. Brother Tian? Goodbye. Jiaozi looked back and smiled. Boom! Jiaozi turned into a ball of blood mist and exploded. What a brave guy, he blew himself up. Piccolo breathed a sigh of relief, although the process was a bit dangerous, at least one person was eliminated. Jiaozi! Krillin shouted loudly. The next moment, Nappa's figure gradually emerged. Haha, not bad. Nappa wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Pico, Krillin, and others were stunned. Is this a scion? Too powerful. Jiaozi, I'll accompany you now. Tian Xinyan bared his teeth, pointed his hand at Nappa, and shouted loudly, Qigong cannon. Boom! A huge energy bombarded Nappa, covering Nappa at the time. Nappa was startled, and his face changed again and again. Despair! Tian Xinyan muttered in a low voice. Bang! Tian Xinyan used his Qigong cannon, which had consumed all his energy. He fell to the ground with a bang and died. Tian Xinyan! Krillin exclaimed. In the distance, on the top of the mountain. Tian Xinyan is dead too. Bulma turned pale with fear. It's okay, Dragon Ball can revive them. Fang Yun comforted. Brother-in-law! Didn't you say you could wipe one out? When will you do it? Bulma asked hurriedly. Then do it now. Fang Yun said. Brother-in-law, don't lie to me, okay? I really don't know how long it will take for Goku to arrive. Bulma's tears were about to flow out. Battlefield. Next, is that bald guy. Nappa smiled proudly and turned to look at the bald Krillin. Krillin turned pale with fear. It's decided, it's you. Get ready to die. Nappa laughed and flew towards Krillin. Wukong. Krillin gave up resistance and shouted Sun Wukong's name. Dad. Sun Wuhan was also scared. Wait a minute. Nappa. Wait a minute. Vegeta shouted loudly. Nappa stopped in midair and turned to look at Vegeta. Wait a minute, I'll ask them another question. Vegeta smiled and looked at Krillin. I ask you, the Goku you are talking about is Kakarot, right? Yes. Krillin nodded. Is he really resurrected? Vegeta looked at Krillin in disbelief. Yes. Goku is resurrected. Krillin replied. Oh? Interesting. Vegeta smiled and asked, then let me ask you, how long will it take him to get here? Goku is in a very far place, I'm afraid it will take a long time to get here. Krillin said. 3 hours. I'll give you 3 hours. Vegeta held up 3 fingers. Krillin's eyes widened. Vegeta, what do you mean? 3 hours? Do you know 3 hours, how long do I need to wait for hours? Nappa shouted. Vegeta glanced at Nappa. Only idiots need to wait. I won't wait patiently. I want to kill them. And then wipe out everyone on this planet. Nappa had a bad temper. He was having a great time fighting, but he was not happy at that time. After saying this, Nappa rushed towards Krillin and the other two at a high speed. Krillin's face changed again and again in fear. Son Gohan was so scared that he closed his eyes and blocked his eyes with his fists. Nappa! Vegeta shouted loudly, "Don't you listen to me!" Swish! Just as Vegeta's words fell, before he finished speaking, Nappa at the scene disappeared strangely. Vegeta looked at the disappeared Nappa with a confused face. Where is he? Why did he disappear? Vegeta quickly pressed the detector to find Nappa's figure. However, where is the information of Nappa on the detector? Am I seeing it right? The big guy disappeared. Krillin rubbed his eyes. What's the situation? Piccolo frowned, feeling a little incredible. P.S. Please reward. Friends who don't reward, remember to throw flowers or something. Chapter 31 Vegeta, where is the sword? What's wrong? Where is he? Son Gohan was also at a loss. Could it be that the little guy made the big guy disappear? Piccolo guessed. Hey, what did you do? Vegeta looked around and asked Piccolo and others. It wasn't him who made the big guy disappear. Piccolo frowned. What's going on? Krillin scratched his head. Do you think that guy will hide? And then attack us? Do you think, with his strength, this is necessary? Piccolo stared. You are so imaginative. Maybe, he wants to attack the short guy. Krillin's imagination was full of ideas. Piccolo was silent. Is your brain broken? In the distance, on the top of the mountain. Disappeared? The scion named Nappa disappeared. Bulma exclaimed, and immediately turned her head to look at Fang Yun. I told you, your brother-in-law is very powerful. Tai Sai smiled. Did your brother-in-law really make him disappear? Bulma looked at Fang Yun in disbelief. Fang Yun smiled and did not explain. Can people disappear out of thin air at such a long distance? Bulma has learned a lot today. Not far, this distance is not a big deal. Fang Yun smiled. Bulma. Isn't this far? I need a high-power telescope to see them. Battle scene. What's going on? Where is Nappa? Vegeta hovered high in the air, looking for Nappa's figure and shouting, Hey, Nappa, come out. However, Nappa has not given any information back. Below. I remember. Fang Yun once said that he could help us wipe out a person. Krillin's face broke out in cold sweat. Fang Yun? Who is it? Piccolo frowned. It's Bulma's brother-in-law. You may not have noticed him, right? Krillin explained to Piccolo. What do you mean by wipe out? Piccolo asked again. Son Gohan also pricked up his ears. I heard that Fang Yun is a magician who can make people disappear out of thin air. It's that simple. I think, could it be that Fang Yun made that tall guy disappear? Krillin guessed. Magician? Make people disappear. Piccolo wiped his sweat. You are really good at bragging. What kind of magician can make a living person disappear? And this living person is a very powerful scion. You have read too many fantasy novels, right? Pa. Vegeta fell from the sky and landed opposite the three people. Tell me, what happened just now? Where is the BA people? Vegeta asked with a dark face. We don't know either. It wasn't you who did it. Of course Krillin couldn't say that it was Fang Yun who wiped out Nappa. Besides, Fang Yun had never appeared from beginning to end. Krillin couldn't be sure whether it was Fang Yun who did it. Besides, even if it was Fang Yun, Krillin wouldn't say it. Disappeared out of thin air. Cold sweat slid down Vegeta's face. But soon, Vegeta took a deep breath and gradually calmed himself down. Don't worry about that idiot, I'll give you 3 hours to wait for Kakarot to come. Vegeta smiled lightly, how about it? I'm quite kind, right? Krillin. Picker. A short silence. Before waiting for Kakarot to come here, can you take me to see the sword? Vegeta asked again. Krillin was completely out of ideas and looked at Piccolo. Take him to see it. Piccolo nodded to Krillin. In fact, Piccolo also wanted to see the sword. I heard from Master Roshi that someone played with the sword back then. Could it be that with my current strength, which far exceeds that of Raditz a year ago, I still can't move the sword at all? Follow me. Piccolo called out to Vegeta and immediately rushed into the sky. Gohan and Krillin also flew up. Vegeta smiled and flew to follow. Swish, swish, swish. The four people flew quickly towards Master Kame's island. Not good, they are heading towards Master Kame's home. Bulma exclaimed, and hurriedly took out her phone, called Master Kame's home, and explained the situation. That Scion is coming here? Well, I just want to see if he can pick up this sword. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Master Kame was very calm on the phone. After hanging up the phone, Master Kame casually threw out a universal capsule. The capsule was a submarine. Master Kame quickly jumped onto the submarine. Teacher Mutant, where are you going? Asked the old turtle. Are you going or not? Master Kame asked the old turtle. Chapter 32 Brother-in-law, why don't you wipe him out? Teacher Wu Tian? Didn't you just say that this is up to you? The old turtle was really defeated by Master Kame. In front of a beautiful woman, you have to show a righteous appearance, anyway, she can't see it. Master Kame said seriously, and then he dived into the submarine and disappeared. The submarine dived deep into the sea. Not long after, a detection mirror was extended from the submarine, and the lens was aimed at the island. The old turtle also swam into the sea quickly and left this place of trouble. Pop! A minute later, Piccolo, Vegeta, and others fell from the sky and landed on Master Kame's island. It's this sword. Krillin pointed to the sword lying on the ground. It looks really extraordinary. Vegeta looked over silently. Yes, my teacher told me that only the destined person can pick up this sword, and thus stimulate the potential energy in the body, so that your strength will be greatly improved. Krillin nodded. Vegeta walked up with a smile, bent down, and put his hand on the hilt. The moment he touched the sword, Vegeta felt a heaviness he had never felt before. Get up! Vegeta's energy burst out, trying to pick up the sword. However, no matter how hard Vegeta tried, he could not move the sword at all. How is it possible? Vegeta was so surprised. It's just a broken sword. Me. Fighting Nation. The Prince of the Scions. The most outstanding warrior among the Scions. I can't even pick up a broken sword? Wow! Vegeta used all his strength. As a result, the sword still didn't move at all. Huff, huff, huff. Vegeta was so tired that he was panting heavily, and looked at Piccolo, Krillin, and Son Gohan with murderous intent. You can't lift it, which only means that you are not destined to have this sword. Krillin saw that the situation was not good, and waved his hand quickly. Calm down first, think about it, there are so many people on our earth, and no one has ever seen someone who can lift this sword. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, and the meaning in his eyes was to tell Krillin. Go on. If I am not satisfied with what you said, I will kill you right now. Have you seen Thor? Krillin asked. What? Where has Vegeta seen the movie? To put it simply, this is a novel written by Miss Tice, a well-known writer on our Earth, and adapted into a movie. Krillin explained hurriedly, Thor has a Thor's hammer. No one can move it except him. No matter whether you are stronger than Thor or not. I guess this thing is just like Thor's hammer, waiting for the right person. Nonsense. Vegeta said with a dark face, I tell you responsibly that if Kakarot is not resurrected, today will be the end of the Earth. I can easily destroy this planet. Do you understand? Yes. Krillin nodded vigorously. Pico walked silently to the side of the sword, bent down to hold the sword, and gently exerted force. Vegeta glanced at Piccolo and smiled contemptuously. I can't even lift it, and you, a Namekian, want to move this broken sword? Pico shook his head slightly and let go of the sword. Gohan, you try. Piccolo said to son Gohan. Me? I can't do it. Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan waved his hands quickly. How do you know if you can do it if you don't try? Piccolo shouted angrily. Okay. I'll try. Son Gohan stepped forward and grabbed the hilt. The sword still didn't react at all. On the top of the mountain. They went to Kame's house, and we don't have surveillance there. Bulma scratched her head, what should we do? Should we fly over to have a look? They just went to get the sword, I believe they will be back soon. Fang Yun smiled. Will they come back? They won't fight at Kame's house, will they? Bulma asked. No, Kame's island is too small, it's not convenient to fight, they should choose the previous position. Fang Yun replied. Then, shall we wait here? Bulma nodded. Wait, we finally have some material for the novel. Tais replied. Fang Yun didn't object. Sure enough, not long after, Vegeta and others returned and flew back from a distance. Brother-in-law, you are really as good as a god. Bulma looked at Fang Yun in surprise. Nothing. Fang Yun smiled. Brother-in-law, can you still erase the other scion? Bulma asked. Yes. Fang Yun nodded. Then. Brother-in-law, we don't have to wait for Goku, why don't we just erase him? Bulma asked. Chapter 33 Bulma, I don't like Vegeta. Don't you want to see the results of Goku's training with King Kai? Fang Yun replied with a smile, it's easy to erase a person, but it's not so easy to restore a person. What do you mean? Bulma was stunned. If it's erased, it will no longer exist. I'm afraid even the Shenlong can't restore it. Unless it's a higher level Shenlong, it can be restored. Fang Yun replied. That scion named Vegeta is useless, why keep him? Bulma asked puzzled. If I say he might be your future husband, do you believe it? Fang Yun smiled. Brother-in-law. It's time, and you're still talking nonsense here. Bulma glared. Fang Yun smiled slightly. I really didn't say anything nonsense. I'm just telling the truth. Why don't you believe it? My future husband? At least, he has to be as handsome as my brother-in-law. Bulma laughed, I don't like that scion, he's too short, he seems to be only 1.6 meters. Yes, he's a little short. Tais also said. Fang Yun. Vegeta probably never dreamed that he was disliked by Bulma and her sister because of his short stature. Pa! Vegeta and the other four fell to the ground. 40 minutes have passed. When will Kakarot come? Vegeta smiled at Piccolo and the other three. Soon. It should be soon. Piccolo said in a deep voice. Okay, wait another 2 hours and 20 minutes. No more waiting. Vegeta said, and ignored it. 3 hours passed quickly. Sun Wukong did not come back. The time is up. And the Kakarot you mentioned did not show up. I am very disappointed. Vegeta looked at Piccolo and the other three with a cold face. Why hasn't Goku come yet? Krillin scratched his head. I can't care so much. Find a way to fight. Piccolo said in a deep voice. It can only be done this way. Krillin nodded. If we want to win, there is only one way. Piccolo lowered his voice. Oh? Are you making a battle plan? Vegeta smiled lightly. Piccolo glanced at Vegeta and said nothing. Okay, the three of you come together. Vegeta smiled and waved to the three of them. Wow! Krillin screamed loudly to attract Vegeta's attention. Then, Krillin gathered energy in his hands, and a huge energy bombarded the ground. The next moment, Krillin soared into the sky. Vegeta just watched Krillin's performance calmly. Wow! Son Gohan shouted even louder, and an energy bombarded Vegeta. Humph! A trifling trick. Vegeta snorted coldly and slapped him. Bang! Son Gohan's energy bomb was slapped away. Swish! At this moment, Piccolo appeared behind Vegeta at a high speed and grabbed Vegeta's tail. Ha ha ha, you've been fooled, your tail is caught by me. Piccolo shouted excitedly. Oh? Are you planning to catch my tail? Vegeta chuckled. The tail is your Scion's weakness. As long as I hold your tail, you will have no strength. Piccolo shouted, and tightened Vegeta's tail. Humph, you are too childish. Vegeta sneered, and his tail moved violently. Bang! Piccolo was dragged by the tail and fell to the ground immediately, letting go of Vegeta's tail. A bunch of idiots, do you really think that I can't overcome my weakness? Vegeta chuckled and kicked Piccolo. Piccolo flew up to a height and hit the ground heavily, groaning in pain. You disappoint me so much, with only this little fighting power. Vegeta smiled contemptuously. Hey! At this time, Krillin suddenly turned his head and looked diagonally behind him. It's Goku's breath! Krillin exclaimed. It's Daddy! Daddy is back! Son Gohan also shouted excitedly. Son Goku, you're finally here! Piccolo gritted his teeth and got up from the ground. Oh! Vegeta pressed the button on the detector and looked over silently. Combat Power 5000. Is this guy really Kakarot? Vegeta's face changed slightly, and he looked at the three people opposite with murderous intent. It's Goku, Goku is back! Krillin shouted. Hehe, although I don't know if it's Kakarot, but if you guys come to attack me together, it's better for me to kill you first. Vegeta sneered, lest there be any accidents at that time. P.S. Please reward. Seeing that I'm working so hard to update, come and give me a reward of 1 yuan. Chapter 3 for GOKU returns, extra updates with star rewards. Vegeta thought about it. Although with his own fighting power, he can easily defeat Kakarot and the others. However, how did Nappa disappear? Vegeta still doesn't know what happened. What if he mysteriously disappeared? Vegeta couldn't help but shudder. It's terrible. Who did it? At this point, he can only strike first. What did you say? Krillin's face changed color. It's not like that. Didn't you say you would wait for Goku to come back? Damn guy! Go back on your word. Piccolo bared his teeth, his body shaking. As you wish, I changed my mind. Vegeta chuckled. Krillin. Pico. Son Gohan. And changed his mind. You are so shameless. Then, let's start with you. Little guy. Vegeta sneered, and with a flick of his hand, an energy bomb whizzed towards Son Gohan's position. Son Gohan was so scared that he stood there, forgetting to move. Swish! At this critical moment, Piccolo quickly rushed to Son Gohan and stretched out his arms. Boom! The energy bomb hit Piccolo. Son Gohan closed his eyes, blocked his eyes with his hands, and trembled with fear. Ah! Piccolo let out a shrill cry. When Son Gohan found that something was wrong, Piccolo had already endured all the attacks of the energy bomb. Piccolo's clothes were torn, and he stood on the ground with his teeth clenched, his body trembling slightly. Uncle Piccolo! Son Gohan cried. 5 seconds later. Bang! Piccolo fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. What a pity! I wanted to kill Kakarot's son, but you changed the order of death. Vegeta smiled. Gohan, leave here quickly, the farther the better. Piccolo's vitality was rapidly dissipating. Uncle Piccolo, woo. Son Gohan burst into tears. Humph, I didn't expect that the great demon King Piccolo would save a child. Piccolo smiled, Gohan, you changed me. Run quickly. After Piccolo finished speaking, his head tilted and he passed away. Piccolo is dead. Bulma said in a deep voice. Fang Yun, are you really not going to save them? Tai Sai took Fang Yun's hand and asked in a low voice. It's okay, you can revive them through the Dragon Balls on Namek. Fang Yun comforted, this is his experience. Only in this way can he change his mind and become a new person. Yes. This is Piccolo's experience. It is also the most important lesson in Son Gohan's growth process. If Piccolo is saved now, how can Piccolo get rid of the evil in his heart? Everyone has his own destiny, and Fang Yun can't solve all the crises for them. If he does that, he is not helping them, but harming them. Wow! Son Gohan was furious, and a magic flash suddenly released from his hands, bombarding in the direction of Vegeta. Combat power 2800, this little guy is really not simple. Vegeta took a look at the level of the magic flash, but didn't take it seriously. Bang! Vegeta waved his hand lightly and slapped the magic flash away directly. Little guy, you are worthy of being the descendant of the Scions, your combat power is growing very fast. Vegeta stepped forward and grabbed Son Gohan's collar and lifted him up from the ground. Let me go! Son Gohan shouted loudly. Bang! Vegeta was not polite and punched Son Gohan in the nose. Several of Son Gohan's teeth were knocked out, and blood gushed out of his nose. Hey! Vegeta was slightly startled, and suddenly felt a little movement behind him. Swish! Vegeta dodged Krillin's sneak attack and kicked out, hitting Krillin's chest. Krillin was hit and flew backwards, hitting the ground heavily, and it was difficult for him to move. You two, go to see the King of Hell together. Vegeta said, throwing Son Gohan in the direction of Krillin. Suddenly, Son Gohan hit Krillin. I believe that if the two collided, they would definitely die on the spot. Swish! At this critical moment, an orange-red figure appeared on the scene, hugged Son Gohan, and blocked his falling trend. Ah! 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 Son Gohan looked at the person who appeared beside him in surprise. Gohan, you have grown up. Son Goku smiled at Gohan. Ah! Dad? You're finally here, Woo. Son Gohan cried out in grievance. Wukong. Krillin waved his hands weakly. Krillin, I'm sorry, I'm late. Son Goku said in a deep voice, and then looked at his dead companions one by one. Son Goku's fighting power was improving little by little. Chapter 35 How did my brother-in-law run into the screen? Oh, X. Rewards for more, it's okay. I'm glad you're here. Krillin smiled. Leave it to me next, I'll deal with him. Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta, and then said to Krillin, but Krillin, you guys are really amazing, you've already killed a Scion. Krillin. It wasn't us who killed him. He mysteriously disappeared. Krillin, what's wrong? Sun Wukong asked curiously. Wukong, let's not talk about this for now, I'll tell you in detail after I defeat him. Krillin replied. I'll try my best to defeat him. Sun Wukong nodded gently. Kakarot. It's you, you're resurrected. Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong in surprise, and was shocked. So, the Dragon Ball is real. There really is a Dragon Ball that can fulfill any wish. There's also the sword waiting for the destined person. The earth is a good place. Gohan, come, this is the last Senzu bean, you and Krillin each have half. Sun Wukong took out a Senzu bean, split it in half, and gave it to Sun Wuhan to eat. At the same time, Sun Wukong gave the other half of the beans to Krillin. The two recovered quickly. Vegeta's eyes widened. Is it all right now? I won't let you go. Sun Wukong's breath continued to rise. Combat power 6000, 7,000, 8,000. Vegeta was stunned. Double Kaioken! Sun Wukong shouted loudly. Swish! Sun Wukong rushed towards Vegeta quickly. Bang! Sun Wukong hit Vegeta's face with a punch. Vegeta flew backwards. Wukong! Good job! Bulma shouted excitedly. Bang bang bang! Sun Wukong launched a fierce attack on Vegeta. Kakarot, is this your attack? Vegeta silently endured Sun Wukong's attack for a moment, and smiled contemptuously. Bang! Then, Vegeta punched Sun Wukong in the nose. Sun Wukong's nosebleed. Bang! Vegeta kicked Sun Wukong and made him somersault several times in the air. The next moment, Vegeta kicked Sun Wukong in the chest again. Sun Wukong's body slid backwards, rubbing against the ground, and almost fell to the ground. Sun Wukong supported the ground with one hand, stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Vegeta in surprise. What do you think? Kakarot? Do you really think you can surpass me, a genius warrior? Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong with contempt. Sun Wukong said nothing. Let me tell you, we Scions have to take combat power tests when we are born. I heard that your combat power was only 2 when you were born, so you are a low-level warrior, and as a low-level warrior, you will be sent to this planet with no strength. Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong with a smile, and I, as the Prince of Scions, the most talented Scion in history. Let me tell you responsibly, Kakarot, even if I give up one hand, I can easily kill you. Sun Wukong. He is not bragging. What he said is true. What a powerful guy. Ah! He is the Prince of Scions. Bulma looked at Vegeta on the screen in surprise. No wonder he is so powerful. Tais pondered. Can Goku beat him? Bulma is not sure now. I don't know. Tais shook her head gently. Hey? Brother-in-law? Why did you run into the screen? Bulma was suddenly surprised to find that there was an extra person on the screen. After a closer look, isn't it my brother-in-law Fang Yun? Brother-in-law, are you performing magic again? But, is this magic or magic? He can even run into the screen. How strange! Tais was also surprised to see Fang Yun on the screen. When did he go in? Why didn't I see it? I really can't listen anymore. Fang Yun sighed and turned his head to Bulma and Taisai on the screen. Bulma was confused. Tais was also confused. What do you mean? Who are you? Vegeta looked at Fang Yun strangely. How did this person appear? Why didn't I notice it at all? Vegeta subconsciously pressed the button on the detector. What? Combat power cannot be displayed. Vegeta was quite surprised. This is the first time I've encountered such a strange situation. Fang Yun? Why are you here? It's very dangerous here, leave quickly. Sun Wukong said hurriedly. On the top of the mountain. Ah! My brother-in-law ran to the battle scene, not to the screen. Bulma suddenly realized. When did he run over there? Tais was also a little surprised. What kind of magic is this? Bulma looked at Tais and said, Sister, is my brother-in-law a magician or a magician? Chapter 36 Vegeta, where is your left arm? Rewards for like fog, like rain, like wind. I don't know. Tais shook her head. Fang Yun? I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Vegeta was stunned and looked at Fang Yun silently. Vegeta, you are really good at bragging. I can't keep up with your rhythm. Fang Yun said with a smile. What do you want to say? Vegeta narrowed his eyes and looked at Fang Yun. Not far away. Son Gohan and Krillin were also a little confused. How did Fang Yun suddenly appear? How did he get to the scene? Krillin wondered. I didn't see him either. Son Gohan shook his head. Uncle Krillin, who is he? His name is Fang Yun, have you forgotten? Krillin glanced at Sun Gohan. I can't remember clearly. I think I have seen him. Sun Gohan scratched his head. Don't talk first, Gohan, let's see what Fang Yun wants to do. Krillin said hurriedly, but, his coming here won't do anything. You said you are the most talented scion in history. Fang Yun asked. Why? You seem to know the history of our scions very well. Vegeta smiled. Thinking back then, I went to planet Vegeta once, and your father didn't even dare to breathe when he saw me. Fang Yun smiled slightly. What did you say? Vegeta widened his eyes. You are indeed a relatively talented warrior, but to say that you are the most talented warrior in history is a bit of bragging. Fang Yun continued, I remember that among the scions, there is a man named Broly, who is a more talented warrior than you. I wonder if you have heard of him. Who are you? Vegeta was so surprised that he looked at Fang Yun without blinking. I hate people bragging in front of me the most. Fang Yun smiled. Once there was a guy who called himself the Emperor of the Universe and his father, who pretended to be the most powerful existence in the universe. I was not happy at the time and punished them well. What did you say? Vegeta's face changed again and again. Could it be that he was talking about Frieza and King Cold? No. It must be a coincidence. Yes, that's right, it's a coincidence. You just said that you want to give up one hand to fight Goku? Right. Fang Yun asked. You said that you want to give up one hand to fight Goku? Right. Fang Yun asked. What? Do you have any objections? Vegeta smiled lightly, trying to calm himself down. I think your decision is right, so give up one arm. Fang Yun nodded slightly. The next moment, Fang Yun wiped it lightly. Swish! One of Vegeta's arms disappeared magically. As you wish, your arm is gone. Fang Yun smiled. What? Vegeta looked at his left arm. Gone. The left arm mysteriously disappeared. What's going on? How is it possible? Why don't I feel anything? You continue. Fang Yun smiled. Swish! After Fang Yun finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared. In just a moment, Fang Yun appeared from the battle scene to the top of a distant mountain. Bulma was dumbfounded. Tais also widened her eyes. When did Fang Yun become so powerful? Why is he teleporting? Don't look at me in such surprise. I'm a very low-key person. Fang Yun smiled. Bulma. Tais. You call this low-key? You made the Scion's left arm disappear. The question is, how did you do it? This is definitely not magic. Also, this is not teleportation. It's just because my speed is too fast that you feel like teleportation. Fang Yun added. Bulma and Taisai stopped talking. The speed is too fast? It feels like teleportation? Why do we suddenly feel that you are better than that Scion Vegeta in terms of pretentiousness? Ahem, brother-in-law, how did you do this erasure? Can you teach me? Bulma asked excitedly. Fang Yun. Bulma, you're going too far. You even want to learn the magic of the king of all? This, I'm afraid you can't learn it. Fang Yun smiled. Battle scene. My arm. Vegeta's face changed again and again. He was so scared that his whole body was shaking when he saw his mysteriously disappeared arm. My left arm mysteriously disappeared. What's going on? Sun Wukong was also stunned. It was the first time he saw such a strange thing. The arm just disappeared for no reason. How is it possible? Sun Wuhan widened his eyes. Did Fang Yun really do it? Krillin looked at the place where Fang Yun disappeared in shock. Did Uncle Fang Yun do it? How did he do it? Sun Wuhan turned his head and looked at Krillin and asked. I heard that Fang Yun is an excellent magician. Maybe he wiped out the other scion named Nappa. Krillin said. How can this be a magician, Uncle Krillin? This is a magician, okay. Sun Wuhan learned something new. P.S. Thanks to Xing Chen for his generous reward. Currently ranked first in the reward list for this book. Thanks to O.X. Generous reward. Currently ranked second in the reward list for this book. Chapter 37 Frisia, what? Fang Yun is on Earth? Magician? Yes, it's more accurate to call him a magician. Krillin nodded solemnly. My arm is gone. Vegeta said tremblingly. Still fighting? Sun Wukong asked. Snap. Vegeta took out a remote control and pressed the button on it. Still fighting? Fighting for nothing. Didn't you see that I have no arms? I'd better run away quickly. Swish. Vegeta's mini spaceship came quickly. Swish. Just when Vegeta was about to step on the spaceship and leave this terrible place, the figure on the scene flashed, and Fang Yun returned. Bang! Fang Yun kicked the spaceship away with a flying kick. Vegeta. Sun Wukong. Krillin. Sun Gohan. So cruel. He actually kicked the spaceship as a ball. If you want to leave the Earth, you can defeat them, otherwise, I will wipe you out. Fang Yun waved his little hand. Swish! A mountain in the distance disappeared out of thin air. Vegeta's pupils shrank sharply, and his whole body trembled with fear. Sun Wukong looked at the disappearing mountain with a surprised face. How did he do it? Sun Wuhan was stunned. Krillin also looked at the weird scene without blinking, and couldn't say anything. I remember. You are the one who used to be with Frisia. Vegeta's mind flashed, and his face became extremely ugly. Stop talking nonsense, let's start quickly. If you lose, your life will stay on Earth. If you win, you can get out. Fang Yun smiled slightly. Vegeta was so scared that his whole body trembled. However, Vegeta carefully waited for a moment and felt that Fang Yun should not make a move. The current situation is that there is still some hope of victory on his side. If it's just dealing with these three guys. Okay, Kakarot, then I won't be polite. Vegeta said, and the breath on his body suddenly burst out. The spaceship was kicked away, how can we not fight? Sun Wukong's face changed color slightly. What a powerful aura! The vast starry sky, the vast universe. Frisia's spaceship is moving slowly. Frisia held the goblet and tasted the red wine in the glass silently, with a faint smile on his face. However, Frisia's 2 ears were missing, which greatly reduced his image as the Emperor of the universe. Frisia's head looked very funny. Is there any latest progress on Vegeta's side? Frisia took a sip of red wine and asked casually. Mr. Frisia, according to the latest information from the Earth, it can be confirmed that the killed Scion Kakarot has been resurrected. The younger brother hurried forward to report. Oh? The dead are resurrected. Frisia's eyes flashed with brilliance, in other words, Dragon Ball is real. I understand it this way, right? No problem. The younger brother nodded vigorously. The people of Namek made the Dragon Balls, so we don't need to go to Earth, we only need to go to Namek to make our wishes come true. Frisia smiled. Let's go now. Go to Namek. Sabo ordered his brothers. Swoosh. The spaceship changed direction in the starry sky, accelerated, and flew towards Namek. Sir Frisia, if we successfully find the Dragon Balls, what wish do we want? Sabo asked. Frisia glanced at Sabo and said nothing. What wish should I make, don't you have any idea? I want to make my ears grow. Do I look like a fucking cosmic emperor in my current state? Sabo quickly lowered his head, too scared to say a word. Sir Frisia, report the latest news from Earth. At this time, a younger brother came forward to report. "Oh? What's the matter?" Frisia asked with interest. "Vegeta's arm is gone. I don't know what happened." I was also a little puzzled. "Arm? Missing?" Frisia's heart sank. "Tell me in detail. What happened?" Sabo shouted loudly. "I heard from the earth that a stranger appeared at the battle site. This person said that he couldn't stand Vegeta's pretentiousness. Then, he wiped off Vegeta's arm. It seemed to be wiped off." I scratched my head and responded quickly. "What did you say?" Frisia's face became extremely ugly. He. Sabo was so scared that his whole body trembled. He's still alive. Is he on Earth?" Dodaria's face was pale. Chapter 38 Frisia, I want to awaken the god of destruction. Did he say what his name was? Frisia clenched his fists and asked quickly. "It seems to be Fang Yun," I replied. "Fang Yun? It's really Fang Yun. He's still alive." Frisia rolled his eyes and nearly fainted. Sabo shivered for a while and held on to a chair beside him so that his legs would not go weak and he could sit down. Dodaria's red body turned white at this moment. "Look, Lady Dodaria has transformed!" a younger brother exclaimed. Dodaria slapped this. "My little brother was beaten to death. I was scared. I didn't transform. What should we do, Lord Frisia?" Sabo came over and asked in a low voice. Before, Frisia had already killed all the little brothers who knew Fang Yun except Sabo and Dodaria. This is also the reason why Vegeta didn't recognize Fang Yun after hearing his name. Of course, Vegeta accidentally heard Frisia mention Fang Yun's name, but he just mentioned it in passing. "Go to Namek immediately. While he doesn't know about Namek's Dragon Ball yet, Frisia, will make his wish come true as soon as possible." After a brief fear, Frisia was left with extreme anger. "Fang Yun! Frisia, will punish you. I want to let you know who is the real emperor of the universe." "But, Lord Frisia, what wish should we make? Even if the missing parts of the body grow back, if we meet Fang Yun, he will still give it to us." Dodaria asked hurriedly. "I know someone who can deal with him." Frisia smiled softly. "You mean?" Sabo shuddered violently. "Yes, the god of destruction." Frisia smiled. "It's the god of destruction." Sabo turned pale with fear. "What? Are we going to find the god of destruction?" Dodaria asked tremblingly. "The god of destruction Beerus is sleeping. He likes to sleep. He often sleeps for 20 to 30 years or even 30 to 50 years. Moreover, our spaceship cannot pass where he lives. So, if we want to wake up Beerus, we can only make a wish." Frisia narrowed his triangular eyes and said in a deep voice. "But, Mr. Frisia, we are luring the tiger to repel the wolf." Sabo said in a deep voice. "Do as I tell you." Frisia gave the order with a cold face. Of course, Frisia would not explain too much to Sabo and Dodaria. Frisia would not tell Sabo and Dodaria that it was because of Beerus that he could destroy planets in this universe. Because this is Beerus' job. While Beerus was sleeping, Frisia was working for Beerus. "Beerus, if you wake up, you should at least help me, Frisia, solve this problem, right? As for growing ears, we can only think of other ways later. Go all out." Frisia gave the order. Frisia's spaceship drew an arc in the starry sky, speeding up the speed. The Milky Way, the headquarters of the galaxy prison. How terrible, those two scions went to Earth. Jack's mouth trembled. Beside Jack was a blue-skinned person, whose face looked very calm. "Mers, are you scared too? They are a fighting nation." Jack patted the blue-skinned, that is, Mers' shoulder. "Haha, yes." Mers smiled slightly. "Besides, they are the subordinates of the Cosmic Emperor Frisia." Jack held his chin and pondered, so I decided to let the Earth fend for itself. Jack, didn't you meet a doctor on Earth? It was with his help that you returned to the base from Earth, right? Myers said with a smile. Yet, I will pray for the doctor's safety in this distant galactic patrol headquarters. Jack took out a stick of incense and lit it. Myers. Jack, you are too much. Forget it, let them do whatever they want on Earth. As an angel, it is not good to be too involved in the affairs of the world. Although, I am just an apprentice angel. Earth. Huff, huff, huff. Sun Wukong was panting heavily with blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Although Sun Wukong used twice the Kaioken, he was still no match for the one-armed Vegeta. However, Vegeta was not feeling well either. Losing an arm for no apparent reason was very inconvenient during the battle. Vegeta, you are indeed very strong. As expected, you only use one hand to fight me, and I am no match for you. Sun Wukong smiled slightly. So, I have already won. Vegeta glanced at Fang Yun when he said this. Let me go. I don't want to fight anymore. Chapter 39. Do you know how Li Ping became a sissy? Fang Yun ignored Vegeta. I am excited. Sun Wukong grinned. Vegeta. You both arms are very healthy. I lost an arm. You tell me now that you are excited. See how I will punish you. Vegeta gritted his teeth and flew towards Sun Wukong. Triple Kaioken. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and performed the Triple Kaioken. Combat power. Vegeta looked at the value on the detector. Bang! Suddenly, the detector exploded on the spot because it could not withstand the attack brought by the energy. This. Vegeta's eyes widened. Bang! Sun Wukong hit Vegeta's nose with a punch. What? Vegeta was shocked. This guy is just a low-level warrior. How can he have such a strong fighting power? Damn it! Vegeta was furious and flew towards Sun Wukong, ready to launch a counterattack. Pop! Sun Wukong suddenly changed direction in mid-air, and instantly appeared behind Vegeta. Bang! Sun Wukong kicked out and kicked Vegeta up to a height. Vegeta grimaced in pain and was full of resentment. I won't forgive you. Vegeta was furious, stabilized his body, and gathered energy in his hands. It still doesn't work. Triple Kaioken, my body is not feeling well. Sun Wukong scratched his head, because after performing the Triple Kaioken, his body had reached the limit that he could not bear, and his whole body was shaking with pain. Afterburner. Energy surged in Vegeta's hands, and a huge energy bomb fell from the sky. What? Sun Wukong looked up and his face changed again and again. Kamehameha Kigong Wave. Sun Wukong released the Kamehameha Kigong Wave directly without any hesitation. Boom! The two different energies collided with each other, bursting out with a powerful impact force. However, Sun Wukong's Kigong Wave was relatively weak, and was hit by Vegeta's Afterburner. Quadruple Kaioken. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Swish! The Kamehameha Kigong Wave was like a dragon rising from Mount Lu, rising straight up and hitting Vegeta at that time. Ah! Vegeta screamed and was hit by the Kamehameha Kigong Wave and flew quickly into the sky. When he moved above the clouds, Vegeta suddenly escaped from the Kigong Wave. Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and his face became ferocious. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! I will kill you! Vegeta was furious and looked for the moon everywhere. However, no matter how Vegeta looked, he could not find the moon. Strange, where's the moon? I remember I chose the full moon to come to Earth. Vegeta looked around, and seemed to suddenly think of something. He clenched his fist tightly, making a crackling sound. Kakarot, you damn guy, do you think that if you destroyed the moon, I can't transform? Wakakaka. Below, Yajirobe jumped out from the hidden corner and patted Sun Wukong on the back. Not bad, Gaku, you finally defeated the Scions. Yajirobe laughed. Yajirobe? Why are you here? Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, and gasped in pain. What's wrong with you? Yajirobe asked. To put it simply, I performed a boxing method that exceeded the limit of my body, and now my body is seriously injured, and he is not dead yet, you should leave quickly. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and said. Ah? He's still alive? What a scary guy. Yajirobe was startled. Wukong, take care, I'm leaving first. Dang dang dang. Yajirobe quickly ran to Fang Yun's side. Yajirobe felt that Fang Yun should be safer here. Fang Yun, why don't you just wipe him out? Why do you have to let Wukong fight so hard? Yajirobe looked at Fang Yun and asked. Do you have any objections? Fang Yun looked at Yajirobe with a smile. Yajirobe's mouth trembled. Fang Yun waved at him and asked him to lean over. Yajirobe was stunned and came up. Do you know that guy named Leaping? Fang Yun asked. That sissy, I know, we practiced together in the temple. Yajirobe nodded. Do you know how he became a sissy? Fang Yun asked again. Yajirobe looked at Fang Yun with a strange look on his face. Fang Yun smiled but didn't say anything. Yajirobe suddenly reacted. You erased his thing. Yajirobe stuttered. Don't tell anyone, keep it secret. Fang Yun smiled. Yajirobe was so scared that his face turned pale and blue. Wow! The next moment, Yajirobe ran away at a high speed. Yajirobe was afraid that Fang Yun would erase his thing as well. I don't want to become a sissy. P.S. Please reward one person plus one update. There is no upper limit. Rich big guys, please come and give. Chapter 40 Vegeta, do you want to crush Fang Yun to death? Brother, T rewards and updates. Swish. At this time, Vegeta slowly fell from the sky and landed right in front of Sun Wukong. However, because Vegeta only had one arm now, he lost his balance when he landed and almost fell to the ground. Vegeta gritted his teeth and stood firm. Hee, Kakarot, do you think I lost like this? Vegeta sneered, also, do you think I can't transform because you broke the moon? Transform? What do you mean? Sun Wukong was puzzled. Swish. As Vegeta said this, an energy bomb flashing with flames suddenly appeared in his hand. What does he want to do? While condensing this energy bomb, his own aura also dropped significantly. Sun Wukong was a little puzzled. Kakarot, you should regret it now, you don't have a tail. Vegeta laughed, and the artificial moon in his hand was thrown into the sky by him. Pop! Vegeta clenched his fist. The artificial full moon in the sky also immediately burst into golden light. Swish! Vegeta's body quickly grew larger. In a moment, Vegeta turned into a black giant ape. One-armed giant ape. Roar! Vegeta beat his chest with one hand. Then, Vegeta stopped immediately with a dark face. This fucking lost an arm, and became a giant ape to beat his chest without any sense of rhythm, okay? Vegeta looked down at Fang Yun's position. In Vegeta's eyes, Fang Yun was just the size of a little mouse. One hand can catch him. Or, step on him to death? My current combat power has reached at least 100,000. How can I not step on such a guy to death? No, the moment I make a move, he might wave his hand and I will disappear. Even if I still exist, he might wipe out some part of my body. I can't take risks. Vegeta was in a state of excitement, and was hesitating whether to take the opportunity to kill Fang Yun. Vegeta, you can try to see if you can step on me to death. Fang Yun waved at Vegeta. Vegeta's face changed color. Can he know what I'm thinking? Vegeta was silent. After weighing the pros and cons, Vegeta still didn't dare to attack Fang Yun. If Fang Yun was so easy to deal with, Frieza would have attacked him long ago, right? Why is he still alive and well after so many years? Why should I, Vegeta, take the initiative to provoke a guy that even Frieza can't deal with? Bang! Vegeta stepped in the direction of Sun Wukong. Let's step on this low-level warrior Kakarot to death first. By comparison, this guy is more annoying. I am a genius warrior of the Science, and I am also the prince of the Science. If I can't even beat a low-level warrior today, I will be too embarrassed. Sun Wukong saw that the situation was not good, and hurriedly jumped up. Bang! Vegeta waved his hand and slapped Sun Wukong from the air to the ground like slapping a fly. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and stood up. I forgot to tell you, Kakarot, after transforming into a giant ape, my combat power is 10 times that of before. Vegeta said proudly. What did you say? Sun Wukong's face became extremely ugly. Now you know the use of the tail, right? Ridiculous guy, you actually removed the tail. Vegeta smiled contemptuously and stepped on it again. Sun Wukong hurriedly dodged. Bang! Vegeta slapped him again. Sun Wukong fell to the ground on the spot. Go to hell, Kakarot! Vegeta laughed. Triple Kaioken! Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and performed the triple Kaioken. Bang! Vegeta's big foot stepped down heavily. Crack! Before Sun Wukong could get up, Vegeta stepped on his legs. There was only a sound of bones breaking. Sun Wukong's legs were shattered at that moment. Ah! Sun Wukong screamed in pain. Sorry, I accidentally stepped on your legs. Don't you feel any pain? Vegeta smiled triumphantly and leaned over to grab Sun Wukong in his hands. Ah! Ah! Sun Wukong screamed in pain. I'm going to crush you to death, Kakarot. Vegeta's face was ferocious. You! Let go of my dad. Sun Wuhan appeared in front of Vegeta and shouted tremblingly. Little devil, didn't you go far away? Why are you back to die again? Vegeta glanced at Sun Wuhan and chuckled. Chapter 41 Vegeta, don't erase me. Kang Yu's reward plus more. Behind Vegeta, Qi Yuanzhan. Krillin appeared quietly, with Qi Yuanzhan in his hand brewing, and slashed towards Vegeta. Shua! Then, Vegeta jumped lightly and avoided the attack of Qi Yuanzhan. Humph, I knew you were hiding nearby and wanted to sneak attack me. Vegeta sneered, and knocked Krillin to the ground with his tail. Shua! Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and shot a flame in his hand. Bang! The flame directly hit Vegeta's eyes. Vegeta felt pain, his hand loosened, and Sun Wukong fell from the air. My eyes! Vegeta covered his injured eyes and rushed towards Sun Wukong with great momentum. Yajirobe, it's your turn. Fang Yun patted Yajirobe's shoulder. Ah! Stop kidding! What am I going to do? Yajirobe was terrified. You are so powerful. Just wipe him out directly. What do you mean by letting me play? How can I be the opponent of that monster? Go, cut off his tail, and he will recover. Fang Yun ordered. Yajirobe shook his head vigorously. No. I won't go to die. Bang! Fang Yun kicked Yajirobe away with one kick. And the direction Yajirobe flew was exactly Vegeta's side. Yajirobe gritted his teeth and pulled out the long sword. Shua! Yajirobe swung the long sword. Kika! Vegeta's tail was cut off on the spot. It's over. After landing, Yajirobe quickly threw the long sword to the ground, adjusted his body, and hurried away. I really didn't mean it. It was Fang Yun who threw it to me. Shua! Vegeta's body also shrank immediately and returned to its original appearance. Damn it! Vegeta was so angry that his nose was crooked and his whole body was shaking. With his tail broken, Vegeta's energy was greatly reduced. However, Sun Wukong and others were also pale and their physical strength was overdrawn to the extreme. Huff, huff, huff. Vegeta was panting heavily. Sun Wukong was seriously injured and lay on the ground, unable to move. It can be said that in this battle, Vegeta defeated Sun Wukong with one arm. Krillin also consumed too much energy because of the attack just now, and his physical strength has been overdrawn at this time. Although Son Gohan still has some reservations, he doesn't know how to fight. After all, for Son Gohan, this is also his first battle, and he lacks some experience. Also, Son Gohan's biggest problem is that he is timid. Facing so many opponents stronger than him, anyone would be afraid. Vegeta took a step forward. Son Gohan and Krillin immediately prepared for the battle. Hey, Fang Yun, do I win this? Vegeta did not attack immediately, but looked at Fang Yun in the distance and asked. I am very upset with your attitude when you speak. Fang Yun looked dissatisfied. How should I punish you? What did you say? Vegeta's face changed color, and in a hurry, the afterburner in his hand emerged and bombarded in the direction of Fang Yun. Swish! Fang Yun just waved his hand lightly, and the afterburner was easily wiped out by him. What? Vegeta's face turned ugly. Did he easily resolve my attack? Who is he? Fang Yun smiled and walked towards Vegeta step by step. You, don't come over. Vegeta was so scared that his whole body was shaking. It's terrible. This person is terrible. Fang Yun smiled and continued to move forward. Sun Wukong turned his head and looked at such a weird scene without blinking. Sun Gohan widened his eyes and looked at Vegeta, who was pale with fear. Krillin hugged his bald head with both hands, muttering in his heart, it would be great if I were a magician too. In the distance, on the top of a mountain. No way, is my brother-in-law so powerful? Bulma looked at Fang Yun, who was heroic on the screen, in surprise. You just found out. Tai Sai smiled. Sister is so stingy. My brother-in-law is so powerful, but you didn't tell me earlier and made me worry about him. Bulma took a deep breath. Tais. Actually, if I said, I didn't know your brother-in-law was so powerful. Will you laugh at me, Bulma? Fang Yun, you are too much. I only know that you are an excellent magician, but I didn't expect that your magic would be so superb. In Tai Sai's cognition, Fang Yun is also quite outstanding, but his level is probably about the same as Sun Wukong. What Tai Sai never expected was that Fang Yun could even beat the Scion Prince Vegeta. How should I punish you? Fang Yun scratched his head. Don't erase me! Don't erase me! Vegeta shouted loudly. Chapter 42 Vegeta kneels down, T-Brother rewards and adds more. Vegeta subconsciously thought that Fang Yun scratched his head and planned to erase himself. Don't worry, you are still useful. I won't get rid of you for the time being. Fang Yun smiled, walked forward, and patted Vegeta's shoulder. Vegeta glanced at his shoulder. Suddenly, Vegeta felt his body sink, and his knees bent uncontrollably. Pa! Vegeta knelt in front of Fang Yun. No need to do this. Fang Yun said. Vegeta. It's not that I want to kneel, it's that my knees don't obey. You are so shameless. You patted my shoulder and made me kneel down under the force of my knees. You still said that there is no need to do this. Krillin. Son Gohan. Son Goku. Vegeta, actually knelt down to Fang Yun? Yakirobe rolled his eyes at Son Goku and others. What do you know? If you knew how that unlucky guy named Leaping became a sissy, you would understand how terrible Fang Yun is. Should I run away now? Yakirobe even wanted to leave this place immediately. Bang! Fang Yun punched Vegeta in the abdomen. Puff! Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Go back and tell Frieza that we will meet on Namek and sing two tigers together. Fang Yun smiled and patted Vegeta's head. Vegeta was frightened and his eyes were full of fear. You can go now. Fang Yun let go of Vegeta. Vegeta fell to the ground with a bang. Damn it, let me go, don't attack me. I find it difficult to leave now. Vegeta bit, gritting his teeth. He took out the spaceship remote control and pressed the button on it. Swoosh! The spaceship that was kicked away by Fang Yun quickly appeared beside Vegeta. Vegeta crawled step by step towards the spaceship. Damn it! I won't let you go. Krillin bared his teeth, picked up the long knife dropped by Yajirobe, and pointed it at the back of Vegeta's heart. Vegeta was shocked, and his pupils shrank together. At this time, Krillin had already raised the long knife. As long as Krillin exerted force, he could penetrate Vegeta's heart. Not good. Vegeta's face changed color. Fang Yun looked at Krillin with a calm expression, with a hint of smile on his face. Krillin seemed to have noticed Fang Yun's eyes, and he turned his head to look in Fang Yun's direction. This look, why is it so scary? Krillin's heart skipped a beat. Krillin, let him go. Sun Wukong's voice came over. Goku. Krillin gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. If you let him go, will you be worthy of the dead Tien Shinyan and Yamcha? Vegeta is very powerful. I have practiced very hard, but I am still no match for him with one hand. Sun Wukong smiled, but I will try hard, I will find a way to defeat him. Next time, I will let Vegeta fight me with two hands. Vegeta. Kakarot, wait for me. Can I have two arms? Are you rubbing salt into my wounds? Vegeta was so angry that his nose was crooked. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Vegeta quickly climbed onto the spaceship and closed the hatch of the spaceship. Swoosh! Vegeta pressed the start button of the spaceship. The spaceship rushed into the starry sky, leaving a white light on the horizon, and disappeared in a flash. After Vegeta left, Bulma immediately called Master Roshi and asked him to come and pick them up. About 10 minutes later, Bulma, Tais, Master Kair, Master Roshi and others all landed at the scene. After a while, even the Bull Demon King and Son Goku's wife Chi-Chi also came here. Chi-Chi directly skipped Son Goku, went up and hugged Son Gohan, whom she hadn't seen for a year, and cried. Then, Krillin carried the immobile Son Goku on the helicopter. Because the senzu beans had been used up, Son Goku had to be sent to the hospital for treatment. On the way to the hospital, many people looked at Fang Yun silently. Master Roshi, Master Kair and others had already learned about what Fang Yun had just done through Krillin and Yajirobe. Look, the clouds are so white today. Fang Yun turned his head to look at the white clouds drifting outside the window and suddenly said. Turtle Master. Krillin. Yajirobe. Garland Master. Oolong. God damn, the clouds are so white today. So many people died. Your magic is so powerful, if you had acted earlier, no one would have died. What are you looking at? Why are you looking at me? Fang Yun asked knowingly. P.S. Ask for rewards again. Reward one person plus one update, no upper limit. By the way, I recommend Dragon Ball, Apprentice Angel and Dragon Ball, the strongest teacher. They are already fat, please enjoy them. Chapter 43 Sister-in-law is domineering. Ahem. Fang Yun, are you really a magician? Garland Master asked curiously. To be precise, I should be considered a god. Fang Yun smiled. Garland Master. Turtle Master. You are really good at bragging. You can even connect this with God. Forget it, let him do whatever he wants. He said whatever he wanted to say. Master Kame kicked Wulong. Wulong looked at Master Kame with a confused look. Master Kame pouted at Wulong. Wulong rolled his eyes. If you want to ask, go ask it yourself. Why are you looking for me? Master came quickly, took out a photo album and quietly handed it to Wulong. Wulong no longer hesitated and nodded vigorously. Ahem. Fang Yun, you said you are so powerful. If you had acted earlier, they wouldn't have to die. Wulong said to Fang Yun. Before Fang Yun could answer, Bulma interrupted. Wulong! Bulma shouted. Wulong raised his head and looked at Bulma in confusion. Your question is a bit unbelievable. Bulma snorted, you are a pig. I want to eat roast suckling pig now. Are you willing to sacrifice yourself for me? Wulong! What the hell is this metaphor? I don't want to. I don't want to be roasted. Didn't my brother-in-law say a year ago that he could help erase one? Did you think it was a joke at the time? Bulma looked around the room, put her hands on her waist, and asked angrily. Everyone was silent. Yes, Fang Yun did say that at the time. However, after hearing it, everyone present thought Fang Yun was joking. I also said that my brother-in-law needs time to cool down his magic. Have they all forgotten it? Bulma asked again. Everyone was ashamed and lowered their heads. They died, and I am also very sad, but if you dare to blame my brother-in-law, I will never forgive you. Bulma shouted domineeringly. Krillin! Who dares to blame your brother-in-law? We don't want to be wiped out. Fang Yun looked at Bulma silently. This sister-in-law is really fierce. By the way, Krillin, you said before that there is a way to revive the dead companions? Really? Sun Wukong quickly changed the subject. Yes, Goku. Krillin nodded and responded, I heard that Scion named Nappa and Vegeta talked about Piccolo before, saying that Piccolo is from Namek, so as long as we find the hometown of Namek, we may be able to revive Tien Shinyan and others through the Dragon Ball on Namek. Really? So, Uncle Piccolo can also be resurrected? Son Gohan was excited. Gohan. Chi-Chi looked unhappy. That's the reincarnation of Piccolo, you'll learn bad things if you follow him. But, how can we find Namek? Krillin pondered. Lord Kai should be able to find it. I'll contact Lord Kai and ask him to help. Son Goku replied. Hello everyone, I'm Lord Kai. Soon, the voice of Lord Kai came over. Everyone felt as if a stranger was talking in their hearts. It seemed that it was a kind of spiritual communication. I watched the battle this time. You performed well, especially Fang Yun's magic, which was too unexpected. King Kai praised, I do know the Namek you mentioned. I saw it a long time ago. Wait a moment, I'll find the location of Namek. Is this Lord Kai? Really amazing. Everyone couldn't help but look at Fang Yun. Fang Yun, didn't you say you were a god? You see, compared to a real god, your magic seems too childish. Namek is located at 9045YX in the SU83 direction. Fang Yun suddenly said. Everyone looked at Fang Yun. King Kai obviously heard it, and looked at Fang Yun in surprise. Fang Yun didn't say anything. Ahem, a long time ago, when Fang Yun and I were on our honeymoon, we traveled to Namek. Taisai laughed, for this, I also realized my wish to stay young forever. Everyone except Bulma was stunned. Fang Yun and Taisai went to Namek? When did this happen? When Bulma was 5 years old, Fang Yun and I went there. Taisai added. What? Everyone present was shocked again. No wonder I found Tais so young all the time. Krillin whispered to the sage Garen, it seems that Tais should be 40 years old, right? The sage Garen said nothing. Do you know that it is impolite to discuss a girl's age? There are really Dragon Balls on Namek? Krillin asked in surprise. Yes, of course there are. Tais nodded and added, but don't be too happy too soon. With the technology on our Earth, even the spaceship made by my father can't fly to Namek in your lifetime. Chapter 44 Vegeta, where is your arm? What do you mean? Why do you use the word you? Wulong asked puzzledly. Because I am immortal, I can land on Namek in my lifetime. Taisai smiled. Sister is right. With our current level of technology, it will take at least 1,000 years to fly there. Yajirobe. Krillin. How did you and Fang Yun go there back then? Asked the immortal Garen. Back then, our family helped a galactic patrolman, who gave us a spaceship. Taisai explained, but unfortunately, the quality of the galactic patrolman's spaceship is not very good. After Fang Yun and I returned to Earth, the core of the spaceship was completely broken. This is not easy to deal with. Let's think of other ways. Krillin scratched his head. Fang Yun smiled and didn't respond. Frisia's Planet 79. The 18th day after Vegeta left Earth. The guards of the two space stations were playing chess. Beep. At this time, the alarm sounded. Something is approaching. Is it not Lord Frisia? No, Lord Frisia just replenished energy on the planet and has not been away for long. Judging from the signal, it seems to be Vegeta's spaceship. Strange, I didn't receive Vegeta's return message. Did something happen? Swoosh. Vegeta's spaceship fell from the sky and hit the return platform. The two younger brothers immediately stood up and respectfully welcomed Vegeta's return. Strange, there is only one spaceship, where is Mr. Nappa? Why didn't His Highness Vegeta respond? The two looked closely and found that Vegeta had activated the life-sustaining life-saving device. Quick, send him for treatment. Under the arrangement of the younger brothers, Vegeta was sent to the treatment room and placed in the treatment nutrient solution. Your Highness, Vegeta is seriously injured, his tail and arm are broken. The younger brothers sighed. Don't worry, we have the most advanced treatment device in the universe, it will grow back. About 40 minutes later. Beep. The treatment device sent a signal that the treatment was completed. Vegeta's eyes suddenly opened. Vegeta walked out of the treatment device. The younger brothers were dumbfounded. The treatment device did not heal Vegeta's broken arm, let alone make his tail grow. Vegeta had a dark face, gently stroked his broken arm, bared his teeth and clenched his fist. Damn Fang Yun! When I, Vegeta, become a Super Saiyan, I will definitely let you have a taste of a broken arm. Vegeta was so angry that his whole body trembled. No, I will cut off your arms and legs. You will never be able to move again. Your Highness Vegeta, this broken arm, seems to be similar to Lord Frisia's. The younger brother looked at Vegeta in fear. It doesn't matter. Even with only one arm, you can still fight. Vegeta smiled. By the way, Your Highness Vegeta, Mr. Chuyi said that if your injury is healed, he has something to tell you. The younger brother said respectfully. It's worthy of being a scion of the fighting nation. Even if he lost an arm, his mentality is still so good. If it were me, wouldn't I be depressed to death? Chuyi? Let him get out, I don't have time to deal with him. Vegeta snorted coldly, put on his combat uniform, put on the detector, and strode out. No, I want to become a Super Saiyan. I believe that as long as I become a Super Saiyan, I can go to Earth for revenge. As the most powerful warrior in the universe, I can't be wiped out by your strange magic, right? How can I become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta feels that he is not a Super Saiyan yet. To deal with a low-level warrior Kakarot, he has to become a giant ape. How can a Super Saiyan be so weak? Oh, and there is Kakarot. Just wait, I will cut you into pieces. Vegeta secretly made up his mind to go back for revenge. Just when Vegeta was thinking about his worries. Tisk tisk, isn't this Vegeta, the prince of the scions of the fighting nation? A sarcastic voice sounded from behind Vegeta. Vegeta didn't need to look back to know who was coming. Snap! The next moment, Vegeta felt a sinking on his shoulder. Chuyi had already put his hand on Vegeta's shoulder. On the left shoulder. Vegeta, where is your left arm? How did you lose it? Chu Yi asked with interest. Chu Yi, take your dirty hands away. Vegeta snorted. I didn't expect that the famous Vegeta would have such an experience after going to Earth. Chu Yi smiled contemptuously, you almost died, and you also lost your tail and left arm. I'm curious, as a Scion Prince, how could you be beaten like this by the Earthlings? Chapter 45 Bulma, sister asks you a favor. Get out. Vegeta said with a dark face. By the way, Lord Frieza is very dissatisfied with your unauthorized actions. Chu Yi said with a smile, however, Lord Frieza decided to forgive your mistakes for the time being because you brought him valuable good news. What did you say? Vegeta turned around and seemed to think of something. Yes, Lord Frieza already knows. Chu Yi chuckled. Vegeta's pupil shrank. Just as you expected, Dragon Ball. Chu Yi smiled slightly. You mean? Vegeta said in a deep voice. Namek. Chu Yi smiled. Vegeta's face changed color. But then, Vegeta's heart trembled violently. Vegeta suddenly remembered that when he left the earth, Fang Yun patted his head and said something. Go back and tell Frieza that we will meet on Namek and sing Two Tigers together. So, Fang Yun will also go to Namek? Frieza probably doesn't know about this yet? Chu Yi, what wish does Frieza want to fulfill by looking for Dragon Ball? Vegeta calmed down at this time. How can I know what Mr. Frieza's wish is? Chu Yi smiled slightly, you should pay more attention to yourself. Swoosh. Vegeta no longer paid attention to Chu Yi, but turned into a white light and flew quickly towards the direction of the spaceship. Pop. Vegeta opened the hatch of the spaceship. Swoosh. The spaceship broke through the void and flew towards Namek. I want to make a wish to become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, stop right there. Who told you to act without authorization? Chu Yi was furious. How dare you ignore my existence? Vegeta, Chu Yi, will go over and kill you. Chu Yi also immediately boarded the spaceship and chased after Vegeta. The Milky Way, the Earth. Not long after Sun Wukong was hospitalized, Mr. Popo of the temple found Bulma and provided a spaceship from Namek. Bulma took the spaceship home and modified it. Now, the spaceship the transformation has been successful, and I am ready to go to Namek. Sister, are you really not going? Bulma asked. I won't go. I just wrote the beginning of my novel, and I plan to update it in the next few days. If I go to Namek, what will happen to the readers waiting for the update? Taisai shook her head, let your brother-in-law accompany you, so I can rest assured. Brother-in-law, please. Bulma looked at Fang Yun and said. It's okay, I just want to go to Namek. Fang Yun nodded and didn't object. Now, Tao Pei and Nappa have been wiped out by Fang Yun. The next person to be wiped out is Frieza. How could Fang Yun miss such a good thing? After discussion, the candidates for Namek are Fang Yun, Bulma, Sun Gohan, and Krillin, a total of 4 people. Before departure, Tais called Bulma to a distance. Sister, what's the matter, so mysterious? Bulma looked at Taisai and asked. Bulma, I have something to ask you. Taisai said with a red face. What is it? Just tell me, we are sisters, it's too polite to ask for help. Bulma replied. Your brother-in-law and I have been together for such a long time, but unfortunately we have never had a child. Taisai said with a red face, I can see that although your brother-in-law said it was nothing, he must want a child of his own. Ah! I thought my sister and brother-in-law didn't want a child. Bulma thought thoughtfully. I want a child, I don't know if it's my problem, I can't get pregnant. Taisai lowered her head. Isn't it my brother-in-law's problem? Bulma laughed. No, it should be my problem. Taisai shook her head gently. In the distance. Fang Yun. Tais, you are overdoing it. You actually told your sister about this kind of thing? Do you think it's appropriate? Fang Yun's hearing is far better than that of ordinary people, even farther than that of Namqians. Fang Yun guessed that the reason why he and Taisai didn't have children was probably because he was not from Earth. Am I from Earth? Fang Yun himself was not sure. After all, he became so powerful without practicing. However, Taisai actually said it was her problem. This made Fang Yun feel a little guilty. I went to the hospital for a checkup and they said that I have a constitution that makes it difficult to get pregnant. The chance of getting pregnant is 1 in 10,000. Taisai said with some disappointment. Ah? There is such a thing. Bulma looked at her sister in surprise and comforted her. Don't worry, sister, I will go to Namek to make a wish this time and ask the dragon to give you and your brother-in-law a child, or let the dragon heal your body. Chapter 46 10,000 times stronger than Vegeta. Bulma. I didn't mean that. Taisai smiled and shook her head. Besides, Shenlong wants to revive his dead companions, so that Fang Yun and I can have a child. This is a bit selfish and inappropriate. Then, what do you mean, sister? Bulma was a little confused. I think Bulma seems to have some feelings for your brother-in-law, right? Taisai smiled. Sister, what are you talking about? Bulma's face turned red. Bulma, I watched you grow up. And I know what you are thinking. Taisai smiled and said, if it is your child with Fang Yun, I will treat it like my own child. Sister. Don't say anything more. How can I do that? Bulma said hurriedly. On the spaceship, you have to spend a month with your brother-in-law. Taisai laughed. Bulma's face turned rosy. Go, Bulma, bring back a child for your sister. Taisai patted Bulma's shoulder. Even if there is, how can it be so fast? Bulma shouted. Look, you admit it. Taisai smiled. I didn't. Bulma shouted. What are the two sisters arguing about? Krillin was confused. Son Gohan shook his head. After a while, Bulma came over angrily and stepped onto the spaceship. Fang Yun hugged Taisai and waved goodbye to her. Tais blinked at Fang Yun. Swoosh! The spaceship rushed into the sky and soon entered the starry sky. It takes a month to reach Namek. It's a long time. Bulma pondered and looked at Fang Yun. Brother-in-law, what do you think we should do? We can't be idle for a month, right? When saying this, Bulma blinked at Fang Yun. Fang Yun! What do you mean by winking at me? Krillin swallowed his saliva. Bulma is so charming at this time. Son Gohan is still young and looks confused. By the way, brother-in-law, where do you think the scion named Vegeta will escape to? Bulma asked. The universe is so big, what you see is just the tip of the iceberg. Fang Yun smiled, although Vegeta looks is he stronger than Vegeta? Ah? Are you kidding me? Krillin shuddered. Stronger than Vegeta? Son Gohan's face changed with fear. Yes, 10,000 times stronger. Fang Yun pondered. What? 10,000 times? Are you kidding me? Krillin rolled his eyes and almost fainted. Son Gohan was so scared that his lips turned purple and tears were about to fall. It's too scary. Vegeta is already scary, okay? Is there someone who is 10,000 times stronger than Vegeta? Ahem. Brother-in-law, don't scare them. Bulma smiled bitterly. I didn't scare them, I was telling the truth. Fang Yun replied seriously. Fang Yun. Tell me quickly, you are really not joking. Krillin said hurriedly. Do you think I'm kidding? Fang Yun said. Bulma, turn around and return to Earth. Krillin was so scared that his face turned blue. 10,000 times stronger than Vegeta? Why the hell would I go to die? I don't even have a girlfriend. Brother-in-law, you can wipe this person out, right? Bulma was also trembling all over. Yes. Fang Yun nodded. Krillin breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, isn't there a magician named Fang Yun? He can wipe out that scary guy, right? Am I overthinking it? No. That man is so much stronger than Vegeta, can Fang Yun wipe him out? Fang Yun, you are not bragging, are you? Bragging can kill people. Since my brother-in-law said it's okay, then there must be no problem. Bulma's confidence in Fang Yun doubled. 1 month later. Namek. A mini spaceship fell from the sky and hit the ground of the planet, leaving a big hole. Crack. The hatch of the spaceship opened and Vegeta walked out. However, Vegeta only had one arm left, and his walking posture looked a little funny and uncoordinated. Swoosh! Just before Vegeta walked out, another spaceship landed nearby. Chuyi flew up and chased Vegeta. Vegeta, you can't run away. Chuyi snorted coldly. I didn't say I ran away. Vegeta smiled lightly. Vegeta, take a good look at your detector. My combat power is far greater than yours. Besides, you lost an arm. How can you be my opponent? Chuyi sneered. Chapter 47 Meet on Namek, 1357-027-1649 Reward for extra chapter. Don't mention the arm to me again. Vegeta's face was not good at that time. The next moment, Chuyi's figure appeared opposite Vegeta. The two looked at each other. Vegeta, you are dead. Chuyi looked at Vegeta opposite with contempt. Childish, do you think you can defeat me, Vegeta, with your fighting power? Vegeta snorted coldly, I will let you see the new skills I learned on Earth. New skills? Is it a new skill to escape? Chuyi laughed sarcastically. It is to control the fighting power at will. Vegeta said, and his breath suddenly burst out. Combat power 24,000. How is it possible? Chuyi was frightened and pale. Crack. Vegeta had no reason to be polite, and he stepped forward and broke Chuyi's arms. Chuyi screamed loudly. I wanted to torture you more, but there is no use keeping a waste like you, so I'd better kill you as soon as possible. Vegeta put his hand on Chuyi's chest. Chuyi's pupils were full of bloodshot with fear. Boom! The flame in Vegeta's hand flashed and pierced Chuyi's heart. Chuyi, dead. In a distant place, Frieza and others were collecting Dragon Balls in a village on Namek. The battle between Vegeta and Chuyi had already attracted the attention of Frieza and others. Chuyi is dead, easily killed by Vegeta, his combat power has really improved. Dodoria said in a deep voice. With just this little combat power, you and Sabo can defeat him together. Frieza smiled. While he was talking, Vegeta spoke through the communication device of the detector. Hey, Frieza, are you listening? Vegeta said. What? What do you want to say, Vegeta? Frieza chuckled. It's nothing serious. I'm just conveying someone's words. Vegeta smiled. Frieza's heart sank, and he had a bad premonition. Someone told me to tell you that he will meet you on Namek and sing Two Tigers together. Vegeta relayed Fang Yun's words to Frieza. Frieza's pupils shrank and his face suddenly changed color. Dodoria was so scared that she trembled all over and her skin turned pale. Sabo was sweating coldly on his back. At this moment, time seemed to have gone back to several years ago. On the planet called Frieza's Planet 88. There was a terrible demon who was teaching them to sing Two Tigers with a beautiful voice. But when I thought of the lyrics of that song. Ha 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 ha, Frieza, I didn't expect you to have this day. Vegeta laughed wildly, and tore off the detector and crushed it directly. Damn it! Frieza was furious and shouted angrily, hurry up and find the Dragon Ball for me. Sir Frieza, in fact, we can rest assured that with the technological level of the Earthlings, it is impossible to reach this planet. Sabo took a deep breath and whispered. Frisia glanced at Sabo and said nothing. The spaceship that Fang Yun was riding landed on Namek. Fang Yun's spaceship and Vegeta's spaceship actually landed at the same time. To be precise, it should be more appropriate for Fang Yun's spaceship to land first. Fang Yun took Bulma to the land of Namek. Is this Namek? There are 3 suns in the sky. Bulma looked up at the sky and couldn't help talking to herself. The next moment, the 4 people present just saw Vegeta and Chu Yi's spaceship. And, Vegeta easily destroyed Chu Yi. Vegeta has become more powerful than before. Krillin muttered. Brother-in-law, there are indeed Dragon Balls on Namek. Bulma has taken out the Dragon Ball radar, pressed the button on it, and pointed at several bright spots on the radar. Strange, there are 3 Dragon Balls gathered together here. Krillin took a look. So, in addition to Vegeta, there are people collecting Dragon Balls. Krillin exclaimed. Could it be the Universe Emperor named Frisia that Fang Yun said? Son Gohan looked at Fang Yun. Yes, it's him. Fang Yun nodded. Gohan was so scared that his lips turned purple. What should I do? Should I go over and wipe him out directly? Krillin was also startled and asked tremblingly. It's easy to wipe him out, but it's a bit too early now. Let's go find the Great Elder of Namek first. Fang Yun called. Great Elder? Who is it? Son Gohan calmed himself down and asked curiously. The Great Elder is the one who made the Dragon Balls. Let's go. Fang Yun stepped forward and picked up Bulma and flew away. Krillin and Son Gohan followed behind. Gohan, is there no way for Fang Yun to wipe out the Cosmic Emperor Frisia? Krillin whispered. P.S. Please give me rewards, flowers, and recommendation votes. Each reward will get 1 more chapter. A total of 5,000 flowers plus 1 more chapter. A total of 1,000 evaluation votes plus 1 more chapter. A total of 100 comments plus 1 more chapter. Chapter 48 Fang Yun, go meet an old friend. I don't know, maybe, that person is 10,000 times stronger than Vegeta. If that's the case, how can we easily wipe him out? Son Gohan nodded gently. So, our only goal now is to quickly gather the Dragon Balls, find a way to revive our companions, and then leave this planet immediately. Krillin said in a deep voice. Yes, Uncle Krillin. Son Gohan nodded vigorously. Swoosh! The 3 of them drew an arc across the sky and flew towards the direction of the Great Elder. They flew for about 10 minutes. Fang Yun, Gohan, there are people over there. There are so many people's auras. Krillin exclaimed. There is also a very strong aura. Is it the Cosmic Emperor Frisia that Uncle Fang Yun mentioned? Son Gohan's face also changed color. It should be him. Fang Yun nodded slightly. Let's leave here quickly. Krillin made a prompt decision. Why leave? Let's go see him first. Fang Yun smiled, changed his position in the air, and flew towards Frisia and others. Krillin. Son Gohan. Both of them were scared. Do you really want to see the Cosmic Emperor? That's a scary guy who is 10,000 times stronger than Vegeta. No, that person's aura doesn't seem to be that outrageous. Fang Yun, you are really good at bragging. Judging from the aura, that person's strength seems to be only 10 times that of Vegeta now. Yet, just a month ago, Vegeta has become about twice the size of a giant ape. Krillin and Son Gohan both looked at Fang Yun silently. In this world, bragging is irresponsible, right? You are going to scare us to death. No wonder Fang Yun is not afraid at all. He is just a little bit higher than Vegeta, so it seems that Fang Yun should be able to wipe him out, right? In the distance, Frisia and his gang have controlled the old people and children in this village. At the same time, they also killed several young Namekians. Now, can you tell me the whereabouts of the Dragon Ball? Frisia smiled lightly, squinting his eyes and looking at the three Namekians, one old and two young. These three people are the future Great Elder Mulai, as well as Dendi and Kadis. If you don't tell me, I will kill them two little guys. Frisia smiled. Mulai was so angry that his whole body was shaking. Okay, I'll get the Dragon Ball for you. Mulai gritted his teeth, not wanting the two children to be killed, so he had to compromise. Not long after, Mulai came out with a Dragon Ball. That's right, say it earlier, how nice. Frisia smiled lightly. Mori. Then, can you tell me the location of the next Dragon Ball? Frisia asked again. Don't even think about it. I won't betray my companions. Mori shouted loudly. Look, if you say that, I can only kill those two kids. Frisia smiled. Sir Frisia. 3 combat power reactions are approaching. A younger brother suddenly stepped forward to report. 2 of them have a combat power of about 1500, and one has a combat power of only 1. Frisia glanced at the younger brother. With such a low combat power, do you still need to report to me? Oh? Probably someone from this village. Dodoria guessed. You came just in time to ask them about the whereabouts of the next Dragon Ball. Sabo smiled slightly. Elder, have you thought about it? Frisia looked at Mulai again. Mori didn't say anything. Mori guessed in his heart, who is coming? All the strong men in this village were killed by them. Who else will come? Still unwilling to tell the whereabouts of the next Dragon Ball. Frisia narrowed his eyes and looked at Mulai. Mori. Okay, in this case, I have no choice but to kill those 2 children. Frisia smiled. Damn it! I can't forgive you. Mulai was furious, and the breath on his body was also surging wildly. Puff! Dodoria's palm directly penetrated Mulai's heart. Mori's body trembled violently. Snap! Dodoria pulled his hand back from Mulai's chest with a faint smile on his face. Dandy and Kadis were also trembling with fear. After a brief hesitation, Kadis ran out in fear. Swoosh! Frisia's hand flashed with flames, and he killed Kadis on the spot. Dendi wanted to run, but he was shocked to see his companions being killed. Kill him and go find the next Dragon Ball. Frisia ordered. Yes. A younger brother picked up a weapon and pointed it at Dandy's body. 2 tigers, run fast, run fast. Chapter 49 Frisia, we meet again. Just when this younger brother was about to kill Dandy on the spot, a beautiful song suddenly sounded. After hearing the song, Frisia jumped up from the aircraft, shocked. One has no ears, one has no tail, how strange, how strange. The singing sounded again, and the sound came from far away. Dodoria's body turned white because of fear. Sabo's legs were like sieves, and he was almost scared to pee. Frisia's pupils shrank together, and his face changed again and again. This voice was very familiar to Frisia. It was the devil named Fang Yun. He was still alive. How did he come to Namek? Didn't it say that the technology of the Earth could not come to such a distant star field? How did he do it? Brother-in-law, the song you sing is so strange. What do you mean one without ears and one without a tail? Bulma turned her head and looked at Fang Yun and asked. Puff! Krillin burst into laughter. Your song. The lyrics are too weird. Son Gohan didn't say anything, and looked at Fang Yun in some confusion. Why did you suddenly sing? Children don't understand the world of adults. This is a very old story, I will tell you later. Fang Yun smiled. While speaking, Fang Yun had already appeared in the sky above Frisia and others with Bulma in his arms. That! Fang Yun, we are so arrogant and appearing above them, will there be any problem? Krillin was terrified. Among the people below, 3 of them have the most terrifying aura. Especially the guy standing in the aircraft. Hey? His head is so strange, like a ball. Doesn't he have ears? And those 2 people, one is a one-eyed dragon, and the other has no nose like me. Strange guys. Krillin looked at them one by one. So scary. A group of monsters. Who is it? How dare you act wild in front of Lord Frisia? A younger brother shouted at Fang Yun and others. Bang! Frisia immediately rushed forward and slapped this ignorant little brother to death with one slap. Then, Frisia hurriedly bowed to Fang Yun. Dear Mr. Fang Yun, I finally found you. Frisia said respectfully. Missed me? Fang Yun smiled. Frisia. I really want to kill you. Who misses you? This guy is still alive. I naively thought that he was dead. Pa. Fang Yun fell from the sky holding Bulma and landed in front of Frisia. Son Gohan and Krillin also followed behind Fang Yun. Both of them were a little confused. That guy, was he so respectful to Fang Yun? Frisia, you have been here all these years. All right. Fang Yun greeted. It's okay. It's okay. Frisia responded hurriedly. Where's the other little tiger? Fang Yun asked. Frisia was stunned for a moment. The other little tiger? What do you mean? But Frisia reacted quickly and understood immediately. Fang Yun was asking about his father. What the hell is the little tiger? Father and I are not together. Frisia replied. You came to Namek to find the Dragon Ball. Fang Yun asked with a smile, and glanced at the Dragon Ball that Dodoria was holding. Yes. Frisia didn't dare to deny it. What a coincidence, I'm here to find the Dragon Ball too. Fang Yun smiled. Frisia. Give me your Dragon Ball, is that okay? Fang Yun asked. No, of course not. Frisia answered very straightforwardly. Dodoria even trembled as she handed over the Dragon Ball with both hands. You guys, isn't it a bit unfair for me to rob your Dragon Ball like this? Fang Yun pondered with his chin in his hand. Frisia couldn't help but nodded. Of course it's unfair. We finally got 4 Dragon Balls together. You actually want to take advantage of the ready-made ones. But then, Frisia shook his head vigorously again. My brain is cramping, do I want to disappear? By the way, what wish do you want to fulfill when you find the Dragon Ball? Fang Yun asked curiously, and didn't immediately take the Dragon Ball. Nothing, I just want to live forever. Frisia was startled and replied hurriedly. Immortality? What's good about this wish? Fang Yun smiled slightly, you might as well wish to let your ears grow. Can I have it? Frisia was stunned. Of course, it's your freedom. Fang Yun said with a smile. Frisia didn't say anything. Frisia knew that talking too much would lead to mistakes. I thought about it and felt that it was a bit unfair to take your Dragon Balls directly, so I left these Dragon Balls for you. Fang Yun smiled. Chapter 50 Frisia, goodbye, Mr. Fang Yun. Frisia's eyes widened. Oh my god, there is such a good thing? Fang Yun actually doesn't want the Dragon Balls? Do you see the 2 people behind me? Fang Yun pointed at Son Gohan and Krillin behind him. Krillin was stunned. Son Gohan was also slightly startled. What do you mean? They are also collecting Dragon Balls, but they are now under my protection, but after 10 minutes, I don't want to care about them anymore. At that time, you will fight for the Dragon Balls and I will stay out of it. How about it? Fang Yun said with a smile. Frisia looked at Fang Yun in astonishment. Fang Yun actually wanted to stay out of it. Is it true? Why don't I believe it? Good luck to you. Fang Yun stepped forward and patted Frisia's head. Frisia dared not speak. By the way, I'll take this little guy away, do you have any objections? Fang Yun pointed at Dendi. No objection, of course no objection. Frisia replied hurriedly. Just take away a little name Kian. Originally, Frisia was going to kill Dendi. Now, according to Fang Yun's words, he doesn't plan to take away the Dragon Balls. It seems that he is just going to take away this name Kian child. That's great. Fang Yun, just wait. When I gather all the Dragon Balls, I will wake up Lord Beerus, and you'll be finished. Little guy, come here. Fang Yun waved at Dendi. Ah? Yes, yes. Dendi was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he hurried over trembling. Good luck to you. Fang Yun waved to Frisia and others. Goodbye, Mr. Fang Yun. Frisia bowed. Fang Yun suddenly stopped. Frisia's heart skipped a beat. Why don't you sing a song to send me off? Fang Yun asked with a straight face. Frisia. Dodoria. Sabo. Two tigers, ready, sing. Fang Yun started. Frisia's body trembled constantly. However, when he thought of Fang Yun's terrifyingness, Frisia couldn't help but tremble his lips a few times, and began to sing. Swish! Fang Yun waved his hand gently. Suddenly, the detectors worn on the eyes of everyone at the scene disappeared mysteriously. Swish! Fang Yun held Bulma and flew into the sky. Sun Gohan, Krillin, and Dendi behind him were all completely confused. After a short silence, the three suddenly woke up and hurriedly followed. Not long after, Fang Yun and others flew away under Frisia's gaze. Sir Frisia, what should we do now? Should we leave this planet immediately? Sabo asked in a low voice. Humph, there is no need for that. Frisia snorted coldly. I can see that Fang Yun wants to play a game with us. Let's see who can collect all the Dragon Balls on this planet. Game. Sabo was slightly stunned. He thinks he is the master of the game, so let him show off for a while. Frisia squinted and said, when I collect the 7 Dragon Balls and wake up the sleeping Beerus, I will let him know what the consequences will be if he offends me, Frisia. Sabo nodded vigorously. Dodoria followed suit and nodded in agreement. Then, next time we meet those 2 Earthlings, Dodoria asked. Whatever we have to do, it's best not to kill them, so as not to anger Fang Yun. Frisia pondered, and pointed at a younger brother and ordered, you. Contact the Jinya force immediately and ask them to bring the detector over. Above the sky. Dendi just looked at Fang Yun in front of him silently, and was shocked for a moment. Dendi didn't expect that he would survive like this. Originally, Dendi thought he was doomed. Krillin scratched his bald head, a little bit unable to keep up with Fang Yun's rhythm. There are 4 Dragon Balls. Fang Yun, why don't you bring those 4 Dragon Balls? Also, are those really Dragon Balls? Why are they so much bigger than the Dragon Balls on Earth? Brother-in-law, are they really holding Dragon Balls? Bulma asked curiously. Yes. Fang Yun nodded slightly. Fang Yun. What do you mean by what you just said to them? Krillin couldn't help asking. Next, you guys find a way to find the Dragon Balls by yourselves, I won't participate. Fang Yun smiled. What do you mean? Krillin was dumbfounded. Why don't you participate? How can we fight against Frisia without you? Also, is that guy really Frisia, the so-called Emperor of the Universe? Why is he so cowardly? Could he be an extra actor found by Fang Yun? That's not right. If I hadn't seen those Namekians being killed on the spot, maybe they were really extra actors. Each of you will grow a lot on Namek. If I directly gather the Dragon Balls, summon the dragon, and fulfill my wish, it will be very unfair to you. Fang Yun said with a smile. Son Gohan. Krillin. What kind of perverse logic is this? We don't want to grow. We just want to survive. P.S. Extra chapters will be posted in the evening. Chapter 51 Brother-in-law, don't look at me like that, extra chapters for Yazangxian's reward. Go on your own for the rest of the way, don't follow me anymore. Fang Yun said to Krillin and Sun Gohan. Ah! Let us go alone now. Krillin scratched his head. That's too much. Aren't we going to find the Great Elder on Namek? Sun Gohan asked. That's your business. Fang Yun smiled, don't follow me, otherwise. Fang Yun said, waving his hand, and directly wiped out a mountain in the distance. Swoosh! The next moment, Fang Yun hugged Bulma and left quickly. Krillin! Sun Gohan! You're leaving now? Looking at the backs of Fang Yun and Bulma leaving, the two were really speechless. What about the promise to take us to see the Great Elder? Where is the Great Elder? What should we do next? Krillin was at a loss for a moment. I know where the Great Elder is. I can take you there. Dendi said. By the way, I haven't asked you what your name is yet. Sun Gohan asked hurriedly. Fang Yun held Bulma, found a mountainous area, and threw out the universal capsule. Bang! The universal capsule turned into an exquisite little house. Snap! Fang Yun pushed open the door and pulled Bulma into the room. Brother-in-law, why did you bring me here? Bulma said with a red face. Fang Yun didn't speak. Snap! Fang Yun closed the door. Bulma's face became even redder, and her heart beat faster. Fang Yun just looked at Bulma silently. Brother-in-law, don't look at me like that. Bulma felt that Fang Yun's eyes were really unbearable. If you look at me like that, I will be shy. Brother-in-law, is it really appropriate for us to ignore them? Bulma hurriedly changed the subject. I said, for them, this is an experience. Fang Yun smiled slightly, if I interfere in everything, they will not grow up. But, they will not be in danger, right? Bulma was still a little worried. How can they grow up without danger? Fang Yun smiled, don't worry, even if they all die, I can find a way to gather the Dragon Balls to revive them. Well. Bulma nodded slightly, raised her head, and asked in a low voice, then, brother-in-law brought me to this place alone, I want to. Bulma, when do you plan to complete the task assigned to you by your sister? Fang Yun asked with a smile. Ah? What task? Bulma's heart trembled, and she looked at Fang Yun in surprise. Brother-in-law knew? How did brother-in-law know? I understand, it must be my sister who told brother-in-law. Sister. You are overdoing it. Did you tell brother-in-law about this kind of thing? Bulma was overwhelmed and at a loss for a moment. It's okay, take your time, don't rush. Fang Yun said with a smile. Bulma. This kind of thing should indeed be taken slowly. After all, I don't have be mentally prepared. If I had been prepared, the 1 month on the spaceship. Bulma thought a lot at once. Bulma, have you forgotten? Didn't your sister tell you to call back and report your safety immediately after you arrive on Namek? Fang Yun said. Ah! Bulma was stunned at the time. Call? What are you kidding? Brother-in-law, you should have said it earlier. I am embarrassed by you, okay? What do you think? Fang Yun asked knowingly, just looking at Bulma. Not to mention, Bulma is really pretty at this time. Especially that shy look, which makes Fang Yun like to joke with her. I think so too. Bulma replied quickly. Didn't your sister assign you any other tasks? Fang Yun asked with a smile. No. No. What tasks can my sister assign me? Bulma denied. What did Tais call you over and say before leaving? Fang Yun asked. It's nothing. Bulma shook her head vigorously, and hurried over to pick up the phone, changing the subject. Brother-in-law, I'll report to my parents and sister first. Okay. Fang Yun nodded slightly. The call was quickly connected. Bulma said a few words to Tais, just to report safety or something. At the same time, Bulma also said that a guy stronger than Vegeta appeared on Namek, and asked Sun Wukong to find a way to come as soon as possible. As early as 15 days ago, Wukong asked his father to find the spaceship he used to come to Earth when he was a child, and modified it. When Wukong's injury is healed, he will go to Namek immediately. Tais explained. Chapter 52 Great Elder, please bring Fang Yun here, 5,000 flowers plus more. Well, I know, so Gohan and the others will be safe. Bulma nodded. By the way, Bulma, are you with your brother-in-law? Tais asked with concern. Sister. What are you talking about? How could I possibly do that? Bulma shouted angrily and hung up the phone heavily. What did your sister say? Fang Yun asked. Nothing. By the way, Goku is coming to Namek. Bulma hurriedly changed the subject. It is said that Goku's spaceship only needs 7 days to reach Namek. Yet. Fang Yun nodded. All this was already expected by Fang Yun, nothing new. In addition, Fang Yun was not in a hurry to wipe out Frisia. To wipe out Frisia, for Fang Yun, just waved his hand to complete it. The problem is that after wiping out Frisia, the next guy to be wiped out is Android 19. Fang Yun, who is familiar with the history of Dragon Ball, knows very well that Android 19 will happen 3 years later. How boring! After wiping out Frisia, we have to wait for another 3 years. Brother-in-law, what should we do next? Bulma asked. This planet will become a battlefield in a while, and it may be destroyed at any time. Fang Yun pondered. Ah! Destruction! Bulma's face changed color. I'll take you to a safe place. Fang Yun thought about it and decided to take Bulma away from Namek. Where to? Bulma asked. Yard Rat. Fang Yun smiled. Yard Rat? What is it? Bulma was a little confused. A planet with a pretty good environment. Fang Yun replied. Okay, I'll listen to my brother-in-law. Bulma nodded and asked, when do we leave? Let's eat something first. Fang Yun opened the refrigerator and took out some snacks from it. Bulma. Under the leadership of Dende, Krillin, and Son Gohan finally met the Great Elder of Namek. Is this the Great Elder of Namek? It's so big! Krillin exclaimed. Son Gohan looked at the behemoth in front of him with a look of astonishment. As expected of the Great Elder, he is really big. The Great Elder. Little guy, do you describe people by volume? The Great Elder looked at Son Gohan with a dark face. I know everything about you. The Great Elder sighed and said in a deep voice, Fang Yun is still the same. After so many years, there has not been much change. Fang Yun? The Great Elder knows him. After asking, Krillin wanted to slap himself. Isn't this nonsense? Fang Yun once brought ties to Namek and fulfilled his wish. Besides, it was Fang Yun who proposed to come to the Great Elder. How could Fang Yun not know the Great Elder? How could the Great Elder not know Fang Yun? I mean, can the Great Elder give us your Dragon Ball? We want. Krillin explained. I understand your intentions. I didn't expect that there are Dragon Balls on Earth. He is Kadaz's child, right? So, Kadaz's child finally arrived on Earth safely. That's good, that's good. The elder smiled comfortingly. It's a pity that he separated himself into two because he wanted to become the god of the earth. 2 people. If they were one person, the Scion would not have beaten him. Krillin said nothing. Earthling, come here, I will trigger your potential energy. The elder called to Krillin. Ah! Potential energy. Krillin was stunned. Come to my side. The elder smiled. Krillin had no choice but to stand beside the elder. The elder put his hand on Krillin's head. Shua! An invisible energy poured into Krillin's body. Suddenly, the breath in Krillin's body increased significantly. What? There is such a thing? Krillin was surprised and happy. Earthling, please do me a favor. Please bring Fang Yun here. I have something to ask him. The elder said to Krillin. Ah? Bring Fang Yun here? Krillin didn't know what to do. Fang Yun didn't want to come. If he wanted to come, he would have come with us. Who knows where Fang Yun is now? There was no aura fluctuation on Fang Yun's body. Bulma, who was with Fang Yun, was just a weak woman with a very weak aura. It was difficult to sense their presence. Okay? I don't know where they are. Krillin was a little embarrassed. They are at the intersection of 501.125. If you keep flying in this direction for about 4,000 kilometers, you can see a blue mountain. Fang Yun is in that mountain. You can find him if you go there. The elder responded. Chapter 53 Looking for Fang Yun, 1,000 evaluation votes plus more. Ah? Elder, can you sense Fang Yun's specific location? Krillin was shocked. I can't sense Fang Yun's location, but I can sense your companions. The elder replied, Fang Yun, should he be with another of your companions? The elder is talking about Miss Bulma, right? Krillin suddenly realized. Earthling, please, I will personally present the Dragon Ball to you when you come back. The elder said. Okay, I understand, I will go find Fang Yun now. Krillin nodded gently. Be careful on the road. The elder said. Swoosh. Krillin turned into a white flame and flew quickly towards the mountainous area where Fang Yun was. Elder, why do you want to find Fang Yun? Niru, who had been silent, looked at the elder in confusion. I can sense that our planet is in danger of extinction. The elder said in a deep voice, I believe that only Fang Yun can find a way to save the Namekians. Otherwise, our Namekians will be at risk of extinction. What? There will be such a thing? Nilu's face changed color. Dendi was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his face. Is Namek in danger? Son Gohan was also scared out of his wits. A village. Vegeta killed all the Namekians in the village and found a Dragon Ball in the room. Is this the Dragon Ball? I thought it would be placed in a secret place, but it's so obvious. Vegeta raised an arc at the corner of his mouth. From what Frieza said, 7 Dragon Balls are needed to make a wish come true. I just need to hide this one, and Frieza won't be able to make his wish come true. Then, I'll find a way to take Frieza's Dragon Ball away. Vegeta began his plan to snatch the Dragon Ball. I don't know what happened, Frieza's signal was completely interrupted. Vegeta pondered, with a detector in his hand. Vegeta was very smart. He crushed the detector he was wearing and replaced it with Chu Yi's detector. This made Frieza and others mistakenly think that Vegeta had lost contact. However, what Frieza and others didn't know was that Vegeta had been secretly monitoring their conversation. It is worth mentioning that when Fang Yun appeared at Frieza's side, Vegeta also asked about the whereabouts of the Dragon Ball in this village, and did not monitor Frieza. Therefore, Vegeta didn't know that Fang Yun had come to Namek. Swish! Vegeta casually threw the Dragon Ball into the lake near the village. This way no one knows the whereabouts of the Dragon Ball. Vegeta smiled. But then, Vegeta's heart moved, and he suddenly looked diagonally behind him. This breath? Very familiar. Who is it? Vegeta was stunned for a moment and looked over from a distance. Swish! A white light passed through Vegeta's sight. Vegeta looked carefully and his face changed color. It was that bald guy. Vegeta was startled and thought he had seen it wrong, so he rubbed his eyes hard. It was really that Earthling. How is it possible? Why did the Earthlings appear on Namek? How did they get here? This is bad. Where is Fang Yun? Is Fang Yun here too? No. I have to follow him to see. At present, it seems that only the bald earthling has not seen Fang Yun. Swoosh! Vegeta soared into the sky and quickly chased in the direction of Krillin. This kid's combat power. 14,000. Vegeta looked at the bald Krillin flying in front of him with some disbelief. When I was on Earth, I clearly remember that his combat power was only a little over 1,500. It was only just a month, his combat power has already approached my previous combat power value. What happened? How could his combat power improve so quickly? Vegeta's face was full of question marks. Fortunately, what made Vegeta feel relieved was that the combat power of this bald man was still far inferior to his own. Where is he going? Vegeta frowned. Krillin was inspired by the potential energy of the Great Elder, and for a moment he was a little too proud. Now Krillin is almost walking sideways on Namek. Krillin was flying vigorously, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. No. Someone is following me. Krillin's face changed color, and after a slight sense, he couldn't help shivering. Vegeta. How did he catch up? What is he following me for? This is bad. On Earth, when Vegeta was about to escape, I wanted to kill him. Will this guy hate me? It's over, am I going to die? Chapter 54 Vegeta, Fang Yun is here? Damn, why haven't you reached Fang Yun yet? Krillin felt something was wrong. Behind him. Oh? He seems to have discovered me. Vegeta smiled softly. Swoosh! Vegeta sped up his pace. In just a moment, Vegeta appeared right in front of Krillin, blocking his way. Stop! Vegeta chuckled. Vegeta? Is it you? Krillin stopped trembling, pretending to be surprised. Surprising, right? I'm surprised too. Vegeta sneered, what I didn't expect was that with your Earth's technology, you could actually come to Namek. Krillin didn't speak. Where's Kakarot? Is he here? Vegeta asked Krillin. No. Krillin replied, Goku is seriously injured and is recovering. But Fang Yun is here. What did you say? Fang Yun is here? Where is he? Vegeta quickly became alert. I'm looking for. Krillin replied. Vegeta looked at Krillin silently. Should we kill this bald guy? Forget it, don't worry. I'll kill him when I become a Super Saiyan. Anyway, it's as easy to kill him as it is to kill an ant. For now, it's better for me not to alert the enemy. Another combat power response. Vegeta suddenly saw that a combat power value appeared on the detector, and he couldn't help grinning. It's that guy Dodoria. Great. He seems to have separated from Frieza. Sure enough, the next moment a pink fat man appeared near Vegeta and Krillin. It was Dodoria. Dodoria came out to look for the Dragon Balls. After seeing Krillin, she turned around and ran away. How scary! Isn't that bald guy an accomplice of Lord Fang Yun? Hey? The other person is Vegeta? Have they joined forces? No, I have to report this news to Lord Frieza as soon as possible. Dodoria, stop right there! Vegeta shouted loudly. Dodoria flew faster. I won't stop. I'd better run away quickly. It seems that I can't even beat Vegeta. Bang! Vegeta quickly caught up, kicked Dodoria down from the sky with a flying kick. Boom! Dodoria fell heavily to the ground like a cannonball. Vegeta, what are you doing? Dodoria shouted angrily. Dodoria, where is your detector? Vegeta looked at Dodoria with a smile. It's broken. Dodoria stood up and looked at Vegeta with an angry face. Oh? Frieza's detector is also broken. Vegeta asked with interest. Swish! Then, Vegeta waved his hand lightly, and a ball of light and flames hit Krillin at a high speed. Krillin was about to sneak away, but was driven back by the ball of light and flames. Bald, Don't think about running away first. Wait until I deal with this guy, and then I'll have a good chat with you. Vegeta smiled lightly. Krillin's face turned pale. What can I talk to you about? Just let me go. Dodoria, detector, do you want it? Vegeta took off the detector and looked at Dodoria with a smile. You want to give me your detector? That's great. Dodoria was stunned for a moment. Vegeta, you just need to figure it out. If you provoke Lord Frieza, you will only end up dead. Oh? Really? Vegeta smiled. Crack. Vegeta was very careful, and the detector in his hand was crushed on the spot. What are you doing, Vegeta? Even if you don't give me the detector, there is no need to destroy it. Dodoria was very puzzled. I can't use it anymore. Vegeta smiled. What do you mean? Dodoria looked at Vegeta in confusion. How can you capture other people's positions without a detector? Dodoria, you must know that I killed Chuyi, right? Vegeta smiled. Looked at Dodoria, is this also the reason why you dare not attack me? That was an accident. Chuyi was an accident. Your fighting power can never exceed mine. Dodoria shouted. Bang! Vegeta punched Dodoria in the nose. Suddenly, Dodoria's nosebleed gushed out of her nostrils. You don't seem to be anything great. Vegeta smiled coldly. Damn it! Dodoria was furious and attacked Vegeta. You only have one arm, I don't believe I can't beat you. After more than 10 seconds, Vegeta put his hand on Dodoria's chest. You're finished, Dodoria. Vegeta chuckled, and flames had already condensed in his hands. Chapter 55 Vegeta, do you know how to transform? Wait a minute, Vegeta, I have something to say. Dodoria said hurriedly. Oh? If you have any last words, please tell me now, or you won't have the chance to tell me later. Vegeta smiled. It's about Planet Vegeta. Dodoria spoke faster. Planet Vegeta was not destroyed by a meteorite, but was destroyed by Lord Frieza himself. Lord Frieza had long disliked U Scions, so he summoned all the Scions back, saying that he had discovered a superstar and was going to attack it. After U Scions came back, he destroyed Planet Vegeta. Unfortunately, your relatives and friends all died in the universe. Vegeta's face changed slightly, but he didn't say anything. Okay, I'm leaving. You must be in pain now, right? You can mourn them slowly. Dodoria flew up. Planet Vegeta was actually destroyed by that Frieza. Krillin whispered. Hehe, do you think I'll be sad? I'm just regretting that I've been teased by Frieza for so many years. Vegeta said coldly. Puff. The next moment, Vegeta's energy penetrated Dodoria's heart. Dodoria, dead. Krillin's face turned pale with fear. This pink fat guy is quite powerful, but was he killed by Vegeta? Vegeta is too powerful. At this moment, after hearing Dodoria's secret about Planet Vegeta, Vegeta's mentality changed. As a scion, a fighting nation, he was now exterminated by an outsider. Vegeta clenched his fists, and veins popped on his forehead. Frieza must have attacked us Scions because he was worried that a Super Saiyan would be born among us Scions. Frieza, wait for me. And Fang Yun. You wait for me. When I, Vegeta, become a Super Saiyan, I will let you know who is the strongest in the universe. Vegeta turned his head and looked at the bald man, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Krillin was startled and his face changed again and again. Bald, what do you think? Vegeta narrowed his eyes and looked at Krillin. Krillin shuddered and didn't know what to do. Is this guy going to kill me? This is bad. I don't have a girlfriend yet. I don't want to die. Bang! Vegeta punched Krillin hard in the chest. Puff! Krillin spit out a mouthful of blood and felt unwell. Go back and tell Kakarot that no matter how much the lower-class warriors practice, they can't surpass a genius like me. Vegeta smiled slightly and stepped forward to pat Krillin's shoulder. Krillin covered his chest and was extremely weak. You're lucky I didn't kill you. Vegeta smiled. Swoosh. The next moment, Vegeta flew up and flew away. Krillin was still in shock, but he was lucky to have survived. Vegeta actually let him go. Perhaps, Vegeta was afraid of Fang Yun. No, I have to find Fang Yun. Krillin gritted his teeth, stood up with all his strength, and walked towards Fang Yun step by step. While flying, Vegeta suddenly saw a familiar figure. Isn't this Sabo? My luck is so good. Vegeta grinned and laughed. But Vegeta was still very vigilant. Vegeta knew very well that with his current strength, he was not Frieza's opponent. After confirming that Frieza was not at the scene, Vegeta kicked Sabo down from the sky. Boom! Sabo's body hit the ground, leaving a big hole. Sabo flew up angrily and glared at Vegeta. Vegeta! It's you! Sabo said angrily, where's Dodoria? Did you kill her? Yes, you guessed right. Vegeta smiled. Vegeta, your fighting power is indeed improving rapidly, but do you think you can beat me? Sabo snorted coldly. Why? I remember that your fighting power is not much different from Dodoria's, right? What else can you do? Vegeta smiled contemptuously. Do you know how to transform? Sabo smiled, I like handsome looks. Transformation can make me powerful, but it can also make me ugly. But compared with my life, being ugly is nothing. Pa! Sabo's body immediately became fat, and his face changed. Huge change. In just a blink of an eye, Sabo turned into a toad-like figure, and his fighting power was greatly improved. What? Vegeta's face became ugly after sensing the other party's breath. Chapter 56 Target, Yardrat. Hee, Vegeta, I will let you see my strength after transformation. Sabo smiled. Bang! Sabo's fist hit Vegeta's chest heavily. Vegeta's face spasmed and blood spurted out of his mouth. 10 seconds later, Vegeta was dying. I forgot to tell you that Lord Frieza also has this kind of physique that can transform. Sabo smiled contemptuously, you can't even beat me, and you still want to rebel against Lord Frieza? Vegeta, you are really dreaming. Sabo brought Vegeta to Frieza. Lord Frieza, are you going to kill him? Sabo asked. Save him first, I have something to ask him. Frieza thought for a moment and ordered Sabo. Sabo sent Vegeta to the treatment device on the spaceship for treatment. While Sabo and Vegeta were fighting, Krillin finally took a difficult step and appeared in the blue mountain that the elder mentioned. We're here. According to what the elder said, Fang Yun should be in this area. Krillin was excited and released his sense. At such a short distance, Bulma's breath should be sensed. Over there. Not far. Only about 300 meters. Krillin flew up. After Fang Yun and Bulma had some snacks, he moved the spaceship over. Are we leaving now? Brother-in-law. Bulma asked. Let's go. If you stay, your life may be in danger. Fang Yun nodded. Even if I'm in danger, my brother-in-law will save me, right? Bulma laughed. Don't make a fuss. If the planet is gone, I can't save you. Fang Yun shook his head. If you are in space, you will turn into a popsicle. Ah, brother-in-law. You are annoying. Bulma said angrily. Although I can find a way to revive you through the Dragon Ball, no one wants to die, right? Fang Yun said. Okay, let's go. Bulma nodded and didn't say anything more. Target, Yadrid planet near Namek. Snap. Bulma pressed the start button on the spaceship. Swoosh. The spaceship soared into the sky, and under Krillin's gaze, it disappeared in an instant. Krillin. Fang Yun. What are you doing? Krillin widened his eyes and looked at the disappeared spaceship, stunned for a moment. Fang Yun left Namek? What do you mean? Krillin was completely confused. It's over. This is bad. What should I do? Why did you leave? Are you going back to Earth? Then, what about Gohan and I? Krillin's tears were about to fall. What a pit. I'd better go back and report this to the elder. Krillin was depressed. Frisia's spaceship. Vegeta, who was being treated, suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! Vegeta fired a cannon and took away the 5 Dragon Balls in the spaceship. After Frieza realized what was going on, he was furious and ordered Sabo to take people to find the Dragon Balls and Vegeta's traces immediately. Vegeta was so happy. I didn't expect it to be so easy to grab the 5 Dragon Balls that Frieza had collected with great difficulty. So, with my Dragon Ball, there will be one left. Great! My luck is really good. Vegeta dug a pit and buried Frieza's 5 Dragon Balls. Vegeta looked over silently. Currently, only Sabo and one of Frieza's younger brothers were looking for him. Frieza was far away from here. Vegeta picked up a stone and threw it into the distance. Over there! Sabo and the younger brother quickly rushed to the direction where Vegeta threw the stone. However, after they went there, there was nothing. We were fooled. Sabo grinned. Boom! While talking, Sabo found that the younger brother beside him was killed on the spot. Vegeta's figure slowly emerged, looking at Sabo opposite with a smile on his face. Vegeta! Take out the Dragon Balls. I can ask Lord Frieza to be lenient. Sabo said angrily. Sabo! You really don't understand us Saiyans. Vegeta smiled slightly. What do you mean? Sabo was stunned. If a dying Saiyan is cured, his fighting power will double. Vegeta smiled. What did you say? Sabo's face changed color. You will know soon. Vegeta sneered. Boom! Vegeta killed Sabo on the spot. Krillin returned to the elder's residence with wounds all over his body. P.S. Additional chapters will be posted in the evening. Chapter 57 Great Elder, Fang Yun has left Namek, 2000 reviews for additional chapters. Krillin, I will treat you. Dendi stepped forward and healed Krillin's injuries through healing. Dendi, you are amazing. Krillin was surprised and happy, and then told the story. What? Fang Yun left Namek. After hearing Krillin's narration, the Great Elder's face changed slightly, and then he sighed softly. So, my premonition should be correct, Namek, it is very likely to encounter a catastrophe. My people are almost. Great Elder. I have a way, that is to give us your Dragon Ball, we can revive the Dragon Ball of the Earth. Krillin suggested, if the Dragon Ball of the Earth is resurrected, it can revive the dead Namekians. The Great Elder's eyes lit up, nodded gently, and reached out to take the one-star Dragon Ball on the seat. Take it, Earthling. Good luck to you. The Great Elder handed the Dragon Ball to Krillin and tapped into the potential energy for Son Gohan. Son Gohan and Krillin left for the time being to look for new Dragon Balls. Uncle Krillin, look here, there is a Dragon Ball. Son Gohan pointed to a Dragon Ball on the Dragon Ball radar. Gohan, you take the Dragon Ball radar to find this Dragon Ball, I'll find a place to hide this Dragon Ball in my hand, so that even if we are encountered by Frieza and his men, we won't be caught in one fell swoop. Krillin suggested, at that time, I will release my breath to you to convey my location. Yes, Uncle Krillin. Son Gohan nodded. Krillin and Son Gohan acted separately. Krillin flew with the Great Elder's Dragon Ball for a short time before Vegeta sensed his breath. This is the breath of the bald guy on Earth. Why is this guy wandering around? Anyway, I'm free, so I might as well go and take a look. Vegeta thought for a moment, then flew up into the sky and flew towards Krillin. Soon, the two met in the air. Krillin was so scared that he trembled all over. Why did I meet Vegeta again? Bald, it's not easy. You actually got a Dragon Ball. Vegeta was so happy. I just came out to try my luck. What I didn't expect was that I finally found the last Dragon Ball. Great. It's really great. Vegeta, am I finally going to fulfill my dream of becoming a Super Saiyan? If you don't want to die, give me the Dragon Ball. Vegeta looked at Krillin with a smile. Krillin gritted his teeth and handed the Dragon Ball to Vegeta. Very good. Vegeta laughed. But soon, Vegeta stopped laughing and looked around vigilantly. Fang Yun, it seems he's not here, right? Let's run away first. Swoosh! Vegeta held the Dragon Ball and flew quickly towards the place where the last Dragon Ball was stored. While flying, Vegeta suddenly sensed a faint breath in front of him, and suddenly hid. What's going on? I can sense that someone must have hidden his breath in front of him. Deliberately avoiding me. Who is it? Come out quickly. Otherwise, I will raise this area to the ground. Vegeta shouted loudly, and the energy bomb in his hand condensed. It's me. Don't fight first. Son Gohan hid the Dragon Ball obtained through the Dragon Ball radar and walked out from a hill below. Is it you? Vegeta glanced at Son Gohan. You came with the bald man, right? Ah, yes, yes, what you are holding in your hand, is Uncle Krillin's Dragon Ball. Son Gohan was shocked. Did you kill Uncle Krillin? If you want me to kill him, I can still go back now. Vegeta smiled. Son Gohan breathed a sigh of relief. What is that in your hand? Vegeta glanced at the Dragon Ball radar in Son Gohan's hand. Ah! Son Gohan was startled and quickly responded, This is a watch. You brought this low-tech watch to this planet. Vegeta did not doubt it, and continued with a smile, He, go back and tell Fang Yun that I have collected the last Dragon Ball. When I realize my wish, I will have a good chat with him. Son Gohan glanced at the Dragon Ball hidden behind him. You are really interesting. Do you think you have really collected all the Dragon Balls? By the way, go back and tell Kakarot that there are only a few of us left among the Saiyans. Vegeta smiled. Bang! Vegeta kicked Son Gohan to the ground. Swish! Vegeta flew quickly towards the direction of the last Dragon Ball. However, when Vegeta dived to the bottom of the lake, he could not find the Dragon Ball that was hidden before. A gleam of light flashed in Vegeta's eyes. No, that kid is not holding a watch. It should be a Dragon Ball detector. I was fooled. Chapter 58 Bulma arrives at Yardrat, accumulated rewards and extra updates. Vegeta was furious, soared into the sky, and looked for the whereabouts of Son Gohan and Krillin. I won't forgive you. Vegeta was so angry that his nose was crooked. Yadrat. Pa. Fang Yun's spaceship landed safely on this planet. Fang Yun pulled Bulma out of the spaceship. Fang Yun, long time no see. The elder of Yadrat came to greet him personally, and silently looked at Bulma, and said strangely, Hey? I remember the girl you brought last time, Fang Yun, had golden hair. What are you looking at? That's my sister. Bulma shouted unhappily. The elder laughed dryly. What a fierce woman. I wonder what Mr. Fang Yun needs when he comes to Yadrat this time. The elder asked with a wry smile. Fang Yun came to Yadrat for the first time and stayed for 3 months. Fang Yun originally said that he came to Yadrat to learn Spirito. However, Fang Yun studied for 3 months and didn't condense even a little Spirito. Then, Fang Yun asked P-Bala to take him to the Kaishan realm, snatched a time and space ring from the hands of the Kaishan, and also took away the Patara earrings of the Kaishan, as well as the legendary sword of the Kaishan realm. The second time Fang Yun came to Yadrat, he brought a beautiful girl with golden hair. As a result, Fang Yun took ties away with him when he returned to Earth, and took away many valuable things from Yudrit. The girl named Tais also took an empty universal capsule. That magical capsule is simply a bottomless pit, and it took a lot of things to fill it up. The elder of Yudrit wanted to cry but had no tears. Now seeing Fang Yun coming with another girl, the elder was not in a good mood. By the way, let me introduce you, her name is Bulma, Tai's sister. Fang Yun smiled. By the way, the last capsule was made by Bulma. The elder. P. Bala. It's too much. Made such a big capsule. Are you here to rob? Ah. Last time my sister brought back so many good things, did she bring them back from this planet? I remember there are so many diamonds on this planet. Bulma's eyes lit up. There are not many diamonds left. The elder's heart was bleeding. Gold is also fine. Bulma was thoughtful. The elder. The gold on our planet is the same as your Earth, it is also a very scarce resource, okay? Go to other planets to rob gold. Why do you catch us Yudrit and try to fleece the wool? Don't worry, elder, we are here to seek refuge this time. Fang Yun comforted. Seek refuge? Why do you say that? The elder looked at Fang Yun and asked back. Who would believe it? You can wipe out a person with a wave of your hand. You can also slap the king of the Kai unconscious with a slap. You seek refuge? You are afraid of someone too? Namek, I'm afraid there will be a catastrophe. Fang Yun said solemnly. What? What happened? The elder of Yudrit didn't know about Namek. The Emperor of the Universe Frisia came to Namek to look for the Dragon Balls. Fang Yun replied, now. There are only a few surviving Namekians left. The elder. P. Bala. How terrible. The Emperor of the Universe Frisia. The Emperor of the Universe Frisia has begun to miss Namek? The elder immediately closed his eyes and silently released his induction. Although Yudrit and Namek are very far apart, the elder's induction ability is very outstanding. About a minute later, the elder can already clearly sense the current situation on Namek. This damn Frisia! The elder trembled all over. There are only 3 Namekians left. There are only a handful of humans on Namek. What wish does the Cosmic Emperor Frisia want to fulfill by looking for the Dragon Ball? P. Bala asked curiously. It's not clear. The elder shook his head gently and looked at Fang Yun. Don't look at me, I don't know either. Fang Yun replied. Elder, what should we do now? Should we secretly move the elder of Namek to a safe place? For example, Aryadrit. P. Bala suggested. No, the God realm stipulates that we are not allowed to use teleportation to leave Yudrit. P. Bala, do you want Aryadrit to be destroyed? The elder scolded. P. Bala lowered his head and stopped talking. By the way, I also received a message. Fang Yun continued. Mr. Fang Yun, please speak. The elder nodded. Chapter 59 I will help you wipe out Jinyu and the others, 100 comments plus more. Frisia's Jinyu force, the next target may be Yardrat, you have to be careful. Fang Yun said. What? Jinyu force. The face of the great elder changed color. Jinyu force. P. Bala was so scared that his whole body was shaking. The rest of the Yardrat people were also scared. The Jinyu force, that is the most powerful force in this universe. This is bad. With the strength of the Jinyu force, won't they wipe out Yardrat? I guess they will come directly to Yardrat after leaving Namek. Fang Yun pondered. The great elder closed his eyes again and began to sense the breath of the Jinyu force. 1 minute later after, the spaceship of the Jinyu Special Forces is heading towards Namek. The face of the great elder became more and more ugly. If it is really Jinyu and his men who have come to our planet, we... P. Bala was trembling all over. Fang Yun, you can wipe them out, right? The great elder looked at Fang Yun for help. Of course no problem, let alone Jinyu, even Frisia, I can easily wipe him out. Fang Yun smiled. The great elder. P. Bala. You are really good at bragging. You can wipe out Jinyu and his men, we can still believe it. You said you can wipe out Frisia? That universe Emperor Frisia, you can wipe him out with a wave of your little hand? Why don't we believe it? Maybe Frisia is more terrifying than Lord Kaishin? Otherwise, after so many years, Lord Kaishin has left Frisia alone? Ahem. Then please, Mr. Fang Yun, if Jinyu and the others come to our planet. The elder pleaded. No problem, you are my friends, how can I watch Yadrit in danger? Fang Yun nodded, turned his head and said to Bulma, Bulma, if you see any good things on this planet, just take them. The elders are very generous, right, elder? Of course. Haha, of course. Take whatever you want, take whatever you want. The elder responded quickly. Hey? Is this elder's chair made of diamonds? Are there such big diamonds? Bulma had noticed the elder's chair a long time ago. This chair is shining, and it is not an ordinary item at first glance. The elder's face turned green. Is the elder's scepter made of vibranium? That is a very rare metal material. Bulma looked at the elder's scepter again. The elder's tears fell. Little girl, you are even more outrageous than your sister. The things your sister took away are also valuable, but at least we won't be hurt. You are going to take away all the heirlooms of Aryadrit. An hour later, Bulma moved a lot of things and piled them together. Some people say that if you are given a sack of bricks, you will definitely not be able to move them. However, if this sack of bricks is replaced with the same weight of money, you will fly with it. Bulma wanted to empty the entire Yadrit. Bulma, you are already the eldest daughter of the richest family on earth, why do you still take so many things? Fang Yun was also speechless. Brother-in-law, many resources on this planet are not available on our Earth. If you take them back and do research, the technology on our Earth will surely advance by leaps and bounds. Bulma laughed. The elder shed tears. Great elder, to comfort your wounded heart, I'd better wipe out Jinyu and the others now. Fang Yun smiled. At the same time, Fang Yun gently waved his hand. The vast starry sky, the vast universe. There are 5 mini spaceships moving rapidly towards Namek. 5 spaceships drew 5 arcs in the starry sky. Captain Jinyu, we will arrive at Namek in 20 minutes. GIs reported. Very good, it's finally time for us to show our power. Jinyu laughed. We are the strongest team in the universe, we can't lose face. Bart smiled. Of course, with our strength, we can easily wipe out the entire Namek. Likum replied with a smile. Swish. As he was talking, 4 of the spaceships disappeared all of a sudden. Nothing was left. Disappeared without any signs. The only ones left were Jinyu and his spaceship. Jinyu was confused. What was going on? Where were they? Hey! GIs. Rikum. Bart. And Guldo. Jinyu shouted the names of his teammates. However, there was no movement. Disappeared. Mysteriously disappeared. Jinyu turned pale with fear. Namek. Son Gohan and Krillin sat opposite each other. There was still a Dragon Ball guarding them. It's been several days, and we're getting closer and closer to where Vegeta stored the Dragon Ball. Krillin looked at the signal indication on the Dragon Ball radar with some surprise. P.S. Please give me rewards, flowers, and recommendation votes. Every reward will get one more update. Accumulate 5,000 flowers plus one more update. Accumulate 1,000 evaluation votes plus one more update. Accumulate 100 comments plus one more update. Chapter 60 Let Vegeta become a Super Saiyan. Uncle Krillin, are we really going to steal Vegeta's Dragon Ball? Son Gohan asked with some concern. Gohan. This is not called stealing. Krillin corrected, the Dragon Ball belongs to Namekians, and the Great Elder of Namekians has promised us to give the Dragon Ball to us. Besides, didn't Vegeta's Dragon Ball come from Frieza? Yeah, Uncle Krillin, I understand. Son Gohan nodded vigorously. We are hiding our aura now, Vegeta is absolutely we can't sense it. As long as we secretly take away his 6 Dragon Balls, and add the one in our hands, we can realize our wish. Krillin said excitedly. Yes. Son Gohan nodded. The two concealed their breath and quietly approached the direction of the Dragon Ball. It wasn't long before the two saw traces of the Dragon Ball being buried in a mountainous area. Here it is. Krillin cheered softly. Is Vegeta not here? Son Gohan looked around vigilantly. Don't worry, his breath is far away from us. Krillin smiled, Vegeta will never think that we have already stolen his Dragon Ball. Uncle Krillin, didn't you say we didn't steal? Son Gohan corrected. Krillin. The two quickly dug out the Dragon Balls. The 7 Dragon Balls finally gathered together, emitting golden light. Krillin and Son Gohan hugged each other and cried. I didn't expect that the 2 weakest people like us could get 7 Dragon Balls by chance. Uncle Krillin, let's make our wish come true. Son Gohan urged hurriedly. Yeah. Krillin nodded. However, just when Krillin was about to summon the dragon, suddenly, a figure appeared on the scene. Vegeta. Krillin was shocked. Son Gohan was so scared that he trembled all over and couldn't say anything. Unexpected? Earthlings. Vegeta had a faint smile on his face. Aren't you far away? How did you appear? Krillin was stunned. It's very simple. I just need to condense an energy bomb that is difficult to dissipate at that position and release some of my breath into it, so that you will naively think that I am at that position. Vegeta looked at Krillin and Son Gohan with a smile. In fact, I have been lurking here for a long time, waiting for you to come and snatch my Dragon Balls. Krillin and Son Gohan were pale. Don't worry, I won't kill you now. Vegeta smiled lightly, at the same time, I also want you to witness this very meaningful day for me. The next moment, Vegeta faced the 7 Dragon Balls with an endless smile on his face. Me. Fighting Nation. The Prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta. Today, I will finally become a Super Saiyan. From now on, the entire universe will be under the control of me, Vegeta. Frieza. Fang Yun. You will all be trampled under my feet. Let me Vegeta become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta made a wish to the 7 Dragon Balls. Son Gohan. Krillin. The two looked at each other quickly. This idiot. Doesn't he know how to summon Shenlong? That's right. He only knew that the Dragon Balls could make wishes and fulfill wishes, but no one had ever told Vegeta and Frieza that the Dragon Balls needed to summon Shenlong to fulfill wishes. Also, what does Super Saiyan mean? It's so confusing. The two looked at Vegeta silently. Vegeta looked at the 7 Dragon Balls lying on the ground silently. I don't seem to have become a Super Saiyan. What's going on? Didn't they say that any wish could be fulfilled by gathering 7 Dragon Balls? Why didn't it work? Hey, Dragon Ball, let me become a Super Saiyan, Vegeta. Vegeta made a wish to the Dragon Ball again. Krillin. Son Gohan. Snap. Vegeta grabbed Krillin by the collar and lifted him up from the ground. Let go of Uncle Krillin. Son Gohan was shocked and shouted. Tell me, how to make the wish come true. Vegeta said coldly, if you don't want this bald guy to die. As he said that, Vegeta's big hand directly pinched Krillin's neck. As long as Vegeta exerted a little force, Krillin would be pinched to death on the spot by Vegeta. Gohan, don't say it. Krillin shook his head vigorously. Okay, if you don't want to say it, I'll send you to hell right now. Vegeta's eyes flashed with murderous intent. I say! Don't hurt Uncle Krillin! Son Gohan said hurriedly, you can't make your wish come true this way. After collecting all 7 Dragon Balls, you need to summon Shenlong and make a wish through Shenlong to make your wish come true. Chapter 61 Jinyu, where are your teammates? What? You still need to summon Shenlong? Vegeta was surprised. I thought that as long as I collected all 7 Dragon Balls, I could make my wish come true. So Shenlong exists? Why don't you summon Shenlong quickly? Do you want this bald guy to die? Vegeta threatened. Yes, I will summon Shenlong right now, don't hurt Uncle Krillin. Son Gohan promised hurriedly, and then shouted to the 7 Dragon Balls, Shenlong, come out and make our wish come true. The Dragon Balls did not respond at all. Where is Shenlong? Vegeta asked with a dark face. No, why doesn't it work? Son Gohan was confused. Are you kidding me? Is it that easy to summon Shenlong? Vegeta didn't believe it. I really didn't lie to you. That's how the Dragon Balls on Earth summon the dragon. Son Gohan said quickly. Bang! Vegeta kicked Krillin to the ground. Krillin coughed heavily a few times. Boy, tell me. If you dare to lie to me, I'll kill both of you. Kill them! Vegeta shouted angrily. I'll try. Krillin scratched his head, walked over and shouted to the 7 Dragon Balls, Shenlong come out and make our wishes come true. The Dragon Balls still didn't respond. Vegeta's face became uglier and uglier. You dare to deceive me, Vegeta? Do you believe that I will make you die rhythmically? Vegeta, I think that if you want to make your wishes come true, you may need to use Namekian language. Krillin guessed. What? Namekian language? Vegeta was stunned. Yes, that must be the case. Krillin nodded. By the way, I also heard that the Shenlong of Namek can make 3 wishes come true. We don't object to you becoming a Super Saiyan. But can you give us the remaining 2 wishes? Okay, as long as I become a Super Saiyan, let alone the remaining 2 wishes, even if there are 100 wishes left, they are all yours. Vegeta smiled slightly. Well, let's take the Dragon Ball and go to the Great Elder immediately. Krillin made a prompt decision. Uncle Krillin. Son Gohan didn't want Vegeta to realize his wish. Gohan, this is the only way, hurry up. Krillin called. The 3 of them immediately took the Dragon Ball and flew quickly towards the direction of the Great Elder. Soon, the 3 of them appeared outside the residence of the Great Elder. Nell walked out of the room. Nell, the situation is like this. Krillin explained. Nell, agree to them and let them realize their wishes. The Great Elder sighed, I'm afraid this is the best choice at the moment. Yes, Great Elder. Nell nodded. Dandy, you go and help them realize their wishes. The Elder ordered, also, tell them that a powerful aura is approaching Namek. Understood, Elder. Dandy replied, and walked out of the room and explained the situation. A powerful aura is approaching? Is it Goku? Krillin asked in surprise. Is Dad coming to Namek? Son Gohan was also very excited. No, it's an evil aura. Niru looked up at the sky. Evil aura? Who is it? Vegeta was a little puzzled. It's not the Jinyu force, right? No, it's definitely not. The Jinyu force has 5 people. Now there is only 1 person. No matter, whoever loves it can do it. I don't have much life left, so you should act quickly. The Great Elder said in a deep voice in the room. Vegeta and others turned into several flames and flew away with the Dragon Ball. At the same time, Jinyu's spaceship also landed on Namek. Jinyu quickly found Frieza and handed the detector to him with both hands. Vegeta, you are really together with those 2 Earthlings. Frieza muttered with a cold face, then glanced at Jinyu and asked, why are you here alone? Where are the others? I don't know what happened on the way, and I suddenly disappeared. Jinyu scratched his head. What did you say? Frisia's face changed color. Could it be that it fell into the big crack in the universe? It's unlikely. Our spaceships are not too far apart. Jinyu also looked confused. Could it be Fang Yun? Frisia was frightened and pale. What Fang Yun? Jinyu looked at Frisia in confusion. Jinyu didn't know about Fang Yun. It was also because Frisia didn't want more people to know about it. The more people know, the more embarrassing it is. Let's go and see Vegeta immediately. After Frisia finished speaking, he turned into a white light and rushed towards Vegeta and others. Jinyu also soared into the sky and quickly caught up. However, Jinyu was soon left behind by Frisia. Chapter 62 Me. Vegeta. Super Saiyan. In the distance, about 1 kilometer away from the Great Elder, there was a spacious flat ground. Shenlong, come out and fulfill our wish. Dendi called Shenlong loudly in Namek language. The 7 Dragon Balls gathered with golden light. In a moment, the golden light gathered into the size of a bowl and rushed into the sky. Suddenly, the whole sky suddenly became dark. What? What's going on? The sky turned black? Vegeta looked up at the sky, surprised. The next moment, a huge fat blue dragon emerged. People who have gathered the Dragon Balls, tell me your wishes, I can fulfill any 3 wishes. The majestic voice of the dragon Porunga came out. Is this the dragon? Vegeta looked up at the blue behemoth. Yes, on our Namek, we call it Porunga. Dendi nodded. Very good. The first wish belongs to me. Did you hear me? Vegeta shouted. You are dreaming. You killed so many Namekians, I will not help you fulfill your wish. Dendi clenched his fists and glared at Vegeta. What did you say? Vegeta was so angry that his nose was crooked. I am about to become a Super Saiyan, am I going to capsize here? Not good. A strong breath is approaching, there are 2. Son Gohan said tremblingly. It's Frisia. Frisia is coming. Vegeta said hurriedly, and grabbed Dendi. Boy, hurry up, do you want to be killed by Frisia? This. Dendi was at a loss for a moment. Uncle Fang Yun is here. Frisia dare not do it. Son Gohan gritted his teeth. Where is the Fang Yun you are talking about? Vegeta said angrily, I'm afraid he has left a long time ago. Krillin. Vegeta, you are right, Fang Yun really left Namek. Vegeta, what is the Super Saiyan you mentioned? Krillin asked hurriedly. There is no time to explain in detail, only the Super Saiyan can defeat Frisia. Vegeta shouted. You want to defeat Fang Yun, right? Krillin frowned. I promise you, when I become a Super Saiyan, I will not kill you. Vegeta promised, of course I will not kill Fang Yun either. Vegeta thought about it. I promised not to kill you. But I will make you live a life worse than death. You can't imagine it, right? Dendi, promise him and fulfill his wish. Krillin hurriedly called out. Okay. Dendi nodded helplessly and made a wish in Namek. Porunga, please let this person become a Super Saiyan. If you want to become a Super Saiyan, you need to experience it yourself. Although I am a Shenlong, I can't directly make a Saiyan become a Super Saiyan. Porunga replied. Vegeta. Vegeta was confused. Can't you make any wish come true? You made me a Super Saiyan, can't you do such a small wish? Although I can't make you a Super Saiyan directly, I can tell you how to become a Super Saiyan. However, you need to practice on your own. Whether you can do it depends on your own luck. Porunga looked at Vegeta and said. Oh? Let me practice on my own. Vegeta smiled slightly, just you say it, I'll listen, I'm a genius. Then, I can tell you how to become a Super Saiyan for free, it doesn't count as a wish. Shenlong Porunga said. Thank you Porunga. Dandy nodded quickly. First, Super Saiyan is a transformation, which requires a combat power of at least 100,000. Second, to transform into a Super Saiyan, you need to have a peaceful heart. Third, to transform into a Super Saiyan, there are generally two ways. When the first two conditions are met, the first way is to use extreme anger as attraction to transform, and the other way is to concentrate the energy on the back. I have finished speaking, tell me your first wish. After Shenlong finished speaking, he looked at Dandy again. So Shenlong, Super Saiyan is the most powerful warrior in the universe, is this legend true? Vegeta asked again. The whole universe. Porunga's face was sweating. Do you know how big the whole universe is? We are only the 7th universe. The whole universe includes the 1st to the 12th universe. Super Saiyan is not the most powerful existence in the whole universe, and I don't know the most powerful existence in the whole universe. Porunga replied. What did you say? Super Saiyans are not the most powerful beings in the universe? How is that possible? Vegeta's face changed again and again. How could this be? That legend, is it false? Chapter 63 Angry Frieza, Kangyu's Reward plus more. Super Saiyan transformation increases your normal strength by 50 times. Porunga explained. 50 times. Vegeta's pupils shrank. Oh my god! The giant ape transformation is only 10 times, and it also requires various conditions. Super Saiyan transformation is 50 times the basic combat power? With a strength of 50 times, can't I beat Frieza and Fang Yun? Impossible. Me. Fighting Nation. Prince of Saiyans. I will not lose to anyone. Vegeta digested Shenlong's explanation about Super Saiyan for a while and didn't say anything else. What about the first wish? Who do you want to revive? Dandy looked at Son Gohan and Krillin. Let Piccolo revive, so that the Dragon Balls on Earth will be revived. Krillin called out. Can Uncle Piccolo be revived? That's great. Son Gohan was excited. Please revive Piccolo on Earth. Dandy made a wish to Porunga. No problem, the first wish has been fulfilled. Porunga's eyes flashed red. And dragon power bloomed. Second wish, hurry up. Dandy urged. Second wish? What should I do? Who should I revive? Krillin and Son Gohan didn't know what to do for a while. At this critical moment, Piccolo's voice reached Son Gohan's heart. Is it Uncle Piccolo? Son Gohan was surprised and happy. Gohan, the second wish, let me go to Namek. I want to fight Frieza. I also want to see this cosmic emperor. Piccolo said. Yes, the second wish is for Uncle Piccolo to come to Namek. Son Gohan said. Dandy nodded and immediately made a wish to Porunga. Okay, the second wish has been fulfilled, the third wish. Shenlong replied. Fulfilled? Where are the people? Krillin looked around. Oh no, I just said I would let him to Namek, there is no specific location, maybe he was randomly teleported to a certain location. Dandy's face was sweating, and he asked hurriedly, do you want him to come to the scene? This. Krillin was also at a loss. Is this going to use 3 wishes on Piccolo? Hey, give me a wish to make my arm grow. Vegeta suddenly interrupted and grabbed Dandy. What did you say? You said you just need to become a Super Saiyan. Dandy retorted. I did say that, but I didn't fulfill my wish, didn't I? Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to die? Frieza will come later, and none of you will survive. Vegeta shouted loudly. Krillin shuddered. Don't tell me about Fang Yun. If Fang Yun works, will your companions on Earth die? Vegeta shouted. Krillin's pupils shrank and his face changed color slightly. Yes, Fang Yun probably won't care about what's going on here. Fang Yun seemed to have said that we should train here by ourselves. Otherwise, how could Fang Yun and Bulma take a spaceship to leave Namek? Hurry up! Let me grow my arms. Otherwise, I'm no match for Frisia. Vegeta shouted. Dendi, satisfy him. Krillin shouted. Okay. Dendi nodded and was about to make a wish to the dragon. However, at this moment, the dragon Porunga suddenly turned into a golden flame, quickly sank into the starry sky, and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, the sky was bright and recovered from the darkness. Pa! 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 Then, 7 dragon balls fell from the sky and turned into stone eggs. What's going on? Vegeta was stunned. The Great Elder has passed away. Dendi lowered his head. What? The Great Elder, he? Krillin shook his head and sighed. Uncle Krillin, yes, yes. Son Gohan turned his head and looked in a certain direction. On the high mountain not far away was the Cosmic Emperor Frisia. However, Frisia's image was a bit funny, and his 2 ears magically disappeared. Hee, Earthlings, you did a good job. Frisia's face was ashen. At this critical moment, the Dragon Ball turned into stone. Vegeta was extremely disappointed, and I was also deeply saddened. Tisk! Vegeta snorted coldly. You ruined my good thing. Frisia was furious and shouted, let Fang Yun come out. Let Fang Yun come out? Krillin was stunned. Krillin had seen with his own eyes how cowardly Frisia acted in front of Fang Yun before. Now he dared to speak in such a tone? In fact, Krillin had no idea that Frisia had already prepared a backup plan. If Fang Yun really came out, Frisia would tell Fang Yun that he came to sing a song for Fang Yun. This was also to test whether Fang Yun was actually at the scene. Chapter 64 P. Bala, Send Me to Namek, 2000 evaluation votes plus. Frisia's trick really worked. Uncle Fang Yun is not here. Son Gohan was frightened and couldn't help but tell the truth. Krillin. Vegeta. You are so honest. You actually said Fang Yun was not there. Oh? Where did he go? Frisia asked with interest. I don't know. Krillin shook his head, but he should be nearby. That's interesting. Frisia smiled, his face gradually became cold. You stole my Dragon Ball and ruined my good deeds, I will never forgive you. Pa! Frisia flew down. Boom! A powerful breath burst out from Frisia's body. Sir Frisia, why do you have to do it yourself to deal with these minions? Just then, only a voice was heard from a distance. It was Captain Jinyu who rushed over quickly. Okay, you come. Frisia nodded gently, without objection. Just then, Frisia also wanted to take the opportunity to observe whether Fang Yun was at the scene. Pa! Jinyu fell from the sky and landed opposite Vegeta and others, with an endless smile on his face. Who should be dealt with first? Jinyu smiled. Suddenly, 2 green figures came flying and landed nearby. It was Piccolo and Nero who rushed over. Not long after Piccolo was teleported by the Dragon Porunga, he met Nero. The Great Elder that Nero was guarding had passed away, so he flew here with Piccolo. Oh? It's Namek? I didn't expect there are still living Namekians. Frisia smiled. Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan walked up excitedly. Piccolo put his hand on Son Gohan's head, nodded and smiled. Great, now we have the advantage in numbers. Krillin breathed a sigh of relief. Who did I think it was? So you let the dragon revive such a waste? Vegeta shook his head gently. Vegeta, who do you say is a waste? Piccolo was furious. You know who I'm talking about better than anyone else. Vegeta chuckled. Do you want to try? Piccolo said angrily. What? Do you want to die again? Vegeta said coldly. Okay, you can stop arguing. Frisia was so angry that his nose was crooked. Why are you still fighting among yourselves? You should come together to challenge me. Jinyu, give them a good beating. Frisia ordered. Yes, respected Mr. Frisia. Jinyu bowed and saluted. Just now, the arrival of these two Namekians disrupted my thoughts. Let's start with them first. Yard rat. The great elder of Namek has passed away. The great elder said in a deep voice. Did they realize their wishes? Bulma asked hurriedly. The people on earth have realized 2 wishes. The great elder replied. Great. Bulma cheered happily. The battle has finally begun. The great elder sighed, the emperor of the universe is very angry. P-Bala, send me to Namek. Fang Yun suddenly said. Ah? Let me send you there. P-Bala was shocked. Last time I sent you to the Kaishan realm, I risked my life. You want me to teleport again this time? Do you want us to exterminate the Idrid clan? Go, P-Bala. The great elder ordered P-Bala. Swish! Jinyu said, and appeared in front of Niru at a high speed. Niru quickly waved his arm to block. Bang! Jinyu punched Niru's arm. Crack! With a crisp sound, Niru's arm was immediately broken and changed shape. Ah! Niru screamed in pain. Puff! Jinyu's fist directly penetrated Niru's heart. Bang! Nell fell to the ground with a bang, raising a cloud of dust on the ground. What? Just one move defeated the most powerful Namekian on Namek. Piccolo's face became extremely ugly. Next, it's your turn. Jinyu sneered and flew towards Piccolo. Magic Light Killing Cannon. Piccolo quickly condensed the Magic Light Killing Cannon and pointed it in the direction of Jinyu. Swish! Jinyu easily avoided Piccolo's attack and appeared behind Piccolo. Disappear, Namekian. Jinyu put his hand on the back of Piccolo, and energy was already condensed in his hand. Uncle Piccolo! Be careful! Son Gohan was shocked. However, it was too late for Son Gohan to help. Besides, even if he had time, Son Gohan and Jinyu were a world apart, so how could he save Piccolo? Chapter 65 Jinyu, who is Fang Yun? Is he famous? Damn! I really underestimated this guy Jinyu. Vegeta clenched his fists. I'm too naive, I'm afraid I can't even beat Jinyu. Unless I can become a Super Saiyan. But, what is a peaceful heart? Is it to make my heart calm enough? It's so late, how can I calm down? Go to hell! Flames emerged from Jinyu's hands. Swish! However, just when Jinyu's energy just emerged, it disappeared all of a sudden. What's going on? Jinyu was confused. Where is the energy I released? Why is it gone? In the distance. Mr. Fang Yun, I can only take you here. My instant movement is not easy to be discovered by outsiders. P-Bala smiled bitterly. Don't worry, P-Bala, it's okay even if you are discovered. If King Kai dares to punish you, I will make him disappear. Fang Yun greeted with a smile. P-Bala wiped his sweat. You are really boastful. You dare to make King Kai disappear? That is the greatest god in this universe. If you make King Kai disappear, who will take care of the universe? Mr. Fang Yun, I will go back first. P-Bala waved his hand. Go, go. Fang Yun nodded and wiped off Jinyu's energy with a wave of his hand. Fang Yun could see that if he didn't take action, Piccolo, who had just been resurrected, might be killed. The current situation is that Frisia has met Vegeta, and Sun Wukong has not landed on Namek yet and is still sailing in the starry sky. In addition, Piccolo and Niru actually joined forces to fight. It's not a joint fight. To be precise, they were abused by Jinyu together. This plot is different from what I know. Let me sort it out first. No, if you don't follow the script, what if Android 19 doesn't exist? Will my erasure stay at the golden stage and not upgrade? Of course, Fang Yun can also erase 1000 large cities, and the erasure ability can also be advanced to platinum. However, where can I find 1000 large cities? There are only 4 large cities on Earth, namely the 4 cities in the East, West, South and North. Fang Yun once tried to erase a medium-sized city similar to Earth on an alien planet, but it was not until the 1000 large cities were erased that he could reach the platinum level. It doesn't count. So, Fang Yun took action in time and saved Piccolo first. If Piccolo died, history would change dramatically, and maybe Android 19 would not exist. What's going on? Where's my energy? Jinyu was extremely surprised. Pico's face was also covered with cold sweat, and he was scared out of his wits. He was almost killed just now. I'm still alive? Pico hurriedly distanced himself from Jinyu. Ah! This is... Yes, yes, yes. Frisia's pupils shrank sharply and his face turned pale. The energy released by Jinyu just now disappeared. After seeing it, Frisia felt that this scene was too familiar. Isn't this done by Fang Yun? Only Fang Yun can erase the released energy. Swish! Fang Yun appeared at the scene with a smile, suspended in the sky, silently looking at everyone present. Who the hell is this? Captain Jinyu was a little confused. I don't know this person at all. Where did he come from? He looks very arrogant. Bang! Frisia was frightened, flew up, and smashed Jinyu's head to the ground. With a muffled sound, Jinyu's head came into close contact with the ground. Jinyu was confused. Frisia, I am Jinyu. Why did you hit me? Did you hit the wrong person? However, the next moment, a shocking scene happened to Jinyu. Frisia knelt down at that time and kowtowed to the stranger. Are all the people here? Fang Yun smiled and slowly fell from the sky. Frisia couldn't figure out what Fang Yun meant by this. What do you mean by all the people are here? Sir Frisia, who is he? Is he famous? Jinyu asked in a low voice. Don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Frisia stared. Jinyu quickly shut up. Next, I'll arrange how you fight. Fang Yun smiled. First, Niru, you and Piccolo should assimilate into one person. Now, even if you are cured, you can't play a big role in this. While Fang Yun was speaking, Dandy had already run over to treat Niru. Niru's face changed slightly. Assimilate. Piccolo was stunned. After assimilation, fight with Jinyu, do you understand? Fang Yun greeted with a smile, and then turned his head to look at Vegeta. Vegeta's body trembled. Damn it! If I became a Super Saiyan, I wouldn't have to be afraid of this guy. Chapter 66 Is Beerus your backer? Vegeta, your wish is not to become a Super Saiyan, right? Fang Yun smiled. Vegeta bared his teeth. Shenlong can't fulfill this wish. It's beyond Shenlong's ability. He can't fulfill it. Fang Yun smiled. Vegeta didn't say anything. What's the point of saying all this now? The dragons have all disappeared, okay? Frisia, what's your wish? Fang Yun smiled. It's not really immortality, is it? Of course. Really? What else can I wish for? Am I going to wish to become a Super Frisia like Vegeta? Frisia replied hurriedly. I'm thinking, Frisia, your wish should be related to your backers. Fang Yun held his chin and pondered, and turned his head to greet Piccolo and Niru who were watching the show. You two, don't be idle, hurry up and assimilate. Niru. Pico. We don't want to assimilate, okay? Sir Fang Yun, I don't understand what you're talking about. Frisia laughed. Don't understand? Do you want me to tell you my name? Fang Yun smiled. Frisia didn't say anything. You tell me. Tell me the name, let me hear who it is. My backers, can you, a small human, know it? Your backer is Beerus, right? Fang Yun smiled. Frisia's pupils shrank sharply, his face changed again and again, and his body trembled slightly. How is it possible? How did Fang Yun know? Oh, it must be those two idiots Sabo or Dodoria who told them. You heard it from Sabo and Dodoria, right? Frisia sniffed. Whatever you think, but I advise you that even if Beerus comes, I can still wipe him out. Fang Yun said with a smile. Frisia looked at Fang Yun silently without saying a word. You're just bragging. Can you still wipe out Lord Beerus? Are you kidding? That's the most powerful god in this universe. If you can wipe him out, we might as well just follow you. Ahem, actually. I'm looking for the Dragon Ball just to make me grow ears. Frisia didn't dare to tell his real purpose. That's looking for abuse. Besides, the Dragon Balls are gone, what's the point of saying that? Why haven't you two recovered yet? If you keep on wasting time, I'll make you disappear. Fang Yun looked at Piccolo and Niru impatiently, and shouted angrily, didn't you see that I said so much, just to give you time, so that your good ones can assimilate as soon as possible? He's right, although I don't want to assimilate with others, but only by assimilating can we give birth to more powerful warriors. Niru looked at Piccolo and said, I agree, I will assimilate with you, give you my body, and I will inspire you energy. Put your hand on my chest. Pico. After a brief hesitation, Piccolo finally put his hand on Niru's chest. Hey! After Niru shouted, he quickly merged into Piccolo's body and became a part of Piccolo's body. Pico gasped heavily, and then felt the changes in his body with a look of surprise. I can become so powerful? This power is too strong, right? Hehe, I didn't expect that I would have such a harvest. Piccolo smiled slightly, looked at Fang Yun, nodded to thank him, and then looked at Jinyu with a fighting look. The two of them merged together, what a strange race. Jinyu pondered. Don't be careless, that Namekian has become much stronger. Frisia said. Swish! Pico, who had assimilated Niru, rushed towards Jinyu at a high speed. Bang! Pico knocked Jinyu down easily with just a light punch. What? That was Captain Jinyu, the one I once defeated, and he was knocked down so easily. Vegeta was shocked. Damn it! Jinyu screamed and attacked Piccolo with his teeth and claws. Bang! Pico waved his hand lightly and slapped Jinyu away on the spot. Jinyu bounced on the ground a few times and fell to the ground again, his face becoming extremely ugly. It was only 2 hits, but he was seriously injured? Hehe, do you think you can beat me? Jinyu laughed grimly, stretched out his arms, and aimed at Piccolo's body. What do you want to do? Pico sneered. I want your body. Jinyu laughed loudly, and while saying this, he suddenly turned around, and the flames on his body whistled towards Fang Yun. Frisia's pupils shrank. This idiot! What does he want to do? Does he want to exchange bodies with Fang Yun? Chapter 67 Frisia, it's really not my order. At this moment, Frisia was a little nervous. If the exchange is successful, will Fang Yun no longer use the erasure ability? At that time, I can torture him well. Looking at the energy coming at a rapid speed, Fang Yun just waved his little hand. Swish! The exchange energy that flew over just disappeared magically. Jinyu, you are so brave, you dare to exchange bodies with me. Fang Yun looked at Jinyu with a smile. Wow! A powerful energy suddenly emerged from Jinyu's body and blasted towards Fang Yun. Shua! Fang Yun waved his hand again and wiped out Jinyu's energy. You are the first person to provoke me. Fang Yun looked at Jinyu with interest. Shua! The next moment, Fang Yun waved his hand, and Jinyu's limbs mysteriously disappeared. Pa! Jinyu fell from the sky and became a human stick, and it was difficult to move. Jinyu's face was full of fear. By the way, wiping out the energy in your body and throwing you into the water to feed the fish may be the best choice. Fang Yun waved his hand again. Shua! The powerful energy in Jinyu's body disappeared mysteriously. Jinyu felt his body sink, and a feeling of powerlessness arose spontaneously. Bang! Fang Yun kicked Jinyu into the nearby waters. Not long after, a shark-like fish jumped up from the water and chewed Jinyu. Jinyu cried heartbreakingly, looking extremely miserable. Gulp! The big shark swallowed Jinyu clean in a few bites, and looked at the shore. The meaning in its eyes seemed to ask, "Is there any more? It's delicious. If anyone doesn't listen later, I'll send him to you to eat." Fang Yun said to the shark with a smile. The shark seemed to understand, fell into the water, and waited silently. Everyone present was dumbfounded. It was not that the shark was scary. With their strength, let alone such a shark, even if it was 100 times bigger, they could easily kill it. The real scary thing was Fang Yun. Did he really wipe out Jinyu's energy? Because with Jinyu's strength, even if his limbs disappeared, he could not die in the mouth of a shark. It can be seen that Fang Yun really has the ability to erase energy. This makes everyone present had a new understanding of Fang Yun. Krillin was even trying to think, had he ever offended Fang Yun before? No, right? It seems that Fang Yun and I have never had much contact before. I definitely haven't offended Fang Yun. Yes, for sure. Pico's face was sweating. I must have offended Fang Yun before, right? Pico remembered that Fang Yun was also present at the last world's #1 martial arts tournament. Pico used indiscriminate group attacks at that time. Did I hit Fang Yun at that time? Now is it too late to apologize? Vegeta was also trembling for a while. Fang Yun can make other people's energy disappear? Energy disappears in the body? Are you kidding? Is there such a terrible magic? I wonder if becoming a Super Saiyan will change this tragic fate? Frieza was so scared that his face changed again and again. What the hell? I am so powerful. If my energy is wiped out and I become an ordinary person, I might as well die. Also, Jinyu is my subordinate. Fang Yun will definitely suspect that I ordered him to do it. It's hard to explain now. I swear to God, it was not my idea. This kid acted on his own, okay? Frieza, why don't you explain it? Fang Yun looked at Frieza with a smile. Frieza's heart skipped a beat. As expected, what he thought came true. Sir Fang Yun, it really wasn't me. I didn't instruct him. He was the one who had a brain attack and wanted to attack you. Frieza knelt on the ground in fear, raised his hand and swore to the sky that it was definitely not his order. Okay, I'll believe you for now. Fang Yun nodded slightly, looked at Frieza and said, I killed your little brother Jinyu, you won't blame me, right? No, he deserves to die. Frieza replied hurriedly. Who would blame you? Who dares to blame you? I still want to live, okay? Frieza, I have to say, you are getting more and more sensible. Fang Yun smiled and patted Frieza's shoulder. Frieza laughed dryly. Okay, the grudges between the two of you should be resolved properly. Fang Yun said to Frieza, so, Vegeta, you join forces with them to fight Frieza together, how about it? Vegeta didn't say anything. What about you? Do you have any objections? Fang Yun asked Piccolo and the others again. Piccolo, Krillin, and Son Gohan certainly had no objection. Fang Yun, what about you? Krillin asked curiously. You asked us to fight. What did you do? You just wiped out Frieza and Vegeta, wouldn't it be fine? Do you have to let us do it? Chapter 68 Frieza, Transform. 10,000 rewards plus more. I'll sit over there and drink tea, watching you fight. Fang Yun smiled slightly. Shua. Fang Yun appeared on a mountain in the distance, picked up a universal capsule and threw it out. Bang! The universal capsule turned into a set of tables and chairs with tea sets. Krillin. Son Gohan. You are so leisurely. Dendi, come here. Fang Yun waved to Dendi. Dendi was stunned, flew over, and sat down next to Fang Yun. By the way, Dendi has the ability to heal and will be protected by me. Each of you has the right to receive treatment 3 times. Remember, there are only 3 times. If you exceed 3 times, don't blame me for letting Dendi watch you die. Fang Yun said to Frisia and others, the treatment method is very simple. As long as you raise your hand, I will let Dendi go over to heal you. Humph, do I need to treat them? Frisia snorted, as long as you, Mr. Fang Yun, don't participate, I don't need these 3 treatments at all. Okay, Frisia's treatment authority is cancelled. Fang Yun nodded. Frisia. I was just bragging. Why did you take it seriously? Forget it, how can Frisia beat these little ants? Let's start. Fang Yun ordered. Frisia, come on. Vegeta shouted. Vegeta, you look very confident. Frisia smiled lightly and flew towards Vegeta. Snap! The two crossed their hands, and their energy continued to increase. Bang! Frisia kicked Vegeta to the ground. Vegeta gritted his teeth and rushed up again. Bang! Frisia slapped Vegeta in the face, and Vegeta flew out and fell heavily to the ground. Puff! Vegeta spit out a mouthful of blood and felt that he was not feeling well. Vegeta, the most powerful among you, is just like this. I am really disappointed. Frisia smiled lightly. Vegeta gritted his teeth and raised his arms. Dendi, go. Fang Yun called to Dendi. Yes. Dendi flew over and treated Vegeta. I'll deal with him. Piccolo stepped forward and stood directly opposite Frisia. Namek? You want to challenge me? Frisia sneered. Bang! Piccolo punched Frisia in the face. Frisia howled and flew backwards. Bang! 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 Piccolo beat Frisia so hard that even the detector on Frisia's eyes was broken. Vegeta, who was recovering from his injuries, was stunned when he saw this scene. How is this possible? He is just a Namekian. How can he become so powerful? Besides, I killed him on Earth. He become so powerful after assimilating with another Namekian? I don't believe it. Vegeta was shaking all over. Bang! Piccolo grabbed Frisia's body and slammed it to the ground. Then, Piccolo pointed his hand at Frisia's head. Humph! The Emperor of the Universe? You don't seem to be that great, do you? Piccolo smiled contemptuously, maybe I've become too strong? My strength has exceeded your imagination. Uncle Piccolo. Great. Son Gohan was surprised and happy. Piccolo has become too powerful, right? Even stronger than Goku. Krillin also widened his eyes, with an incredible look on his face. Piccolo could beat Frisia so easily. So, Fang Yun doesn't need to take action. Goku doesn't need to come over either. Great! We are going to win. Pa! Frisia patted the dust off his body and stood up with a dark face. What? Do you want to continue? Universe Emperor Frisia. Piccolo chuckled. The battle just now was really unsatisfying. The Universe Emperor is really weak. Namek, I underestimated you. Frisia sniffed, but if you knew how terrible I am, you wouldn't say that. Oh? What do you mean? Piccolo was stunned. Humph, Frisia, if you want to transform, do it quickly. Vegeta shouted. Vegeta, your injury has been healed? Do you know that I can transform? Frisia sneered, Sabo told you, right? Stop talking nonsense, you can't transform at all. Vegeta said coldly. Very good, then I will do as you wish. Frieza laughed, and the energy in his body also surged out crazily. Chapter 69 Krillin, Fang Yun, will I be killed? Seeing Xiaoshan's reward plus more. Shua. Frieza's body changed rapidly, and his body became huge on the basis of the original. Second form. Frieza changed into the second form. How is it? As you wish, I have transformed. Frieza smiled. However, although Frieza changed into the second form, he still had no ears, and looked very funny. Frieza's head was still like a ball, round and plump. Frieza's ears were wiped out by Fang Yun. No matter which form he changed into, his ears did not exist. Erasure is so magical. He still has no ears. Krillin whispered. Son Gohan was so scared that he trembled all over and nodded vigorously. You must be surprised. Frieza smiled lightly. My current transformation has a combat power of at least 1 million. What did you say? Vegeta was so scared that he trembled all over. This monster. Why is this guy so scary? Shua. Frieza appeared in front of Vegeta at high speed. Bang! Frieza slapped him. Vegeta stretched out his arm to block. Crack! There was a sound of bones breaking. Vegeta's only left arm was slapped away by Frieza. Ah, my arm! Vegeta screamed. Puff! Frieza sneered, stretched out his hand, and a muffled sound came. Vegeta's chest was directly pierced by Frieza. Ah, ah! Vegeta trembled all over, his face turned pale in an instant, and blood flowed down Frieza's arm. Snap! Frieza retracted his hand. Ah! Vegeta's pupils shrank sharply, and he felt that his vitality was rapidly dissipating. Frieza grabbed Vegeta's collar and lifted him up high. It's a little early, but I'll kill you anyway. Frieza smiled and was about to kill Vegeta on the spot. Pa! Just then, Frieza suddenly felt someone patting his shoulder. What's going on? Who is it? Who appeared behind him? Frieza turned his head and looked behind him. It was the name Kian. Frieza, you got the wrong person. Piccolo smiled, your opponent is me. What? Frieza's face changed color slightly. Bang! Piccolo punched Frieza's face hard. Frieza let out a wow and flew backwards. Hurry up and send him to Dendi for treatment. Piccolo called out to Son Gohan and Krillin. Bang bang bang! Piccolo himself launched a fierce attack on Frieza. After more than 10 seconds. Bang! Frieza kicked Piccolo into a mountain, which collapsed and raised dust. Piccolo walked out of the ruins with a dusty face. Namek, you have completely angered me. Frieza narrowed his eyes and looked at Piccolo. I thought you were so great, but after the transformation, you are only this little bit. Piccolo smiled lightly, took off his cloak and threw it aside. Bang! The cloak hit the ground heavily, making a big hole. I didn't use all my strength either. Piccolo smiled. Frieza widened his eyes and smiled sinisterly. Krillin directly Vegeta was sent to the top of the mountain for Dandy to treat him. Dandy quickly healed Vegeta's injury. Twice, and there's one last time. Fang Yun said. Hehe, Fang Yun, what do you mean by our relationship, can you help me later? Krillin laughed dryly. Are we on good terms? Fang Yun looked at Krillin and asked. Krillin, can you please not be so honest? I don't know how to answer. Krillin sighed in his heart. Don't worry, even if you die, I will make your death very valuable. Fang Yun smiled. Ah! Krillin was stunned at the time. What do you mean by valuable death? I will still die, right? Fang Yun, what do you mean? Will I be killed? Krillin was so scared that his face turned pale and asked hurriedly. I'm just talking casually, don't mind, go fight. Fang Yun smiled mysteriously. Krillin. That's too much. Are you trying to scare me? Bang. After taking off his gravity suit, Piccolo beat up Frieza in his second form. At this time, Vegeta's physical strength was fully restored after treatment. However, Vegeta only grew one arm, and the other arm that was wiped off by Fang Yun did not grow out. Chapter 70 Vegeta, my combat power is 2.5 million. Vegeta stood up with a dark face and looked into the distance silently. Vegeta was really stimulated today. That name Qian was too powerful. He could actually surpass Frieza after his transformation. It was so scary. Frieza. Prepare to die. Piccolo pointed his hand at Frieza's body. Yes, name Qian, your performance is beyond my expectation. Frieza snorted coldly, but if you knew how terrifying I am, you wouldn't be so arrogant. What do you want to say? Piccolo smiled lightly. What I want to say is that if you knew that I have 2 more transformations, I would like to see what kind of expression you have. Frieza smiled and looked at Piccolo with interest. What? Piccolo's face changed color. Vegeta was so scared that he trembled all over. Ha ha ha. After Frieza laughed wildly, his body changed rapidly, and the breath in his body surged out crazily. The third form. Frieza turned into an ugly monster. Piccolo's face changed color. Very good, let's see the effect of my transformation. Frieza smiled contemptuously. Bang bang bang. Frieza pointed his finger at Piccolo and tapped wildly. Every time he hit Piccolo, there was a bloody hole on his body. Piccolo screamed in pain. Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan was shocked and angry, and punched Frieza. Bang! Son Gohan's fist hit Frieza's back of the head directly. Looking at Frieza again, he was like nothing happened and ignored it. Boy, you have good strength. Frieza glanced at Son Gohan. Bang! Frieza's tail swept lightly and hit Son Gohan's body. Son Gohan flew backwards, his body rubbing against the ground, leaving a mark on the ground. When Son Gohan stopped, his whole body was twitching, his neck and body were dislocated, and he was about to die. Gohan. Krillin was shocked. Dendi, treat Gohan quickly. Brother Gohan, I'm coming. Dendi flew towards Son Gohan at a high speed. Then, Dendi held his hands in the air over Son Gohan and began to treat him. Too scary. This monster. Vegeta trembled all over. Bang! Frieza kicked Piccolo, who flew backwards on the spot, seriously injured and unable to move. Swish! Frieza's flame flashed and pierced through Krillin's heart. Uncle Krillin. Dendi was shocked and treated him and Son Gohan together. Next, it's you, Vegeta. Frieza sneered and quickly appeared in front of Vegeta. Bang! Vegeta had no time to dodge and was slapped to the ground by Frieza. The next moment, Frieza's big foot stepped on Vegeta's head. Bang! Frieza exerted force on his foot, and Vegeta's head was deeply embedded in the ground. We're all wiped out. Frieza sniffed. Well, since you've already felt my terror, I'll let you see my true face. Unlike you, I transform because I have too much energy to control, so I compress myself into the previous form. Boom! Endless energy surged out from Frieza's body. The vast breath made the entire cloud layer a little erratic. At the same time, a large amount of dust was raised around Frieza. Dendi was very busy, treating them one by one. Fortunately, Dendi's treatment level was still very good, and finally healed everyone present. When Vegeta stood up, Dendi added, "Third time, your healing privilege has been used up." Humph, it doesn't matter. I think my fighting power has far exceeded Frieza's. Vegeta smiled lightly, my current fighting power is at least 2.5 million. What? 250? Krillin turned his head and looked at Vegeta. Piccolo looked at Vegeta in shock. How is it possible? Wasn't this guy's fighting power less than 100,000 before? Besides, he couldn't beat Jinyu. How did he raise his fighting power to 2.5 million so quickly? You are really good at bragging. At this time, Frisia finally completed the transformation to the final form, which is his true appearance. When everyone saw Frisia's final form, they were slightly stunned. This change of Frisia is a bit kawaii. This is the best proof that one cannot judge strength by appearance. This guy is even stronger than before. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Chapter 71 Son Goku arrives on Namek. Swish! Frisia raised his finger, and a bright red flame blasted in the direction of Son Gohan. Son Gohan was so scared at the time that he stood there motionless. Idiot! Get out of the way! Vegeta kicked Son Gohan aside. The bright red flame brushed past Son Gohan's body. What? What happened just now? It was so fast. I couldn't see anything at all. I only saw a flash of red flame. Piccolo's face became extremely ugly. Gohan, are you okay? I'm fine. Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan nodded, stood up and said to Vegeta, thank you for saving me. Humph, no need to thank me, I saved you because I wanted you to see how I beat Frisia. Vegeta smiled coldly. Vegeta, you are quite confident. Frisia rubbed his nose. I remember that you have used up all the treatments, right? Tisk, I can't use them anymore, now my strength is far beyond yours. I can beat you without any Super Saiyan. Vegeta clenched his fists. Oh? Really? Frisia smiled slightly. Swish! Frisia's figure flashed and quickly disappeared from the spot. Vegeta turned his head and looked around for Frisia's figure. However, no matter how hard Vegeta tried, he could not catch Frisia's trace. Cold sweat broke out on Vegeta's face. Hee, Vegeta, I just made a little effort, and you can't see me? With this, you still want to defeat me? You are really wishful thinking. Frisia smiled lightly. This. Vegeta's whole body was trembling. You still want to become a Super Saiyan? Didn't you make a wish to Shenlong? Didn't Shenlong make you a Super Saiyan? Frisia smiled lightly. Wow! Vegeta was poked in the pain point, and his body trembled violently. Destroy Frisia! Vegeta condensed a huge energy bomb and bombarded it in the direction of Frisia from above. Vegeta, do you want to destroy this planet? Krillin exclaimed loudly. Frisia originally wanted to kick the energy bomb away. However, after hearing Krillin's exclamation, Frisia ran away quickly. It's better for this planet to explode quickly, so that I can get out of Fang Yun's control. Vegeta's energy bomb hit the ground. No. The planet is going to be destroyed. Krillin was so scared that his face turned pale. Swish! Seeing that Vegeta's energy bomb was about to hit the ground, Fang Yun waved his hand gently. Suddenly, the energy bomb that flew over disappeared. Krillin's eyes widened. Is this okay? Piccolo and Son Gohan looked at Fang Yun without blinking. So awesome! It's safe now. Fang Yun looked at Frisia with a smile. Frisia was startled and his face changed color. Don't look at me. What do you think I mean? I didn't do anything wrong. Frisia suddenly woke up. Bang! Frisia punched Vegeta hard. Vegeta, you dare to destroy this planet. You still want to destroy the planet. See how I deal with you. Frisia beat Vegeta. The gap between Vegeta and Frisia is not a little bit. Vegeta is powerless to resist. He was abused by Frisia and kept bleeding from his mouth. What a pity, Vegeta, your healing times are used up. No one can save you this time. Frisia wrapped his tail around Vegeta's neck and lifted him up from the ground. Bang! While saying this, Frisia punched Vegeta in the back. Blood gushed out of Vegeta's mouth. Are you going to come over to help? Frisia smiled at Piccolo and the other two who were trembling on the opposite side. Bang! Frisia swung his tail and knocked Vegeta to the ground. At the same time, Frisia pointed his finger at Vegeta's body. Go to hell, Vegeta! Frisia smiled softly. Hey? What? Just when Frisia was about to kill Vegeta, he saw a spaceship falling from the sky and landing nearby. Spaceship? Who's coming? Frisia was stunned. It's a spaceship. It can't be Goku, right? Krillin was excited. It's Dad. Great. It's really Dad. Son Gohan clapped his hands excitedly. Old son, you're finally here. Piccolo also had a smile on his face. It seems like a very great guy has come. Frisia rubbed his nose. Swish. At the scene, an orange figure suddenly appeared. It was Son Goku. P.S. Several big guys left a message asking how many Frisia is if he uses Frisia as a unit of measurement. You can calculate it based on 100 million combat power, and the 20 million can be ignored. Therefore, the current combat power of the protagonist is as follows. Bronze, 10 billion. Silver, 100 billion. Gold, 1 trillion combat power, that is, 1 trillion. After gold, the combat power of platinum will be greatly improved. Chapter 72 No, Goku was killed in seconds. Sorry, I'm late. Sun Wukong looked over silently. This guy's face looks familiar. Frisia glanced at Sun Wukong and felt familiar. You are Frisia, right? I didn't expect Vegeta to lose to you. Sun Wukong looked at Frisia and said. Who is this guy? He looks mysterious and not likable at all. Frisia muttered in a low voice. Vegeta, are you okay? Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta in his hand again. Vegeta didn't speak. Why is this guy's breath so strong? Sun Wukong's face changed again and again after sensing Frisia's breath. Humph, you ignorant fellow, come and die. Frisia snorted coldly, and shot the bright red flame in his hand towards Sun Wukong. Wukong, get out of the way. Krillin was shocked. How could Sun Wukong get out of the way? The current Sun Wukong's combat power is only 180,000 at most. The basic combat power of Frisia's fourth form has reached 3 million. With Frisia's state, it is too easy to deal with Sun Wukong. Puff! With only a muffled sound, Sun Wukong was pierced through by Frisia's energy flame. Bang! Sun Wukong fell to the ground with a bang. Krillin was dumbfounded. Sun Wuhan was stunned. Piccolo was also completely stunned. Vegeta showed an expression of indifference. Kakarot, why don't you stay on Earth and come here to die? You can't even beat me, and you still want to challenge Frisia? You are really dreaming. Goku! Krillin shouted loudly. Dad! Son Gohan also reacted immediately. Old son! Piccolo said in a deep voice. Ahem! Son Goku kept spurting blood from his mouth and was about to die. Tisk, who did I think was running over? It turns out that he is just this weak, so disappointing. Frisia smiled contemptuously. Goku! Krillin had already run to Son Goku's side. Haha! Krillin! Sorry, I came so late and it didn't work. Son Goku looked guilty, this guy is really too powerful. Goku, it's okay, Dandy can treat you, I'll let Dandy treat you. Krillin responded quickly and shouted loudly, Dandy, come and help. Dandy turned his head and looked at Fang Yun, meaning to ask if he should be treated. It's too late. Just give him one chance to heal. Fang Yun called to Dandy. Yes. Dandy flew quickly towards Sun Wukong. Dandy's hands hovered over Sun Wukong's body, and the healing flames bloomed. Soon, Sun Wukong's injured heart also quickly recovered to normal. Sun Wukong suddenly opened his eyes and jumped up from the ground. It's amazing, I'm completely healed, as useful as senzu beans. Sun Wukong looked at Dandy with surprise. Wukong, luckily you're okay. Krillin breathed a sigh of relief. Dad. Sun Gohan came up and smiled. Hey? Fang Yun is here too. Sun Wukong then noticed Fang Yun drinking tea on the top of the mountain. He's still so leisurely. Frisia. This guy is healed again? It seems that Fang Yun just said that he would only give him one chance to heal. Fang Yun said that he will only give you one chance to be treated. You have to be careful, Wukong. Krillin gritted his teeth and said to Sun Wukong. What do you mean? Sun Wukong was stunned, not understanding what Krillin meant. Dandy can be treated. Frisia could have killed him, but because of Fang Yun, he protected Dandy. Krillin explained simply, but it is impossible to treat us continuously after being protected. Fang Yun said that each of us can only have 3 chances to be treated. You can only be treated once because you came late. Krillin, you mean, Frisia can't beat Fang Yun? Sun Wukong understood this time. Yet. Krillin scratched his head. It's more than that. Frisia is in Fang Yun, you are a coward in front of me, okay? But I think Fang Yun is not the kind of person who would not help someone in need, right? Krillin lowered his voice and whispered to Sun Wukong. I think so. Sun Wukong nodded slightly. No matter what, Fang Yun once said that he doesn't like fighting, so let's leave this matter to us. Your heart was pierced just now, but you can still survive. You are quite lucky. Frisia looked at Sun Wukong with a smile. Let's start again, Frisia. Sun Wukong's expression became serious. You seem to be quite confident. Frisia rubbed his nose and kicked Sun Wukong. Chapter 73 Frisia, my fighting power is 120 million, 10,000 flowers plus more. Sun Wukong reacted quickly, supported the ground with one hand, and kicked back. Bang! This kick directly kicked Frisia in the face. Frisia howled dryly and flew backwards on the spot. Frisia landed steadily on the ground, rubbed his face that was kicked, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Swish! Frisia waved his hand, and a bright red flame whizzed towards Sun Wukong. Goku, be careful! Krillin exclaimed. Just now, Sun Wukong was pierced through the heart by this flame. Can he avoid it this time? Pa! Sun Wukong slapped it. Instantly, the flying flame was slapped away. Oh! Frisia looked at Sun Wukong opposite with some surprise. Krillin was also very surprised. What happened? Goku, you are such a fool. It's already this time, and you are still pretending. Krillin said unhappily, you just started to show your current level, but he shouldn't have pierced your heart. Krillin, I was indeed not his opponent just now. Sun Wukong shook his head gently. I can feel that when I first came, the difference in strength between him and me was too great. What about now? Krillin asked. Now? It should be about the same now. Sun Wukong smiled slightly. Ah? What's going on? Why don't I understand? Krillin asked curiously. Picker also widened his eyes and felt incredible. Humph, it's normal. Vegeta added, when we Scions are reborn after being on the verge of death, our combat power will double, and there may also be a big explosion. Just now, Kakarot's combat power just exploded. His current combat power is at least around 3 million. What? 3 million? Piccolo shuddered. No wonder Vegeta's fighting power increased so quickly just now. Scions are simply a bug. 3 million. Krillin was so scared that sweat broke out on his face, and his eyes were full of surprise. Is Goku going to surpass Frisia? Great, Dad! Son Gohan also cheered happily. I said that my fighting power increases every time I am treated. So that's the case. Hehe, I thought so. So that's it. Frisia smiled slightly. Let's continue, Frisia. Son Goku responded. It seems that you are very confident. You just came here and have no idea how terrible I am. Frieza smiled. Since we are talking about combat power, why don't you guess how much my combat power is? If you guess it right, I can reward him with a planet. Bah! Who wants your planet? Vegeta shouted. What's there to guess about your combat power? It won't exceed 5 million at most. Oh? Is that so? Frieza looked at Vegeta with interest. Kakarot, don't you know the King Ken? If your current combat power is 3 million, with twice the King Ken, can you reach 6 million combat power? It shouldn't be a problem to defeat him. Vegeta said to Sun Wukong. Hehe, you are wrong, Vegeta. How can my combat power be only 5 million? Guess higher. Frieza smiled. Stop bragging, Frieza, your fighting power is no more than 8 million at most. Vegeta pointed at Frieza and shouted. Krillin! Pico! Vegeta, why are you exaggerating Frieza's fighting power again? From 5 million to 8 million. Nothing, even if it's 8 million, Kakarot can defeat him with triple Kaioken. Vegeta smiled. Guess harder, it's wrong. Frieza stretched out a finger and shook it gently. Okay, you say it yourself, you keep dithering, I'd better just wipe you out. Fang Yun couldn't listen anymore and said from a distance. This Frieza, you're really good at pretending. Fang Yun didn't like this guy very much. You're even more pretentious than me, is this appropriate? Ah? Yes, yes, yes. Mr. Fang Yun. Frieza was dumbfounded at the time, and hurriedly nodded to Fang Yun. Krillin! Pico! Where is your momentum just now? Frieza, you are too cowardly, aren't you? According to official statistics, the final calculation result is that my combat power is 120 million. Frieza smiled announcement. The scene was completely silent. Except Fang Yun, everyone was stunned. Combat power of 120 million. Are you kidding me? Vegeta didn't believe it either. Combat power of 100 million? If that's the case, can you kill me with just a fart? I've calculated it. I only need to use half of my strength to turn you into dust in the universe. Frieza said, his breath rising continuously. Chapter 74 Vegeta is ordered to take charge in times of crisis, 3000 reviews plus more. In just a moment, Frieza raised his combat power to 60 million. Everyone was dumbfounded. He's not being mysterious. Sun Wukong said in a deep voice. Mr. Fang Yun, you said that you would never interfere, right? Frieza bowed to Fang Yun. Yes, I said so. Fang Yun nodded. If I kill those who have used up their healing times, you won't interfere? Frieza asked again. That's right. Fang Yun nodded slightly. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Fang Yun. Frieza smiled slightly. Swish! A beam of light directly penetrated Krillin's body, consuming Krillin's last chance of healing. Following that, Frieza quickly injured Piccolo and Son Gohan, causing them to use up their last chance of healing. Now, we are fair. You can't receive healing anymore, right? Frieza smiled. This is bad. Son Goku's face changed color, and he stood up first. I'll deal with him. If it's true as he said, he just used ordinary strength, I think I'm afraid I'm not his opponent. 10 times Kaioken. Son Goku used 10 times Kaioken. Bang bang bang. Son Goku attacked Frieza. 3 seconds later, Frieza punched Sun Wukong in the nose. Sun Wukong's nosebleed flowed down. Hehe, I said, my combat power is 120 million, your current combat power strength is only 30 million at most. Frieza smiled lightly, and punched Sun Wukong in the abdomen again. Puff! Sun Wukong spit out a large mouthful of acid water, feeling that he was not feeling well. Prepare to die. Frisia pointed his finger at Sun Wukong and was about to kill him on the spot. Fang Yun was angry at the time. Frisia, why don't you play by the rules? What if Sun Wukong died at this time and Android 19 didn't appear? Do you want me to stay in the golden state? Just when Fang Yun was about to intervene, he saw Vegeta suddenly blasting a large energy bomb at Frisia. Hehe, a trifling trick. Frisia took a look. Bang! Frisia waved his hand lightly and directly knocked away the energy bomb that Vegeta attacked. What? Vegeta's eyes widened. Vegeta, you dare to challenge me with such little attack power? Frisia smiled contemptuously. Puff! The bright red energy flame directly penetrated Vegeta's heart. Vegeta coughed up blood and was dying. He, Vegeta, I didn't expect that the first person to die would be you. Frisia chuckled. N. Vegeta trembled all over, gritted his teeth, and looked up at Son Goku. Oh? Vegeta, it seems you have any last words. Frisia turned his head and looked at him, then smiled and said, say whatever you want to say quickly. Your heart has been pierced, and I guess you can't say a few words. Kakarot, our Scion planet Vegeta was not destroyed by a meteorite impact, but by Frisia. Vegeta gritted his teeth and said word by word, Frisia was worried that there would be a kind of Scion called Super Scion among us Scions, and he was afraid of it, so he exterminated our Scion race. Goku. I came to Namek this time mainly to realize a wish through Dragon Ball, and the wish is to make me a Super Scion. Vegeta smiled self-deprecatingly. Unfortunately, Dragon Ball can't realize this wish. Yes Vegeta, wishes beyond the scope of Shenlong cannot be realized. Goku nodded. Vegeta. Don't talk to me. Puff. Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood again, and his vitality became weak. Kakarot. Although I can't become a Super Saiyan, I have learned from Shenlong how to become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta gritted his teeth and said, I'll tell you now, although I don't quite understand. Don't say it, Vegeta. Sun Wukong couldn't bear it. Oh? It's really not easy. Your heart was pierced, and you still said so much. It must be more than 200 words, right? You are worthy of being a fighting nation. Frisia smiled and rubbed his nose. Listen to me. Vegeta said angrily, according to the hint given by Shenlong, as long as the combat power exceeds 100,000, you have a peaceful heart, and then use anger as attraction, or condense the energy to the back, you can become a Super Saiyan. Chapter 75 Sun Wukong, there is such a transformation? What do you mean? A peaceful heart? What is it? What? Sun Wukong was puzzled. I'm also thinking about this question. Vegeta smiled, our combat power is now over 100,000. I have also tried to be angry and tried to concentrate the energy on my back, but unfortunately, there is no change. I'll try. Sun Wukong took a deep breath. Boom. Suddenly, a golden lightning rolled down from the sky. What's going on? Frisia was startled. The sky, at this moment, suddenly became dim. Boom. Sun Wukong's hair suddenly stood up high and turned golden. The next moment, a golden lightning struck again and landed on Sun Wukong. Pa! Then, a golden light burst out around Sun Wukong. Vegeta's eyes widened. Frisia's pupils shrank sharply. Sun Gohan's face was full of surprise. Pico was even more stunned. Is there such a transformation? Sun Wukong was also surprised to feel the changes in his body. You told me earlier. There is such a operation? It would be great if you told me such a good transformation earlier. I don't have to be beaten so miserably by Frisia. Vegeta was about to cry. What kind of transformation is this? Why don't I have it? Could it be that this is a Super Saiyan? Vegeta, this is not the Super Saiyan transformation you mentioned, right? Sun Wukong asked curiously. Vegeta howled and fainted on the spot. What? Super Saiyan? How is it possible? Frisia's face also changed color. Super Saiyan? Really a Super Saiyan? Is that the wish that Vegeta wants to realize? Krillin was also shocked. Impossible. Impossible. Frisia didn't believe it. Dandy, go and save Vegeta. Fang Yun called out to Dandy. Ah? But he has already used up his 3 chances. Dandy asked in surprise. I said, give him one more chance. Fang Yun smiled. Dandy. Okay, you have the final say. I understand, I'll go and treat him right away. Dandy quickly flew over to treat Vegeta. Sir Fang Yun, what do you mean? Frisia was furious. Didn't we agree not to treat him? Why did you let this name Qian treat Vegeta? Fang Yun smiled slightly, waved his hand lightly, and directly wiped out a nearby area of water. That area of water covered a large area, and it disappeared magically without a drop of water left. I suddenly remembered that there is a lot of water in the human body. Tell me, if I wipe out the water in your body, what will you become? Fang Yun looked at Frisia thoughtfully. Frisia was frightened to his knees at that time. You wiped out the water in my body, you might as well kill me. Without the water in my body, I will become a mummy, okay? At this time, Vegeta had been cured by Dandy and stood up from the ground. Vegeta, come here, you are already dead, so you can't participate in this battle anymore. Fang Yun waved at Vegeta. What? Vegeta was stunned. Besides, even if you fight, it's useless. You can only be a burden. Fang Yun smiled, and Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin, you 3 come here too. Next, let Sun Wukong fight alone. Well, it's up to me next. Sun Wukong clenched his fists. Vegeta and others quickly appeared on the mountain where Fang Yun was, and looked over silently. Bang! Frisia attacked Sun Wukong first, and hit Sun Wukong with a powerful punch. Pa! Sun Wukong stretched out his hand lightly and easily resisted Frisia's attack. What? Frisia widened his eyes. Bang! Sun Wukong punched Frisia in the nose. Frisia howled, rolled several times in the air, and fell head first into the mountain behind him. Crash! The mountain collapsed, and Frisia was buried in it. My body has become stronger. Sun Wukong was surprised to feel his own powerful energy. Vegeta trembled all over, and his face changed again and again. Hey, Vegeta, is this a Super Saiyan transformation? Sun Wukong turned his head and asked Vegeta. Vegeta, can you please stop talking? I don't want to talk to you. Wukong, Shenlong said that the Super Saiyan transformation is 50 times the normal one. You can feel it carefully. Is the strength increased by 50 times? Krillin said loudly.